What's up, everybody? How you all doing today? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. It is another fine day. It's another fine day. I hope you guys are hanging in there. I am just relaxing, man. It's a long work week. Long work week. So today, it's God and Country. I have a friend coming over. She's going to join me on stream. But in the meantime, I wanted to kind of go through the huge, man. The huge. So, verse of the day today. This is going to be Psalms 84, 11, and 12. For the Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord bestows favor and honor. No good thing does he withhold from those who walk is blameless. Lord Almighty, blessed is the one who trusts in you. So, thoughts on today's verse. These promises are made to the true worshiper of God. Psalm 84, 1-10. Worshiper delights to be in the presence of God and yearns to be with God in worship. This worshiper trusts fully in God as the source of strength, hope, victory, and joy. For this kind of worshiper, God left an incredible set of promises. Very similar to Romans 8, 32-39 and its hallmark passage in Romans 8, 28. God promises to work out things for good and bless those who love him and are called according to his purpose. Paul goes on to say that God will graciously give us all things in Christ. Notice how this is very similar to our psalm today. No good thing does he withhold from those who walk as blameless. Why these lavish promises? Because God is for us. He is our sun and our shield. He lavishes his grace and glory upon us. He will not withhold any good thing from us as we seek to have a walk that is blameless. What's going on, everybody? Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome in, Ashton. Creedog, my man. Always good to see you. Corey Barton, what's going on? Guys, I missed y'all. It has been a busy week, man. It's been very busy. Here, let me get this, Mr. Fist, if you're still here, man, I hope you have a great fishing trip, bro. Catch a couple for me, dude. Reel a couple in. I'm going to throw the link into chat. Please, guys, just remember, before I bring you up, I'm going to have to vet you, okay? I know there's only a couple people in right now, but I just can't be too sure, bro. If someone wants to come on and do that, BS when it's like a chill stream or whatever, I'm not that bad. I refuse to let that happen to God and Country. It's never going to happen to God and Country. I refuse, bro. All right, boys. Link is pinned in the chat. Man, I missed you guys so much. So, current event I want to go over. We're going to be playing some Mr. Fuentes today. Hey, Creedog, I need you to cam up, brother. We're going to be playing some Mr. Fuentes. Tucker Carlson has been... What's up, brother? Good to see you, my man. Good to see you.
How are you doing today, my friend? We missed you, fucker.
Missed you too, dude. Creedog, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I understand, dude. I cannot risk pulling someone up to put some stuff. I'm not going to do it on God and Country. It's just not going to happen. I apologize, bro. But, Corey, sorry about that, man. What's going on, dude?
Oh, man. It's been a beautiful week, Me and my girl started watching Chosen.
How's that?
It's so good. The actor in that's phenomenal.
Amagad, welcome in, brother. Good to see you, dude. Good to see you. How you doing? I was just told about that show. There's a guy that I work with So, part of the owners, fine dining Italian restaurant, and then a French restaurant as well. And there's a guy who he would come over just to like help us close down and do all the paperwork and shit. And he's a Christian. I was just kind of, is it doing that shit again, bro? Is my mic really going in and out?
It did for a second, but you're back now.
I gotta get that boom. Here, let me make a phone call real quick, boys. 1 second.
I'm here to address these Keurig allegations. I have never been associated with Keurig in my life. Ashton, these are blatant lies. So, entertain y'all. Okay, let's see. How's your week been, Ashton? How's the kids doing? I know they probably... they sound too young to start school.
All right, boys.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna try and get that boom mic here soon. It's free, so like, you know, I can't rush the process. Someone's just giving it to me. That's fair.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's gonna be so ghetto though, dude. So check it out. It's gonna be it's a Yeti Blue, and it's just got like a solid base that it's supposed to sit on, so you talk into it like sitting down. But with the boom setup, since it doesn't have anything to like connect to the boom setup, it's just gonna be hanging off the boom. But that's par of the course, right? I'm fucking lower class, I guess. You know, it's all good. I can't wait to start getting some checks in from this bar, man. Like, having some money coming in is gonna be fucking incredible.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Don't become middle class on us, though.
All right, Cree Dog, wave and then give me a peace sign.
And
wave first, then peace sign.
Announce the first 3 digits of pi.
All right. What's up, dude?
Oh.
Oh shit, Cree Dog. Oh. My bad, dude. I'm sorry. I just saw that comment. My bad, homie. Oh fuck. Sorry, dude. I just saw that comment. I'm sorry, Cree Dog. My bad, dude. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
I don't know. You look like a sexy man right there.
Some people don't want to be on cam.
That's fair. That's completely fair. I wouldn't mind it, other than the fact that I'm holding my phone and I'm ugly as fuck. Yeah.
All right, go ahead and cam down, bro. Credo, go ahead. There you go. What's up, dude?
Hey.
I'm sorry, man. I sincerely apologize, bro. I didn't see that comment.
Deal. I don't think I'm going to be attacked for that. I mean, my face is out there anyway. I just don't like it going out there more often, you know?
Fair, yeah, 100%.
I did turn it off a little soon. I'm just opening up my Amazon delivery today.
Nice.
Uh-oh.
What'd you get?
Zotac 5060 Ti 16 gigabyte.
Nice.
Oh shit.
So
hell yeah, dude.
Go with my other 16 gigabyte and do up both boxes. So 5060, it's not the 70, but it's good.
Yeah. By the way, Amagad, wanted to say, dude, thank you very much. I appreciate that $5, bro. Sorry I didn't catch it. it didn't give me a notification of it until like the next day or something. So I appreciate it, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you very much.
Wait, where'd my avatar go? It's not showing up. It's weird.
You can go into your settings and adjust it. Should be.
Yeah, it's showing up in StreamYard, but it's not showing up in on your channel. That's just weird. I'm just a big C over there, I guess. Weird.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, it might have something to do with what I'm doing with Linux, so it's just being goofy today. I don't know. I'd have to get my brother to look at it, but I'm kind of a noob when it comes to Linux. I'm not all that yet.
Hey, Amagad, bro, I'm just glad you're here, my man. Thank you. I appreciate you, brother.
Hey, oh my God.
So I'm gonna switch the theme up when Caroline gets here, because she's gonna be sitting next to me. So I want to get that boom mic, but I don't know how. We'll have to figure something out, because I'll have to be like passing the fucking headphones between me and her. So, what you guys think of today's verse, man? For the Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord bestows favor and honor. No good thing does he withhold from those whose walk is blameless. Lord Almighty, blessed is the one who trusts in you.
It's a great verse. That's all I got to say about it. It goes along with a lot of other passages all over the place. So.
God has never withheld me from a good thing. And even though my walk... When it says whose walk is blameless, what do they necessarily mean by that? Because I don't blame anyone else for the way that I've gone in life. I do my best to levy the accountability on myself, you know? So does that mean that when I'm not... Kogashiko, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Thank you very much for coming back in. Always a pleasure seeing you in chat. Yeah. So what does that necessarily mean? Those whose walk is blameless. Because to me, like, the way I read it is like, if I'm taking accountability for myself and not blaming others for the way that I live my life.
It's a lot like, you know, take the log out of your own eye before you try to reach for the splinter in your brother's. It's a lot like, I mean, there's all kinds. There's, you know, we're not guilty of the sins of the father, or of the son. But if you're not doing the deed, you know, let him who would be without sin cast the first stone.
Right.
It you know, it's all congruent with everything else in the Bible. That's why I love Psalms for that. That's just me. I'm sorry I don't have much more to add, but it's, you know, it's amazing.
No, dude, that was perfect, man. That was perfect.
Yeah, every time you open the Bible to a certain passage, it means so much different to each individual person, but it's all relevant always. Just open the Bible and read.
Greedog, by the way, you don't ever have to apologize for your chime-ins, bro. I brought you up because I like what you have to say. So please, like, throw your 2 cents in. That's it, you know? You don't have to apologize for nothing, bro. I appreciate you being up here. Yeah, I interpret it as those that strive not to sin and that seek repentance. Absolutely. I mean, that's, you know, I would love if I didn't sin, right? That'd be fantastic. Which version is this? You know, I'm not sure, man. It doesn't necessarily... Let me see if it says it somewhere. I don't see it. Let's see. We can open up the Bible, Bible.com. So I've been reading out of NASB, the 95, Embigad, just like for the Bible study, and that was a Vibe recommendation. Vibe recommended that to me. All right. Psalms. Dude, Psalms is going to take us a minute, bro. Okay.
Yeah, there's so many uplifting passages in it that it's my favorite part. If there is a favorite part, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, this looks like this is NIV. For the Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord bestows favor and honor. No good thing does he withhold from those whose walk is blameless. Lord Almighty blesses the one who trusts in him. For the NASB 95, the verse reads, For the Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord gives grace and glory. No good thing does he withhold from those who walk uprightly. O Lord of hosts, how blessed is the man who trusts in you. My version reads a bit different. It makes it seem more like those that are blameless are those that keep their baptism. Ah, okay. You know, I still have not been baptized. Psalms can take forever. Yeah, man, it's gonna take a while, which is cool. That's fine. We'll get through it. Some of the chapters in Psalms are incredibly short. So we could probably, in the same amount of time it takes us to burn through like 10 to 15 chapters, we could probably burn through 20, 25. You know what I mean?
And to be fair, we've kind of burned through them kind of quick.
Yeah, dude, we're in Deuteronomy.
Yeah. So it's like once we get to especially once we start getting to Psalms and then we start entering the New Testament, we may start flying past it.
Yeah. I think it's gonna be good, man. All right. So that's verse of the day. Check this out, boys. I'm a fan of Tucker Carlson. I like Tucker Carlson. But he just got caught lying in a big way by Mr. Fuentes.
Uh-oh. Does that have something to do with his dad's CIA origin?
Yes. Big time, dude. All right. Check this out.
So first, before we dive into all of the information, I do want to do a quick recap of some of the things that I saw that led me to do this show. I'm going to show you 2 clips. Now, forgive me because they are a little bit long. One is 2 minutes. The other's 3 minutes. That doesn't sound long, but you know, that's a good chunk of change for me to be sitting here watching the clips. But I want to play for you a couple of clips. These are compilations of clips that have been sourced from C-SPAN and various sources.
So I just want to say, there's a lot of things that Nick Fuentes talks about that I don't agree with, right? He does have a very hardline stance on a lot of things. Yes, Amagad, 100%, dude. But he's been making a lot of really cogent points that are less like internet trolly and a lot more grounded, you know. So I just want to start by saying that I'm not like a pro Nick Fuentes guy. I'm not a fucking groiper, but the guy makes points.
By sources like Paul Town, Uncommon Sense on Twitter. This is really a grassroots effort of a lot of people on Twitter that have scoured the internet for this information And they were inspired to do this by the show last week. It raised some red flags, some alarm bells. They got inspired. They went out, they did the deep dive, and they found this information. Now,
by the way, I know this kid's like 25 years old, right? I am convinced that he is. What's going on, Sevens? Good to see you, man. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. I am convinced that he has played a pivotal role in getting the Zoomers and this new generation, Gen Alpha, to start moving right wing. At least the men.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I would say he has to be top. If you don't put him number one, he's got to be top 3.
Yeah, for
the
sure.
only person I would probably put above him is Charlie Kirk.
Yes. Yeah. And even though Charlie Kirk's a wall kisser, I'm a fan of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
I hate it. But it's done good things for the country.
Yep.
We're just going to see how all this plays out, because I'm not going to lie. Sometimes I think about, like, you know, Mike Johnson going and kissing the wall, JD Vance kissing the wall, Trump kissing the wall, Charlie Kirk kissing the wall, like all these different folks that are portrayed as, like, you know, the face of the right wing in the country. They're all Israel shills. Every single one of them. And what's up, James Dumas? Welcome in, dude. Thanks for stopping by, bro. What cultural impact do I think Andrew Wilson's had? I think it's been a good one. If anything, you know, what I think, I would say Andrew Wilson has kind of opened the door for people to be more aggressive with the things that they believe. Mm-hmm. Because what it seems like is, since the 90s, people who follow Christ have kind of moved back onto their heels and just let shit happen and let things go and, like, turn the other cheek, so to say.
Yeah.
But Andrew Wilson has definitely changed that, because, I mean, like, the people who watch him, they see he's aggressive in the way that he goes after ideas, and he's very logical, and he's grounded in the things that he does. Now, of course, like, you know, there's some things where he'll go off on, like, rhetorical tangents and mm-hmm. kind of stick to semantics, but at the end of the day, he's had a positive impact to bring about, you know, what we need as followers in Christ. We need people to stand up and really start going after these ideas instead of just sitting back and letting these people take over. I mean, that's the bottom line. Only reason I don't like to cam up, I'm currently in the belly of the beast here in OC, California. I don't want to get doxxed. Got it. Yeah. No, Creedog, dude. I apologize, man. Seriously.
We got your buffs.
I promise.
I will say, oh, no, you finish that train of thought.
Yeah. I just want to say, I promise the only reason I brought you up so quick was because I hadn't seen that message. If I would have saw that comment, I wouldn't have brought you up until you calmed down. I apologize, bro.
I was just going to say with Andrew, I don't think he's influenced as many people as Charlie or Nick, but I do think he's taught people who already believed it a good way to defend their ideas. And I think that's been his most powerful thing to the culture, is that he's I credit him with a lot of the, hey, this guy's taught a lot of people how to defend their ideas. Yeah. And that's kind of what Christianity, the more manosphere or whatever you'd call it, that is kind of what was needed to push back against a lot of these cultural problems.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of Islam in the manosphere as well.
Yeah.
And that's something that's got to change.
Yeah.
I am not Islamophobic. I'm not scared of them. But I rebuke that shit.
Now, to be fair, I rebuke any religious structure that doesn't say Jesus Christ is their Lord and Savior.
Absolutely based.
And it's just with Islam, they're a little bit more aggressive than your average religion.
Well, they're like societally detrimental.
Yep.
Look at
And
the UK. Look at Europe right now.
yep, I was going to say it's not a good thing that can coexist alongside another culture / religion.
That's specifically why I have this as the background for this.
Yep.
I mean, like, this is what we need right now.
Oh yeah.
It was funny, you know, Shiva came up and Shiva was talking about, you know, it's funny to mix the American flag and then the Crusades. Those things are kind of, they go against each other, but they don't necessarily. What's up, Fredo? Good to see you, my man. Welcome in, bro. Live for life. My favorite troll is back. Thank you. Always good to see you in chat. Always good to see you in chat. I agree with you, the lower class, because if the left is allowed to go out of control, they will literally burn everything to the ground. Look at what they've been doing, brother. Exactly. All good, Creed Dog. Yeah, come back whenever, man. Politically, you're right. I don't think Andrew influences many people, but socially, I think he has a huge impact. Look at his clips of whatever, or the clips of him that go viral. Yes, exactly.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Well,
Yes.
it teaches these young kids who are kind of formatting these ideas and building this foundation how to defend that foundation. And it's like with younger people, a lot of people don't take them serious because when they're young, a lot of these ideas have newly been introduced to them. So it's harder for these young people to be able to defend their ideas. But then now I would say a couple years, later after Andrew started his big thing, now it seems like the younger generations have been better at defending their ideology than the boomers or the older generation.
Yeah. No, 100%. Well, I think one of the big things, right, is by the way, Live for Life. You might like this clip. This is some right wing infighting, so you might like to stick around and watch this. This is it's Nick Fuentes exposing Tucker Carlson for lying again. So you'll probably like this. Stick around. I Live for Life. I think you will. I think you will for sure. For sure. This is right. Look, I'm a right winger. I love watching left wing infighting. Oh, you have? Okay. You've already seen it then. Yeah. But I love watching left wing infighting. I figure, as a left winger in my audience, you'd love to see some right winger infighting. Actually, wait. First, hold on. I have to adjust the monthly goal because Amagad, the legend, the myth, the man, the myth, the legend himself, donated $5 via Cash App. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Always appreciate it, man. Okay, so we're gonna get back into this, but yeah, James Dumas. Yeah, so what he represents to me is just the pushback, because Christians have been on their heels. They got really, really, really bad press. Because like Catholicism and Christianity to like the normie, right? People who don't follow, they don't understand the difference between the two. They it might as well be the same thing. You hear Christian, you hear Catholic, it's the same shit to a lot of people, right? So, did you guys know about Grace Thorpe's lawsuit against Destiny and Andrew getting into it, and the BS of them running him down last night? No, I have not heard of any of that. Actually, that's crazy.
I've heard
just
a little bit.
Shiva, it's determined. Yeah, right. Exactly. What's going on, Z? Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start playing this. James, if you want, that and case in point right here. Case in point right here. This is what I was talking about. What's up, Jess? Good to see you. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. But this is what I'm talking about right here. Catholicism is a Christian sect, so they are the same thing. So when people start talking about like the spotlight thing with the Boston Sun, where they exposed all the priests that were doing the stuff to kids, and the diocese was like moving them around, and instead of like, putting him in fucking jail. That gets levied towards the entire Christian religion instead of just, the Catholic Church and the diocese of that time, right? So yeah, what happened was last night Andrew gave his opinion and said in the lawsuit, in his opinion, was stupid, and then he got off. They brought up his. Oh, dude, that's fucked, bro.
That's a tough one. I hate to skip over that, but could you bring up Live for Life's his last comment about the Christian sect?
Yeah.
So, the reason why this don't make sense is if you replace Catholicism with, I don't know, the word biology, and would you say biology and science are essentially the same thing? You would say, well, one biology encompasses science, but they're not the same thing. Or if you were to replace the word Catholicism with let's say right-leaning anarcho-capitalism, you wouldn't say,
go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, you wouldn't say anarcho-capitalism is just because it's on the conservative side that it's essentially the same thing as conservatism.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like, just because one is a aspect of the other doesn't make them essentially the same thing.
Yeah. It's just like, by that logic, biology says there are just males and females and nothing else.
Yep.
So if that's the case and it's all the same, right? Since biology is a type of science, then why does that contradict psychology, which is a type of science?
Yep. And it's just it's kind of like what you're doing is you're taking the problems of one and then applying it to the whole. And it's like, you don't do that. It's kind of, the CIA has problems, but I'm not going to say that just because this particular aspect has problems that our government is, damned, which, I mean, it is. So that was a bad analogy, but it's kind of this, a sin I may have or the bad thing I may have in a certain area doesn't make my whole life bad. It just means I'm bad in this one particular area.
Yeah. Hey, Kogashuko, I'm not suggesting Catholicism isn't Christianity. What I was speaking to is how, like, to people who aren't followers and don't understand the differences between the different sects, if someone says Catholicism, everyone immediately groups the way they look at it is it's just Christianity, right? Mm-hmm. Like Catholicism is just Christianity. Orthodoxy is just Christianity. Protestantism is just Christianity. They don't understand the differences between those things. I'm not saying Catholicism isn't Christianity, but what I'm saying is all Christianity isn't Catholicism at the same time. Yep. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Catholic Intelligence Agency. So intersex is just hermaphrodites, right? And that's not common. I mean,
But if you start to get into the intersex argument, you start to realize they still only have
one usable sex organ.
Yeah. Or it's like they'll have the XX genetic code or the XY genetic code, but yet they'll have both both sex organs. And it's like, so it's like the Klinefelter syndrome and stuff like that. A lot of people use that as an argument for, hey, intersex people do exist, but you start to realize that they still have XY chromosome, even though they have both genetic sex organs. And it's like, it's still one or the other. And another argument to that, you wouldn't bring up the anomaly, you wouldn't bring up the outliers to then prove the rule.
Yeah. So what's going on? Good to see you. How you doing today? Hope you're doing well.
Oh yeah. The legend and
that's funny coming from the collectivist. Okay, that's all I got to say. Right? that's fucking insane to even say that. Catholicism has over 1 billion people. Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I wouldn't say it's understandable why people would lump those two together when they're normies, But what I'm saying is, like, they're not all the exact same, you know? I'm not saying Catholicism isn't Christianity. I'm not saying it's not right either. I don't know. I'm ND right now, man. Like, I haven't even decided what denomination I necessarily want to go to, you know? But I wasn't talking bad about Catholicism. All I was saying was that, like, when people say Catholicism, to people who aren't believers and aren't followers, they just immediately lump all other Christians in with them. And it's just not the case, you know? Same if, like, you know, if someone says, you know, I'm an Orthodox Christian, normies are going to lump all Catholics in with the Orthodox Christians, you know? Or someone says, I'm a Protestant, they're going to lump all other sects in with them. That's all. That's all I was saying, right? But anyway, let's get back to this because, dude, Fuentes fucking destroys Tucker Carlson. Absolute nuttiness, dude.
It was because of these clips that I did this show. The first one I'm going to show you is a composite of about a half dozen different clips going all the way back to the 1990s. Now, last week, when Tucker did his big attack on me with Candace Owens, the big lie that stood out to everybody, maybe the cause for everybody to give me a chance and listen to what I had to say, was this. He called me a lot of names. He said I'm a weird basement dweller, I'm gay, all these different things. He said I'm a bad faith actor. I'm trying to poison the well of the legitimate America First Right with a toxic association. He compared me to David Duke. He said a lot of things. And these are all things that have been said about me before. All the different attacks. You've heard them. I've heard them. We've heard them for years. That's not new. And some people called it cowardly and dishonorable. Some people cheered it on, honestly. But the big thing that stuck out from his show last week is something that could not be ignored. It was a brazen and bald-faced...
Amagad, welcome up, brother. Always good to see you, my man.
Hey, how's it going?
People don't play a hate, then they will see Catholicism isn't so bad. I don't think Catholicism's bad. I wasn't hating on Catholics. That's what I'm saying. I think Catholicism's great. It has a lot more, you know, structure and family orientation than basically any other religion. So, you know, just so we're clear, Kokoshiko, I wasn't throwing shade at Catholicism when I was talking about that. I was just speaking to this idea that Unitarianism, yeah, Unitarian Universalists, they're actually like a pretty friendly group of people. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right, I got you. Yeah, Unitarian Universalists, they're very open-minded. They believe like all religions are real, and they have a, you know, they're typically a very friendly group of people, just in my experience. So I agree with liking them. I don't know if it's necessarily woke, but anyway, what's going on, Amagad? How you doing today, bro?
Oh, I'm doing good. Just chilling on a Sunday. I'll hop on here and
Nice.
hang out with you before I go to bed. Gotta get for work tonight.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Yeah, so Nick Fuentes is about to completely dismantle a big lie that Tucker Carlson told. So we're just reacting to that right now. It's been interesting to say the least.
lie. This is the central problem. And maybe the central thing that he said, which again was cause for people to give me some consideration and watch the show last week. He said with Candace, and I'm about to play the clip for you just now. He said with Candace that he did not know that his father was involved in the CIA until his father died. And his father died in March of 2025, earlier this year. Not only did he say that he did not know his father was involved with the CIA, he said he was actually shocked. He was shocked and surprised that he found out very late in his life His father was appointed by Ronald Reagan in the late 1980s to work for the U.S. Information Agency, hand in glove with the CIA.
See, so I didn't watch that entire episode on Tucker where he had Candace Owens on. Candace Owens she's kind of like done some bass stuff and then like retracted and then gone back and forth. Like she's kind of fence sitting. So I haven't been the biggest fan of her recently. And then with Tucker, I like Tucker, but the only time I watch is if someone is like someone I actually like to listen to is on his show. Kind of like Joe Rogan, right? Like if it's someone that I don't really give a shit about, I'm not going to listen to Rogan. But if it's someone that, you know, is interesting to listen to, entertaining, whatever, I listen, right? So I didn't listen to the whole thing. I just saw all the clips about them calling him a weird little gay kid in his mom's basement.
Yeah, lowbrow stuff.
Live for life. Guess who else was involved with the creation of the CIA? But you know, seeing like this little clip of him saying what he said was really like, oh shit. And then all of these other clips that have come out from like all the way back into 2005 where, you know, he straight up was talking about his dad's involvement in the CIA and how he was like going with his dad to these different places and stuff has really been interesting. And it sucks because I like Tucker Carlson, right? But we don't need any dishonesty on the right, dude. We don't need people like portraying something they're not actually living.
Yeah, it's always tough to tell with people when they have a media persona. How is that the real them, or are they just, you know, putting on an act for the entertainment's sake? Or,
right.
That's why I never put too much faith in those type. If anybody like that's mainstream like that, or was mainstream, if they have an image that they want to put out there.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. All right.
And they were behind such things as the CIA covert backing of the Contras in Nicaragua. They were behind the propaganda surrounding Tiananmen Square in China in 1989. So his father was involved in some serious stuff. And Tucker says that he did not know, again, until just about a few months ago that his dad was involved in the CIA. Well, everybody really had the same thought, which is, I think I've heard Tucker say, though, in the past, that he knew his father was in the CIA. And it didn't take long for people to find the evidence. And so last week on Friday, we found the clip from last year. Tucker Carlson did a show with Sean Ryan, another former CIA officer. This was in June of last year. And Tucker said at that time, I knew my dad was in CIA. I knew he was in that world. And so everybody said, wait a minute, irrespective of my favorability towards Tucker or my antipathy towards Nick Fuentes, they said something's not right here. That's a bald-faced lie. You got caught. Last year he said he knew. This year he says he was surprised, shocked to find this information out in March. So which is it? Something is not right here. Something is out of place. And what's more, the logical next question is, why would he lie? Why would he lie in such a brazen way about something like this?
See, and that's the thing. So, what's up, Kat? Good to see you. Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. Always a pleasure seeing you in chat. The thing with this is like, okay, look, Fuentes is not a stupid. He's not a stupid guy. Okay, I don't mean to call him a kid, but like all I really have ever known him as is like that troll kid on the internet. You know, he's not a stupid kid. He's very smart, right? This kid, like he's intelligent, and he has people who are willing to like watch and listen to what he has to say, and you know, if someone says something that is even remotely sounds untrue, people that follow him are going to look for the evidence, right? So I think it was a really bad move on Tucker's part to lie like this on his own show about something like this when The internet is fucking forever. If you say something on YouTube, people can download your video, and even if you delete it, it's still out there, right? But he was on like cable news and shit. You know what I mean?
This isn't your usual white lie. If Tucker himself applied for CIA, if his father was CIA royalty in broadcasting, and Tucker's an international broadcaster, this does raise legitimate questions. And if Tucker is not being forthcoming about this, but is instead lying or obfuscating or concealing, it invites an investigation. It says, what else are you lying about? If you lied that you didn't know your dad was CIA, are you lying that you are CIA? Or the extent...
I don't know if that's necessarily true.
No, I think oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think there's more evidence that kind of would point that Tucker is more CIA connected than there is of, Tucker claiming that Nick is.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, see, I didn't even know Tucker claimed that he was CIA.
We watched it, remember? He was kind of he was kind of insinuating that, hey, this is one of yep, that's exactly the word he used. Yeah.
What's up, Level 4 Lobster? Good to see you, man. Yeah, no, 100%. I agree. Yeah. When Kanye 2024, all that bullshit, dude, it was so dumb. And he may I prefaced before I put him up. He may have I do not agree with a lot of the things Nick Fuentes says. I don't agree with a lot of the beliefs that he holds, right? But he's right here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He's right, and you got to give credit where credit's due. That's the unfortunate thing.
He's been a target for a long time, so there's something with that. It's kind of, you can't just dismiss him as, oh, this guy's just a fucktard, or this guy doesn't know what he's doing. But there's a reason why. I mean, corporations have been targeting him for years.
Yep. Well, Trump just passed. I don't know if you guys know about the new executive order that he put out either yesterday or the day before, but he is banning banks from being able to deny banking services to people in this executive order. That needs to get fucking codified, bro.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a tough one though, because that's government interfering now with private companies.
But so the big issue with that is, dude, banks should not be able to supersede people's rights. And in today's world, what's up, Scott Hotvet? Welcome in, dude. Good to see you. Absolutely. I agree, Level 4. I agree. He does. But banks should not, in today's world, we have become so reliant upon banking institutions. Just to... Well, that's fair. No. So what it does is it forces banks to not be able to... it forces them to... I think I need to take off. Thanks for having me up. Yeah, Creedog, thanks, man. I appreciate you stopping in, bro. So it forces banks to give up any kind of... I'm trying to think of the way to word this properly. They're only allowed to deny someone banking service if they have proven to be a financial risk. So no political beliefs, no internet persona. If you have a perfect credit score, a bank can't deny you, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that's safe. Mm-hmm. Banks should not be able to say, oh, well, you're Nick Fuentes and you have beliefs that we don't like, so we're not going to give you access to a bank account. That's the thing. This dude cannot get a bank account just because of shit that he said online. That is egregious as far as I'm concerned. Banks should not have that level of control.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a tough argument because it comes down to, like I said, private industry. I'll lean towards the libertarian side of, if the banks want to deny somebody service, yeah, that's fine. And then the people can respond to that and boycott the bank if they want to. But I do agree the banks have way too much power as it is.
Well,
Yes. Yes.
I,
See,
I will.
Go ahead.
I was going to say. I will say, the more our society moves away from paper and like fiat currency, and we start using digital currency, and then credit and debit cards, it's getting to a point to where if you take someone's access away from having a bank account, you almost limit them in a huge area, I guess, financially, when it comes to the payment of like cars, when it comes to the payment of houses, when it comes to, a lot of opportunities that you can only get from having, a bank account or a credit card or this, that, and the third.
Yeah. I mean, like, all of your purchases and your credit score and everything is tied to a bank, right? And in the direction that the country's gone, kind of bottlenecking people into this credit score system, if you aren't allowed to build credit or B, like, maintain a healthy credit score or fix your credit, you're shit out of luck unless you want to buy everything in cash. And not everybody can do that. You know what I mean?
Well, and some places can be like, well, we don't take cash, so we're just not going to serve you.
No, live for life. Banking, no. I don't believe in dog whistles. If I wanted to say Jews, I'd just say Jews. You know what I mean? Just being honest.
And to be fair, I think a lot of the old rumors of like CEOs being on top of banks, I think they've kind of diversified that now, where you see a lot more Irish people and a lot more Indians at the head of these companies. And not saying it's the system that was built around banking that is really the problem, not necessarily the people in the system.
Right. All right. Let's keep moving forward with this.
And of your cooperation with CIA? That was a natural question. But we did more digging over the course of the last week, and we found about half a dozen other clips that Tucker knew and said publicly that his father was involved in the CIA. So I'll play this compilation for you right now, and we're going to react to it. This is the first clip. It's about 2 minutes, and I'll play this right now. All of this has come to light over the course of the past week, and this is a big reason why I did this show. So here it is.
And he's attacking my dad as a CIA, his dad's in the CIA or whatever. And I'm like, well, that's no, untrue. And my father died.
Lie.
And I learned
9 days ago.
Yeah, was involved in that world.
Lie.
Completely shocked by it. So no one has to believe me, but
that's what someone who's lying would say.
Well, wait, replay it one more time. I just want to hear what he says, so I can mark down like where he lies and how he lies.
Yeah.
His dad's in the CIA or whatever, and I'm like, well, that's no, untrue. And my father dies, and I learn actually, was involved in that world. Completely shocked by it. So no one has to believe me, but that's just a fact.
Right.
This was
so. A common manipulation technique from someone who is telling a lie is to try not to seem too defensive about something.
Yeah.
And that's what no one has to believe me. That is a technique of saying, well, I'm not going to be too defensive about this. You don't have to believe me. That's fine. I'm still just going to say whatever I want to say.
Well, they sprinkle in a little bit of truth too, where at one point he probably didn't know his dad was involved, and then he learned, but it was way before his dad.
Yeah.
And it's probably why he doesn't give a day of when he learned. He probably tries to paint it after his father dies as it's some explosive, like, a discovery that he makes. Yeah. But in reality, he probably learned, like, I don't know, like 10, 20 years ago.
Right.
Well, so the thing is, right, is if he would have done that more carefully, yes, but he didn't, because he said, Nick Fuentes is talking about my dad's in the CIA. And I said, no, that's not true. Well, Nick Fuentes has only been around for like 5-6 years.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So, and then he says, and then my dad died, and I learned, he actually was in that world. So he, like, bald face fucking lie here. You know what I mean?
The only, I guess, to defend Tucker a little bit, the only way I can see that he could, which I don't think he's telling the truth, but the way in which he could be telling the truth is if he never really thought about it and he had little inklings of evidence that his dad was tied to the CIA, but then after his dad's death, and he probably learned the full scope of it, but it still, the way Tucker frames it, it still seems very disingenuous with how he paints it as, you know, I had no clue. You know, this is just something that was sprung up on me one day, which I doubt. I really do doubt that.
Yeah, I have my own idea for his Tucker's motivation, but I'll save it till we're done watching this.
Oh, I hear you. Why does the right hate the CIA? So here's the thing, right? Live for life. So if it was 15 years ago, I'd say 15, 16 years ago, I would probably be considered like center left with the way that I think of things. Because I'm more of a Christian now, but typically my political beliefs kind of still align with, I think people who can't like support themselves should be assisted by the government with tax money. Oh, Corey just went. You know, I'm not like, I'm not anti-gay marriage, unfortunately. You know, I think like what marriage is supposed to be, I think should not be given to gays. I think like there should be marriages and civil unions, but if two people want to, you know, sign a contract with the government for the rest of their life, go ahead, right? Like that's what marriage has been co-opted to. You can calm down, Corey. I got you, bro. But no, I'm not a Democrat. Nope.
Well,
I used to be. I voted Obama or I was one of the people that voted for Obama in 2012. 2012, right? Like when I was younger, I was a Democrat, but then I saw how much of a fucking like scumbag he was. You know, that's really what it is, dude. Like when we're talking about leaders, I'm anti-war. Okay, now that's a right thing. Now it's a right thing. It's not a left thing anymore. The left fucking loves war. They were totally cool with us getting involved in Ukraine. They didn't do any fucking research into how like we actually provoked that thing. It was the CIA that was over in Ukraine since like the Maidan Revolution at the very least. Ashton, cam up for me, brother. There he is. What up, dude?
To be fair, with all the evidence we have about what the CIA's done, especially kind of in the dark, I don't see how you could still like the CIA.
Yeah.
To me, it's become like such a hazard to what America stands for that
100%.
It needs to be just tore down, and we need to rethink this whole idea.
Yeah,
well, and just to go a step further, right? Russia can stop the war they started. Did they start that war? Have you looked into the history of this? Ukraine and Russia have been fighting since like 2014.
I would say 2012. Because you got to think about the skirmishes that were happening. You also have to think about America, you know, funding through NGOs, through their media company, you know, supplying the rebels with arms and stuff like that. Like, it's so much deeper than people paint it.
Plus, dude, like 51 former intelligence heads lied to the American people before the 2020 election.
Yeah, what Live for Life was saying.
Fuck the CIA.
Yeah.
Like the fact, and it's not even about the laptop. I don't really even give a shit about the laptop. The reason that's egregious is because people that we pay their fucking salaries lied to the American people specifically, and it's been proven specifically, so Joe Biden could say something about it in the debate.
Yep. They use their credibility to lie.
Yes.
And it's we're talking about the same organization that used to test Americans, like would pick up homeless people, bring them in, and like test psychedelics and stuff on them.
Dose them on acid.
Yeah,
They did it to soldiers, dude.
Yep.
I mean, like the CIA is egregious, bro. They overthrow foreign governments.
Yep.
Like it's crazy to like.
Like I said earlier, they try to influence our own society too.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Because that's the thing with the CIA. They're supposed to stick to strictly foreign shit, and they've been caught time and time again. You really want to go down a rabbit hole, live for life? I'll give you one. Look up the Finders Cult.
Oh.
Okay. The Finders Cult directly tied to the CIA, transporting children in very egregious ways. Let's just say it like that. Okay?
Yeah,
This is not a conspiracy theory. This is on the FBI and the CIA's actual fucking website, because in the 90s they got hit. The Finders, Finders cult. The Finders cult. Yeah, look them up, because there was a FOIA that forced them to release all this information. It's on their own website. This is not like this is not a crazy kooky conspiracy theory. Okay. John Castle, that's a wild take, bro. It's just awful funny because people like Bill Maher and Dave Rubin, Tim Pool 20 years ago might have been considered Democrats, but the left took that crazy train and drove over the cliff. Now those guys are considered conservatives because of the way the Overton window shifted. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, when I voted my first time, I voted for Obama, you know? And then after he lied to Congress and broke the Constitution to bomb Syria, and we overthrew Muammar Gaddafi, who was of no threat to us at all. I mean, like, look at what they did to that dude, bro. They literally raped him in the butt with a Bowie knife.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like,
I heard it's a broom handle.
Broom handle and a Bowie knife. Like, at least on video, dude. On video, they have. Yeah, I yeah, I got you. That's fine.
We all love the CIA.
I got you, John Castle. I got you. Yeah.
You know what? We're wrong. He's right.
Yeah, he is right.
Fuck that. Hey guys, if I disappear.
Rob and I had this conversation the other day on one of his call-in shows about how if we would disband the CIA and the FBI, how we could switch it back to state and local law enforcement.
Oh, yeah.
And now that I'm looking at it and I'm witnessing this in real time, I think it's kind of funny that we could still get rid of the CIA, the FBI, and all of them and still have a decentralized law enforcement facility just by using state troopers and local county sheriff's departments. You can accomplish the same exact thing. Every law enforcement agency has an intelligence operation behind them.
Yep.
Get rid of the intelligence, you get rid of the issues.
But action, who's going to spy on Americans?
Yeah.
Do that enough ourselves. Hello, you have a computer in your hand right now tracking everything you do. It does not take much for somebody with an IT knowledge to hack that and go, oh, what's Corey doing today?
Right.
Like, let's get real. Maybe like 20, 30 years ago, you could have convinced me that, you know, hey, the government's watching you. They're watching everything you're doing. You could have done a better job of doing so with the CIA. But in today's day and age, everybody with a computer in their pocket or a smart device in your home, you're telling me that the government doesn't know what you're doing at all times when you're doing it? 110%.
You know, live for life, that is something that we agree on.
Yeah.
I disagree.
I was going to say I disagree too, because it's kind of like essentially when you throw the Marxist term around, I don't think Marxism and neoconservatism kind of overline. So I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Well, so you're saying they used to be that, and then they moved to the right. They're the same, like, war hawk, like, psychopaths that were on the left, and then moved into the right during the Bush administration. The first Bush administration.
But Marxists don't like war.
What?
That's Marxist. An actual Marxist does not want to be involved in a war. They want to just control their own problems. They don't technically, from the manifesto of Karl Marx, they don't want to reach out and control the world. They want to control what's in that area.
Yeah, but
That's
that was
to a
propaganda.
That's fair. That's a good point.
Though. Like that's just propaganda from Marx, though. Like,
yeah,
they still want to have influence on their neighbors.
Correct. Having influence politically doesn't always mean having a war to help you guide that political influence.
Yeah, but you can have other people go die. You can have other people go die for you. Like, it doesn't have to be your army.
But a true Marxist doesn't want bloodshed. They want to contain. They don't want to destroy.
That's what they say.
Now, who's the they?
So hold on, guys. Wait. I want to engage with Live for Life for a second. So here's my question for you, Live for Life. So let's look at the political compass, okay? So on the political compass, here we go. I'll go over here. On the political compass, when you go up and down, it's authoritarian towards the top and libertarian towards the bottom, right? So that's more like what you would call fascism towards the top, and then more of like the liberal kind of like let everyone kind of do whatever they want, yada yada yada, towards the bottom. In your purview, what delineates left wing and right wing without authoritarianism, without libertarianism? Like, take those two things out of it. What delineates left wing and right wing at that point? Is it strictly economic?
Are you asking panel, or are you only asking him?
I'm asking Live for Life. Like, and genuinely, this is a good faith question. I want to know.
I was just about to do a thing.
So it'd be economics. Okay.
But economics.
So my question for you then would be, would not the right wing be less controlling of the economics simply because in order to make sure people have an equal distribution of money, there has to be more power in the government?
I have a question. Can you repeat that for me real quick? Because I was trying to wrap my brain around it.
Yeah. So okay. If it's economics, what that means is on the right wing would be more of the individualist, like less control over money because each individual can make their own, right?
Free
Where the left wing is more equal distribution of money. Well,
But does the left?
what?
I was going to ask a clarifying question on how you mean the distribution of money. That was going to be my.
So the left wing would be more for like an equal distribution of money, versus
control.
Yeah, and you can't do that without some form of like centralized control of the economic system, right? So that inherently has more power in the government than right wing, which is like more like free market, let the market decide kind of thing.
That's fair. Okay, thank you. That's literally all I wanted you to do was like a clarification.
Yeah. Slavery, feudalism, and free markets are all right-wing economic systems. Not really. Live for Life, because like look at the USSR. They had slaves. Look at China right now. They have slaves. Look at Venezuela.
Talk about the Uyghurs.
Yeah, like slavery is just a market that was started thousands and thousands of years ago. You know what I mean? And if anything, America should be accredited for breaking that chain. America probably has the shortest string of slavery of any country in the world.
110% do.
I mean, it was less than 100 years.
Yeah,
like we didn't even have slavery for 100 years before we got rid of it.
So in a larger scale, Christianity got rid of it globally for the most part.
The right wing acknowledges that we're not all perfect and we're all good at some things, so everything's based on merit, where the left wing should stay regardless. You should have the same outcome. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that's a much more eloquent way to put that, James Dumas. Yeah. So, I'm the kind of person where I believe that, like, I'm a natural selectionist when it comes to money, but I also, like, where I kind of come towards the center is, like, people who genuinely can't, like, go out and get a job, people who can't, like, actually provide for themselves, whether it be for, like, some kind of, mental issue or physical disability or deformation or whatever. I do believe taxes should be able to keep those people around. I'm not a eugenicist where, like, we should castrate them or, just euthanize them or whatever. But now I will say feudalism and free markets are right-wing economic systems, but feudalism is authoritarian right-wing. Free markets, that's like very libertarian right-wing, right? So that's way down on the bottom. And free markets, unfortunately, and this is where I come back towards the center a little bit, right? There has to be some form of government regulation to keep us from, like, falling into a corporatocracy like we're at today, right? Where today, like, here's my thing, Lib for Life. So we have been a fascist country in the, like, traditional original definition, not the new definition that everyone uses. We've been a fascist country for a while because the main goal behind that is just for corporations and government to align their goals, right? Yep. So and that's where we're at today, where, like, when you see Congress, like, these are the people who are regulating markets, and they're also betting on the markets that they're the ones who are, like, bestowed the responsibility of regulating. You know what I mean? Like,
it's like a corporatocracy would be a fascist government.
Yep. Because that's like lobbying. That is the fine, like, that is the line right there. The second corporations can put money into politics to, like, garner votes for like a specific regulation that they want, all that means is corporations run the government. That's like you can't get around that, and, like, that's why, when people throw around the word fascism and it immediately means right wing, that's fucking crazy to me, dude, because these people in our government, like, we've been fascist for forever. You know what I mean? Like, the true genuine definition of fascism, like, it's, and not even, like, trying to be one of those guys, but Mussolini was a fucking socialist.
Yep.
Like, he was a socialist author before he developed fascism and then got into his seat of power in Italy. When they say fascism today, it takes the bite out of the term because it makes me wonder when I can find fascism because I might like it better than the piece of shit they offer. No, well, it's not. See, James, that's the thing. Like, we're in a fascist government now, and we've been in a fascist government for decades. That's why the definition had to change, because if people realize that, like, big corporations are donating fucking hundreds of millions of dollars to politicians that they want in, right? That right there is the hallmark of fascism. Like,
like, the lobbying groups have more power than any other group of individuals would have.
Yeah. Well, see, and that's the thing. Like, Dwight D. Eisenhower warned us about this on his leaving address to the nation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, that was the beginning of the descent, where he was like, y'all, this military-industrial complex, all of these massive, like, DOD contractors and shit, this is going to get out of hand really fast, okay? Like, we're going to start going into foreign countries and overthrowing governments and doing shit, and this is going to be really bad. We need to put a fucking cap on this. Yeah. And that was really the beginning of it, was it became our government was falling in lockstep with, like, weapons manufacturers, massive weapons manufacturers. And I'm not talking about, like, the fucking 1911 or Ruger or Sig Sauer or a fucking an AR-10 platform you can buy at the local gun shop. Like I'm talking about like Raytheon and Palantir and
Yep.
Lockheed Martin and Boeing and
You
like
forgot Halliburton, sir.
Halliburton. Yeah, exactly.
You forgot the biggest of all.
Yeah.
You could argue, I mean, the same things happened on the pharmaceutical side. They've just
Yeah.
they've just taken over a different aspect. They went more the media route. They went more of advertising for laws that could then increase their profits and stuff like that. They didn't really focus on their goal of, well, I guess they would be selling to a different audience. They would be selling interiorly, and the arms manufacturer would be selling exteriorly.
Right. Well, and see, and that's the thing, when you look at, like, go to the Congressional Budget Office website, the cbo.gov, and look at research and development in pharmaceutical industry.
Yep.
I mean, like that, read that article, Live for Life, and then tell me how appealing paying more taxes into. Actually, before you do that, go to that, read that article, and then go to reporter.nih.gov and just click on for this year, and then tell me how long it takes you to get to the bottom of that list.
Yeah.
That's all of the research and development funding that we pay for in taxes, and we're not even like 3/4 of the way through the year, and you like it'll take you an hour to get to the bottom.
Yep.
I mean, it's fucking crazy.
When you pulled up that one stream and it was literally like millions and billions and millions of dollars for research and development and shit.
That was the reporter.nih.gov. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, that's crazy.
Like when you read through CBO, Live for Life, check this out. When you read through CBO, it's not that far from the top. You'll see a point where it says the federal government, we pay for the development of the drugs, so the supply, we pay for the supply of the drugs through research and development, totally mitigates all risk to these massive pharmaceutical companies. Then we pay for the demand because we also pay money into Medicare and Medicaid, and Medicare and Medicaid are the ones who buy those drugs. So we pay taxes to develop them, we pay taxes to buy them, and not only that, but when a new drug comes out, the way the FDA has its patent system set up is one company will get full market exclusivity on a drug for a given period of time, so they can charge whatever the fuck they want. They can charge any dollar amount, which is way more than it typically is.
Mm-hmm.
And then they also stifle generics being made.
Yeah, that's how insulin got out of control.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
They stifle the competition in the market. And, Economics 101 will teach you. More competition in a market, lower the price. That's how it goes. Because I would rather sell 10,000 more of my thing for $1 less than sell 10,000 less for $1 more.
Yep.
Well, if we look at it and break it down, even more than just America, the whole world that we live in is one big monopoly.
Yep.
Like, if we really actually break it down and look at it from a worldly perspective versus a country perspective, there's only few and far between leaders that actually control what goes on in the free world.
Yeah.
So if you look at it from a holistically view, the world is going to do what the world is going to do depending on what the leaders of that world want.
Right.
And you can't tell me they're not all in talks with each other. For fuck's sake, we have the EU and the UN and NATO and all those other branches of governments that are from around the world, that where we have seen the past 10 years them all talking about a new world order. Would somebody like to explain what the new world order would be?
I think that's why a lot of people are embracing like populism and nationalism lately, because the best you can do in that situation is just look out for your own country's best interest.
Well, that's the problem though with the global theaters that we're in. You can't just look at your own nation anymore. It's no longer the way of the world is no longer worry about myself and fuck everybody else. The thing of the world is now is what is everybody else doing and how can I do better than them doing it? So it's always going to be a globalist change versus a nationalist change. And the only way to fight that, I'm sorry. I was going to say the only way to fight that is to get rid of the factor of globalism being a thing.
Yep.
You know what I mean? We don't need all these other nations getting involved within our affairs, and we don't need to be involving ourselves within their affairs. Let them handle it.
Maybe it's part why Trump got elected.
Yep. It's scary too. Go look at how many globalist leaders have been either charged, locked up, or assassinated.
Yeah.
And that number is greater than 5.
Well, look at the way. So when COVID-19 first came through and happened, look at how fast the globalist nations immediately all followed step and locked down their entire government. The U.S. didn't do that immediately. It took us a couple months. But within the first 2 to 3 months of the pandemic happening, the European countries, Italy, France, Russia, all those other places were completely locked down.
John Bear, good to see you, man. Welcome in. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
John Bear, good to see you, brother. So
all right,
when
let's finish up. Let's finish up this video real quick, and then I'll pull us up on just the bubbles up, and we can BS.
Oh, you're good. Sure, it's your channel, dude.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to stifle the conversation. I've had this video paused up for a minute. Like, we'll just.
What was this video about again?
This is right. No shit. Yeah.
What we're talking about?
And I've taken a lot of crap, including from Putin. Like, oh, you're from a CIA family. Well, yeah, obviously my father worked in conjunction with CIA. I mean, that's what that is. And I tried to join the CIA.
He had a bunch of them. He ran the Voice of America for a long time, maybe 5 or 6 years. He was an ambassador in Africa, and then he ran something called the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
I mean, the guy who took out Mossadegh lived on my street. Roosevelt, CIA officer. So, I mean, again, I grew up around this stuff, but
that's why it's not happening.
But they seem to be doing so many other things. I mean, I applied to CIA.
Exactly.
My dad worked with CIA. I was never against CIA. I thought only like dumb liberals were against CIA, and traitors or whatever. So my views on CIA have evolved based on things that I have seen and
That's a damn clip.
You took it pretty well.
What'd you say?
I said that's a damning clip.
Yes.
That I was going to say, if you just played that one, that seems like a total 180 of a shift.
Right. Exactly. And I mean, they're going all the way back to when he was still wearing the bow tie, man.
See, this is what I'd like to point out for everybody. This is true narcissism at its working finest.
Yeah.
This is what true narcissism looks like. Everybody else that claims narcissism in most male populations is full of shit. Look at Tucker Carlson and what he's doing in these clips. There's your narcissist.
Yeah. Okay. Live for life. So, do you believe that gun rights are human rights as well?
I would like to know what exactly is LGBT equality.
That's my point.
I understand where Live for Life is coming with that comment, but I just want to ask: do you believe that the right to free speech and the right to own a weapon for your own defense is a human right?
Yay, tautology.
I guess we'd probably have to start with what is a human right?
Well, I mean, so no gun rights. Okay, yeah, then I don't give a fuck what you think about right-wingers attacking human rights.
I'll say my point would be that the leftists just keep inventing
by the way, dude,
new
fuck
rights.
the UN, okay? Fuck the UN. We didn't vote those people in, and they're calling shots. Go fuck yourself, okay?
Yeah, the left likes to invent new rights and then accuse the right of attacking those new made-up rights that are just made up about a whole cloth.
gun rights are not a human right. You know what else isn't a human right? Gay people getting married. That's not a human right.
Wait.
Hey,
What up, Abe Dinkus? Good to see you, man. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, I mean, like that's not a human right. No, it's not.
Oh.
It's not.
So wait.
So live for
I
life.
have a question.
Like define marriage for me. Is marriage to you? Is marriage the covenant that two people make before God and Christ? Because that's what marriage is. A civil union. I'm all for that. Gay people can have a civil union, but they're not making a covenant before God and Christ when two gay people get married. So it is not marriage.
I would like to ask a question of Live for Life.
Exactly, Lib. Exactly. So you don't agree, right? That's fine, but you also have to understand that there's about 60% of the people in this country also don't think that when two gay people get married that they're actually being married. They're just in a civil union. It's not a marriage before God.
Can I ask a defining question for Live for Life? And then we can get back to the video. And he can answer me in chat and I'll respond via chat. What gives you your sense of rights, so to speak?
Government. I'll call that.
No, that wasn't for you.
I'm just calling his answer or her answer. I don't know if I don't know.
Quit giving the answers. Oh, okay. I'll say it again. I shall repeat it for those in the back. What gives you the sense of rights? You don't have rights. What gives you your rights? And show your work.
What up? Come on in. Here, I'll move that chair for you. Hey, 1 second, guys.
Do what you gotta do. Okay, but if you don't care about God, then how does God give you the right? If you just clearly stated that you don't care about God, then how does God grant you a right that you do not have? If you don't care about God, then his rights do not impact you. My God, not yours. Okay, then which God are you speaking of? No. What is your God? And what rights does your God afford you? Not my God. My God is the one true God. I wish to know of which your heresy God. I understand. My God is not your God. Who of which godly home do you claim as your savior? I don't care which it is. You could say Nyx, you could say Ra, you could say Thus, you could say Thanos. For all I care, you could be science could be your god. You know which denomination? Which denomination of God do you see as your savior? My God is okay. So liberalism is your God. So therefore, where does your God gain their rights from?
Came at the perfect time, Abe.
You can sit over here if you want.
Is that a lady friend that I hear in the background, lower class?
Yeah, it's my friend Caroline, dude.
Oh, nice to meet you, Caroline. Welcome to the hell. Welcome to Trashing Liberals 101.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, you're not answering my question, Live for Life. Please state an actual answer.
Ashton, Live for Life is doing that purpose. Yeah, Ashton is doing that purposefully.
I'm engaging with this so that way I can prove the falsehoods of exactly what he's speaking to himself.
Yeah.
I'm pulling an Andrew Wilson. Now let me do my Andrew Wilson. God damn it.
Let him cook.
Just let me cook for 1 second. I had a good day yesterday.
I'm letting you cook. I'm letting you cook, but he's just don't let him dog walk you because he's gonna walk you in circles.
Yeah.
He's not going to walk me in circles because I'm going to put those same circles around his neck and tighten them. What, baby?
No, it's him right here.
Okay.
So this is ours. This is my buddy Amagad. That's Ashton Allwine, and this is Big Soda Corey Barton.
Hello,
Look, I
hello.
even cammed up just so I could show my face to the wonderful lady in the audience.
I'm Caroline. Y'all, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Caroline.
EOD, what's going on, my man? Welcome in, bro. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Lord of the
EOD.
Mod, King of the Ginger.
Lord of the D&D.
Hey, EOD, Ginger Wave, bro. Ginger Wave.
Ginger Wave.
Put some soul into it.
All right, guys. Let's finish this video, and then we'll go back into the panel.
How long has it been?
Since we were in Pakistan?
Tucker Carlson was talking to Candace Owens. I'm just filling Carolina. He was talking to Candace Owens and told her that he had no idea that he had. They didn't find out. That's all bullshit. This entire thing years. Back. He even said that he fucking applied for the CIA earlier, didn't he?
Oh yeah, well, I was gonna say that was well known. Like he applied to the CIA out of college.
Yeah, dude. So like it sucks because I really like Tucker Carlson, but he's a fucking liar, dude. Now I'm playing a Nick Fuentes clip, and I don't even fucking like Nick Fuentes that much, but he tore Carlson a new asshole, dude.
This is why you don't attack. This is why you don't attack people like Nick Fuentes. If you're gonna attack them, you have to attack the ideals. If you take it into the personal realm,
you cut out, Corey. Corey,
lose him.
Oh, my internet's being.
Damn you, Big Soda! You keep losing us.
You hear me now?
Oh, you're
Yep.
Okay. It's my internet.
You're right.
Spectrum.
But I know,
it's
dude.
kinda like-
Spectrum is fucking butt, man.
Yeah, they're ass.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna fix my camera real quick.
But the thing with Tucker is, you got to be careful with this because you were supposed to be earning back your credibility, and this just hurts it. And so making personal attacks at Nick Fuentes was just a stupid idea.
Yeah, it really was, dude. Like he went the petty route too. He called him a weird gay kid in his basement, and it's like, dude, like Nick Fuentes. Like even if Nick Fuentes is gay, that's apparently there's good evidence for it. I don't know. I haven't looked too far into it. I don't like. I'll be honest. I don't really give that much of a shit about Nick Fuentes, but I did care about Carlson. Right?
Yep.
Like, dude, Tucker Carlson was one of the people that kind of shifted me towards the right back in 2016. Okay? Can't cuck the tuck, bro. Like
No.
that was some of the most peak internet content that was around back then. It was like a meme lord's dream, dude. And to see him go, I don't know if he's necessarily going out. Terry, can you cam up, bro?
Can't trust people who sold you war, especially when they say they're a Christian.
Teriak, if that's actually you back there, I had somebody fucking bomb my stream with gay porn one day last week. So it was either last week or the week before, whenever it was. So yes, yeah.
They were pretending to be somebody you knew.
There he is. All right, if you want to cam down, you're more than welcome to, bro. What up, dude? Welcome in, man.
It's an Irishman.
Can't hear you.
Teriak, you're muted.
Oh shit! Sorry. Thank you. I apologize for the greasy hair in advance. But yeah, I just woke up. Do you see what I mean now? But with the CIA, fact that it's like you don't know who's actually involved, and like it's clear Tucker Carlson's involved with CIA, and this whole thing
Yes.
that he's subverting everybody away, and it's like, oh, we need to go America first, because like
Yeah.
like if you look at like a lot of his economic policies, he sounds a lot like AOC. He's for socialism. He just wants socialism for the nation. Fuck these immigrants that are coming in. You see how it works now?
Yeah. No, 100%, dude. And this sucks because like I really liked Tucker Carlson, man. He was.
So, but if you were to say to me, who would you rather back, Carlson or Fuentes? Fuentes is backing the Islamists, the communists, and all that kind of shit. That's what Fuentes is getting. That's who he's getting paid by. But Carlson is with the CIA, and this is why I say read Prometheus, because you're going to have to side with Zeus, which you're not going to like.
Yeah.
But you're siding against Kronos. You're siding against this Islamic communism that's coming in. Because it's no mistake that all these transgenders are not only transgender, but they're also communist. Go after the people that are on the fringe of society. And on the right wing, on the right hand side, it's all the gamers or the people that like are upset with women, all this kind of shit. They're all the National Socialist kind of thing. They're all going down. Yeah, actually, you know, Adolf had maybe a good idea, and well, he did give like peace treaties, which again, that is factual. Like that's 100% the fact that like Hitler like wanted to he was trying to do like peace with the English, because when you look at Europe at the time, Germany had conquered Poland and France had given up. Spain was already fascist. Franco Spain was already fascist. Italy was fascist as well. So that's basically all of mainland Europe was on like the same kind of like path ideologically. But England was like, no, we want individual liberty. Fuck this shit. And that's why they stood against it. And there's plenty of Americans as well that were supporting the same thing. That's why I say it's like you see these influencers now where they're getting all these incredible numbers, but it's like Nick Fuentes puts out a post within 1 minute, it's like has like almost 100k views and 50k likes. That's impossible numbers. Nobody's getting, you're not even Elon Musk is getting those numbers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's how it works, because it's this subtle way of like, if we can control your behavior, then we don't need to bring the guns. If we can just give you the carrot, then we don't necessarily need to bring the stick.
Right. No, that's true, man. By the way, welcome in, Teriak. Thanks for stopping by, dude.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Yeah, man. So I don't know, Ashton, Amagad, and Corey. I don't know if you guys know. This is Teriak. Me and him have been on panels before, dude. He's a friend of the channel for sure.
Yeah, I've been hanging out in chat while he's up there on panel.
Yeah. All right, let's finish this video, and then we can get into finishing up the open discussion. We still got about an hour and a half.
Down to Nicaragua for the summer and work and, you know, get involved in the war, you know, and support the side that we thought was right.
Where you got left behind for a couple days.
Oh, no, that was when I went to Vietnam with John McCain. Yeah, I had a hassle at the airport.
And are you still traveling with your father on trips?
We spent the summer in Nicaragua trying to get a sense of the war there, and all kinds of hilarity ensued. But yourself, my father's a great guy to travel with, and very amusing and adventurous person who's up for anything. So I said, let's go to Pakistan. Okay.
And we have the internet to expose the lies. If this isn't 20 years ago when you were on CNN, and we couldn't expose things, we can expose it now, and they still do it.
Well, I guess I would ask myself, like, I mean, I lie. If I'm really cornered or something, I lie. I try never to lie on TV. I just don't, I don't like lying. I certainly do it, out of weakness or whatever.
Okay. So that's 2.5 minutes almost of Tucker Carlson over the course of 20 years talking about and getting caught at least in two.
All right. So if you guys want to go and watch that, it's on the Big Green platform. That's like 2 hours, but I just wanted to play that first little bit with that clip there because, man, I used to really like Tucker Carlson, and his credibility shot with me now. What y'all think?
Well, if I got like the best argument I could give, like best faith argument for him would be he's just pandering to his audience. He doesn't think they want to hear about, he doesn't want to support the CIA, so he's going to downplay it. Or, when you're calling out Nick Fuentes, he thinks that his audience doesn't like Nick Fuentes, so he's going to go after him. He just miscalculated what he thought his audience actually wanted to hear.
Yeah.
The best argument I could give.
Yeah.
I think everyone has their right to. I mean, I don't. Okay.
Sorry.
Good.
That's okay. I don't agree that people should lie. So I don't. I take what everyone says with a grain of salt. I don't just sit around believing anything anyone says, not even the people I've known all my life.
Not
you
even
know,
me.
but I think everybody also has a right to change opinions. I mean, what people believed the CIA was 20 years ago is not the same thing people understand the CIA to be today after everything that they've uncovered about what the CIA has done. So that's my opinion.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So we're saying trust no one, not even no one.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. Yep. Based. Yeah, it sucks, man, because Tucker Carlson was pretty pivotal and kind of swinging me towards the right wing, and now just seeing someone that was kind of like so pivotal in where I've become politically, seeing them fall by the wayside like that. I can't even say, right. Maybe this isn't like the end of his career or anything. I don't know, but it is crazy how he's, big time, like getting exposed for being disingenuous. I mean, it's nuts, man.
I mean, he did sell us war.
But like this is the important thing that like people need to remember. Your girl was saying the same thing there. It's like this whole aspect to it's like yeah, people lie and like they'll kind of like doing over it, but it's like once you kind of like see the feel that like everybody's basically doing this, it's like to be able to build from your own kind of formulations and then have these conversations to try and counteract this whole movement. Because like you were saying there, it's like it's clear that like Tucker Carlson's not only is it coming out now, but it's like he's been like some of those clips are back as far as 2005. You know what I mean? Yeah. You can see how long like some of these agents are in the game, and when you look at like situations like the Epstein Island, all this kind of shit. If you wanted to sleep with a 13-year-old, you can go to Japan, you can go to Thailand, you can do that if you're one of these wealthy elites. And then you start to look at the Epstein Island as something completely different, like as a honey trap operation, or as a place where they can take all these high ranking officials, feed them or inject them with mescaline or LSD, and then film them doing some pretty fucked up shit. And then when the counter, like I say, if I was Mr. CIA and I was sitting you down and explaining just what the operation was, you'd be like, this is a tool that we can use to force these people to do what we want.
Yeah.
I think there's something people are missing something with Epstein Island too, is it wasn't just the sex scandal stuff that they were doing there. They were getting huge leaders of industry or tech together there, having meetings and then pushing ideologies on them that they would take back and spread throughout their industries.
Like, I'll ask you this: like, when has Diddy ever released this? Like, when was the last time he released a song that was actually worth listening to, or when he was in a movie that he was actually performing good acting in?
No Money, Mo Problems back in the 90s.
Yeah. So for 30 years, this guy has been hanging around with all the top elites of Hollywood, just chilling, not doing anything, but he's still like respected by the community, all this shit. Are you telling me he's just that good of an actor or a singer, or are you telling me he's an agent?
Well, so a big thing with Diddy was he got into the production game. Now I'm not trying to. Oh, Ashton dropped out. But he, hey Ashton, thanks for stopping in, bro. We'll see you again soon, man. Come on back whenever, dude. But he got into the production game, and that's production is where like the money is. That's what everyone says in the rap game. But that also comes with power, right? So like. Comes to you to get a record deal. Someone comes to you to make their beats and get their music put out in the general sphere. They're going to do whatever you want. You know what I mean? That's so it just makes sense, that progression and how it led to the point where
the mic's kind of shit now.
You know what I mean?
It's kind of cutting out lower class, or it's kind of like a bit muffled or whatever. You might need to bring it closer.
Dude, I hate this headphone. I'm getting a boom mic here in just a sec, so I'm still waiting on my buddy to come by with it.
No, we'll just
like
we got here, but it didn't happen that way. So
but like that dynamic that you're saying, it's like this whole thing of like, you ever watch the film The Interview? It was with James Franco and
the North Korean
Seth Rogen. Yes, they go to North Korea, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like the main premise was that it's like you're this dude's favorite celebrity, so he'll interview you because he likes you as a celebrity. meaning like a lot of this like Hollywood is basically propped up by like this intelligence community. It's like we need these people to go in and do these favors or whatever and get this information. I think there was another one with like Pedro Pascal. There's another movie with like Nicolas Cage and Pedro Pascal, and it was the same premise. This dude's like a drug dealer, and we want to get information, or we want to get him in a certain bind. We're going to send in a celebrity as like a meet and greet or whatever, like a fan fair thing. But realistically, they're doing a job for it.
Yeah, that goes all the way back to like World War II. They were using Hollywood actors as spies. It's been around for a long time.
But they never continued on after World War II, guys.
Oh,
even though that worked, there was
oh,
effective
yeah,
strategy. They would
yeah.
never do that. Yeah. You know.
Well, I mean, we got evidence that the CIA was funding media corporations in Ukraine to then ultimately kind of influence the population to then spark a revolution. We've seen similar stuff in Cuba. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard of a stretch to assume that they would do the same thing on their own population.
Oh.
Yeah. But we know that. We like MK Ultra, they were doing it not only on American citizens, but Canadian citizens too.
Yep.
Like that whole phenomenon where you see the bright light and then like you just can't remember the next couple of days. Like that's literally just like military tech coming in. They shine a very, very bright light at you so you can't see shit. And then they come up to you, inject you with LSD, and you ain't gonna remember jack shit from the next couple of days. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. There was there was also the, like Caroline was just saying, there was the wave gun thing. Ashton, cam up for me just so I can make sure that's you. There he is. Look at that dude.
Oh yeah.
But there was
beautiful fact.
There was the thing where guys were going down to Cuba that were working in intelligence, and they would just get these crazy symptoms out of nowhere, and like tumors in their brains and shit. It's insane, dude. Like, we don't know the total capability of these people. You know what I mean? We have no clue what they're capable of, and we don't ever find out what they're doing until it's done.
Yeah. Plausible deniability.
Yeah. It's just like the Finders cult, dude. Like they were being contracted by the CIA to transport children around the country, and it's insane to me that. Thank you for muting, Ashton. I appreciate that. That was getting a little loud. But it was just. You're good, dude. I get it, 100%. But they were contracted by the CIA to transport children around. There were whole investigations done by the FBI on the Finders cult, and then they hindered those investigations because the CIA came out and said, "Wait, they're working for us."
Yep.
And that goes back at least to the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, like, for people to say that the whole Epstein Island thing isn't a massive intelligence scandal, it's you'd have to be out of your mind.
Willful ignorance, yeah.
But this is when I remind people: do you want to win wars?
Yeah.
Like as a citizen, you want to win wars. Okay. A necessary part of winning wars is you have to have covert and in intelligence operations. All right. If you accept that, you're then by definition saying you are accepting the government lying to you. Because if you have covert and intel operations, the government is going to have to lie to you. They're going to have to tell you one thing, even though the complete opposite is going to happen.
That's a fair statement. You can't, even to your own civilians, you can't really reveal your game plan because you never can trust them.
It's the same idea behind this whole thing. If I'm like search and rescue, and like I'm like one of the Coast Guard things, and I go down in the helicopter to try and rescue this guy from drowning, and he's like flailing and all this kind of shit. What I'm supposed to do is literally dunk his head under until he stops flailing, and then bring him up. Because otherwise, he's putting both of us at risk. So it's like this whole thing of like being cruel to be kind kind of thing. So like that's what I keep reminding people in terms of like, because a lot of people say just get rid of the CIA. It's okay if we get rid of the CIA, then you're going to lose the next war.
No. See, well, that's the thing is I'm not for completely dismantling something like the CIA. I mean, we never would anyway, right? Like they have way too much power. They've had way too much power. They're way too entrenched. But having more accountability laid on them, I think is definitely the way to go. Like contracting a group of people to transport disheveled, starving children that really don't have like any kind of identification or anything on them, I don't see how that helps us win wars when you're doing it in our own country.
Yeah, it's like, but like that was, let's say, a minor. It's like, do you ever watch House MD? Joe House MD?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, like Joe, the whole kind of like meme where it's like he gets like like one guy does the test results, one guy stays with the patient, and then one guy is like digging graves for the night or some shit like that because he needs to get some the ancestors' bones or something like that to test the ancestors' bones, some shit like that. It's like that whole main premise. It's like, yes, this dude is technically grave robbing, but he's doing it for a noble purpose. He's trying to save the life of this patient. They need to get this historical data from the ancestors. You know what I mean? Or do some tests in the bones, some shit like that. So it's like that whole thing where it's like, yes, you are correct. It is unethical. House is quote unquote unethical, but he's saving a life.
I think with the CIA, it comes down to, even if they had some form of oversight that was behind closed doors, and we could actually elect those people that do the oversight, that would probably make people feel a little bit better about it all.
But like that's the thing. It's like, how would you have oversight in a system that can't be transparent? By definition, like covert intelligence is, it can't be transparent.
They can be transparent behind closed doors, not to the public, but to, if you had an oversight committee that was made up of senators or congressmen, then.
But I think what he's saying, I think what he's saying is like, if you're the CIA, how do you then trust even these things behind closed doors? Like, you may have to still be, not transparent to these people, because if you're playing the game of covert ops, you can never reveal. It's kind of like
if you follow that line of logic, then you'd say you can't even trust the people in the CIA.
And that's fair. Yeah. And that's probably why it's compartmentalized the way it is, because you have to, by definition, because you never know who you can trust. And I guess if you're not careful with this type of organization, then it could lead to where, well, now there's no trust in any aspect. So it's kind of, if there's a goal you have to accomplish, there's no moral, or there's no morality in it. It's just the goal and accomplish it.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know what I mean, so it's like this whole thing of like transporting like these kids that are starving, all this kind of stuff. It's like, yes, it could be seen as like extremely cool or fucked up or immoral and all this kind of shit, but it's like it's being done to either win a war or prevent a war kind of situation. And when you put it in that light, it's like, fuck, man, like this is a very difficult situation. Like, I would not like rue the guy that like is overseeing this kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I'm kind of trying to point out, where it's like with the story Prometheus, it's like you may have to side with this organization, despite the fact that I'm literally on record saying this is literally just like, Yahtzee to import. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like that's what I'm saying. It's like when you look at like what goes on in the Middle East, it's like the fact that like our like people are like disgusted and outraged over the Epstein shit. It's like they should be outright be, but like I point out, like the age of consent in these Middle Eastern countries is like the same age of the girls that would have been on that island.
Yeah,
and it's
like
perfectly
fucking
legal.
8-9 years old, dude.
Yep. And like the people of like they keep saying the people of Gaza, it's, yeah, but 40% of the marriages in Gaza are cousin marriages. Just to give you an idea of the people in terms of like intellect wise. Like let's talk about like, are they able to grasp this concept that Hamas is using them? They're telling them lies. They're just using them as like currency for the war. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
And then, like I said, then you look at it as like, hang on a second, it's like you have like a lot of these are right wing, the gripers that don't like the Jays. It's like, yeah, but they were upfront with that, all this kind of shit. But now you've seen a sudden shift and a turn from a lot of these left wingers that are like anti-Zionist. And it's like, oh shit. And the only two options we have in the booth is nationalism and socialism. Welcome to 1920s Germany.
There it goes. There he is. What's up, dude? Yeah. I mean, I get that, right? But so my whole thing with that, first off, Abe Dinkus, thank you very much, bro. I appreciate it. No, he's not. Abe Dinkus, thank you, man. I really appreciate it, bro. Thank all you guys. I mean, this is y'all, bro. Like y'all got me over 200. I think actually, here, hold on 1 second. If I'm not mistaken, I'm going to touch back on you in just a second, Terry. I think I'm halfway, at least in terms of watch hours, to monetization.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. I am out of 3,000 valid public watch hours, I'm at 1,565, boys. Nice. We did this in a matter of 2 months. Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you.
Easy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you guys are the bomb, dude. Thank you. Thank all of you. Seriously. It's been a pleasure doing this. But yeah, so my whole thing, Teriak, with the like nationalism versus socialism, I understand where you come from that, because it's kind of like a pendulum, goes back and forth. But it seems like there's so many things in our country that they work against each other versus working like in conjunction, right?
Yeah.
So it's like there's a large degree we really have gone the globalist route, where we've been just shelling tons of money out to other countries and solving issues that we either started or have nothing to do with, which like unfortunately, if we started an issue in another country, we need to just let it go. I know that sounds cold, but like the people of this country should not be held responsible for what intelligence agencies, military, and the government does.
Yeah, but like what I'm trying to get at is that like equally, I could use the example, like the people of Iran should not be responsible for what the regime has done. I understand 100%. You're right. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, but like what I'm trying to say is that trying to phrase this in a way that does not make me paint off to like to be a psychopath. But
no, bro, just say it. It's cool. It's cool.
When you look at like the situation in Europe, what's going on in Europe, and like a lot of America, like I always meme back and forth with American Nacho, but like he's like he kind of points out like you shouldn't be commenting on American politics. But what I'm saying is, look at what's happened in Dearborn, Michigan. Look at what happened in Michigan in general. You even have like Hamtramck as well. Look what happened in that situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you have this kind of like guys where it's because like, do you know what a Hegelian dialectic is?
I have no idea.
Hegelian dialectic comes from the philosopher Hegel, right? And he was basically kind of saying it's like how he was kind of trying to explain evolution is you have what's known as the Hegelian dialectic, which is a thesis to describe what is going on, an antithesis, which is like a direct counter to that idea, and then what you get from both of them is a synthesis, which would be the third step, where you basically amalgamate the best parts of both ideas. So if you started in a society that was a monarchy with a king, right, that was like a royal family, for example, right, and they had all the power, you're naturally going to get a counterforce to that, which would be democracia. You know what I mean? The neighborhood speaks, baby. And that's where like ancient Greece, and this is where it came from, all this kind of shit. But what you get in the synthesis is not just pure democracy or a monarchy, you get a democratically elected monarch. And then from there, the process goes again. Whatever the complete polar opposite to that is going to be the counterforce. Then you're going to have a new synthesis, and that's how things progress. What I'm pointing out is in terms of the reason why you see nationalism, socialism, that makes no sense from a Hegelian dialectic. The complete opposite to socialism is not nationalism. The complete opposite to socialism is capitalism. Because socialism is talking about economic. You know what I mean? Whereas like nationalism is like the social. You know what I mean? So like the opposite to nationalism should be globalism, et cetera, et cetera. Do you know what I mean? And that's why when you look at socialism, the reason why this level of this degree of socialism doesn't work is because what you're saying is that like, you're just spending all this money on other countries. The reason why socialism generally doesn't work, it did work in one country, Germany, is because like you need some sort of idea to bind to this group of people. You know what I mean? Because like otherwise, like you basically socialism saying we need to look out for the poor, but like who are we talking about the poor? Are we talking about our poor, like as in the nation, or are we talking about the global poor? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is why if you split that though across the country, now you have this natural internal division where the capitalists can't. Like the capitalists have to be nationalists. They can't go anarcho-capitalism. You're basically trying to prevent that counter, because the counter to National Socialism, believe it or not, actually is anarcho-capitalism.
Yeah.
Because like anarcho is like think of Javier Milei. The state, I wiped my ass with the state, Fuera, and took off all the state programs to go fuck yourself with the state.
One of the greatest clips any politician has ever had, bro.
Exactly, and he's there with the chainsaw and all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So it's
that was his logo, dude, for when he ran. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is like if we look at the Hegelian dialectic, and if we're in the current era of like National Socialism, what's eventually going to subside or come next from that is going to be this anarcho-capitalism. That's what I'm saying. It's like you kind of have to side with the Zeus. Like you're going to side with National Socialism, but like this is basically going to be a dead thing because this is going to flip into anarcho-capitalism in the next couple of decades.
that's what I've been saying too. It's just how far are you going to let the pendulum swing? You gotta.
Yeah.
Because I could even make the case that like a lot of like these like actual like homophobic people who do not like gay men and gay women, like the one thing they should be doing is like they should be like front and center supporting this trans movement. You know what I mean? Like that's what like how fucked up I think the system we're in terms of the level of propaganda, where like up is down, you know, Christ is wrong. You know what I mean, Muhammad is right, and it's like, bro, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like there's plenty of footage on there where it's like they're literally like it's a 9-year-old kid marrying like a 40-year-old man, and you're like and like these Western feminists are supporting this. It's like you're going to undo everything, because like say what you want about the equal rights movement. It's like it did level the playing field. One could argue it's because you've kept on all this like other shit like alimony, all this kind of shit, that you're going to see a negative effect towards marriage, all this kind of shit, and you're seeing that start to play out. But in terms of, I don't want to go back to like locking bitches in cages. You know what I mean? Like that's equally as a repressive, superstitious kind of like society, and like that's why I think there's a lot of draw from like the right wing side. It's like these guys who literally hate. It's like Jack the Ripper mentality. Like I understand that bitches are goofy and all this kind of shit, but it's like if you go down the path of hate, you're going to end up like Jack the Ripper. And you're going to you're going to usher in Sharia law. And like I said, if you think things are bad now, that shit's 10 times worse.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it was my last stream or the one before that, but there was, let me see if I can find this. This dude is absolutely out of his fucking mind. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this. Here it is. Yep. Quick. All right. Check this fucking, like, I don't know if you guys follow Retard Finder on x.com.
Yeah.
Man, that's such a good page. I saw this guy on Retard Finder. All right. Listen to this fucking retard, bro. I mean, absolute waterhead, this guy.
Oh my God.
Sharia law would be better for America than our current democracy system. Number one, there would be no interest-based banking system. This would mean no student debt, no credit cards, no housing collapses, which is literally just...
Okay, so he's already wrong there. First off, interest and debt are two separate things. Like interest is something that is applied to a debt, but you can still go into debt. You can still owe money. It doesn't, but you can owe money without interest. You know what I'm saying? Like, so he's already wrong there. You can go into debt without having interest applied to a loan.
Destroying our economy right now. Number two, there's actual punishments for crime. Our current judicial system puts criminals in jail and then puts them back out on the streets and doesn't actually solve the...
So you commit a crime, you're going to prison or you're getting the bullet. One of the two. Like,
no due process.
Law has real punishments. Crime would plummet. Number three, zakat would solve poverty. We have a major poverty issue in America. And under Sharia law, the rich people like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk would be required to take care of the poor people.
Or they would just leave.
Do you see what it is?
Doesn't have.
Who does that sound like? Tax the rich.
Yeah.
All the
AOC,
socialists and
bro.
Democrats.
Elon Omar, dude. Yes, this is the fucking the male version of Squad, dude. Of the Squad. Like fucking crazy, bro.
Number four, we would have no gambling and no prostitution. These are two things that are destroying the nucleus of the American family. Number five, women.
Because here's the thing, right? What's the polar opposite to what would be degeneracy?
Yeah. Yeah.
It'd be the ultra purification, purity culture, all this kind of shit. It's the same thing, just inverted.
He's probably got a crush on a liberal girl, or he's being paid. Yeah. 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 Here's the crazy one.
Women would finally have rights and be protected.
Oh, sorry.
If you're an American who hates Islam, I can prove to you that Sharia law would be better for America than our current democracy system. Three, zakat would solve poverty. We have no gambling and no prostitution. These are two things that are destroying the nucleus of the American family. Number five, women would finally have rights and be protected. In America, they are used as marketing objects to make corporations.
Bro, under Sharia law, women would finally have rights. Bro, they can't vote. They can't drive. They can't go to school. They can't do shit in Sharia law. That's insane.
Her testimony is only worth half that as a man as well, by the way. But they'd finally have rights. Half the rights of a man, but they'd finally have rights. You know what I mean?
This has to be paid. So I don't know how you come to this conclusion on your own.
Or it's satire. That's the only.
Because here's the thing, like Sharia law. Here's the thing, right? You're basic. The trick here is that they're doing Sharia law, which is something that's independent of a man. But like the hidden thing is that who interprets the law, and then you have church authority. And it's basically okay. You're just trying to subvert the government with church authority. Like I said, like even with Christians, I don't think that's a good idea. But in terms of you're putting that against democracy, which means you're putting it against the people. Like democracy is not really an ideology. It doesn't really kind of tell me anything. It's just that the people should vote. But when you talk about ideology, notice he didn't do it against the republic, because the republic beats the Sharia law. The Constitution beats Sharia law. Because and you know that because the Constitution can allow a Muslim to even practice in America with no issue, but Sharia law will not grant you the free speech. Because you cannot take Muhammad's name in vain. You cannot take Allah's name in vain.
But to be fair, he's got a blue marker, and that he's got a board behind him, and I think those are trust the guy with the board.
That's a Democrat in disguise, boys.
100%.
The blue marker gave it away.
Yeah, exactly.
The women and to screw over the average man. Now, don't get emotional, okay? I'm an American. I love my country, but I would love to see America use Sharia.
Sure, buddy.
He loves his country. Iran.
Sharia law.
America stand.
Let's take a second to look at prospering Islamic nations. Places like the UAE and Bahrain, they have the best economy. They are the
Name
safest,
another.
and they have the happiest population.
They have the best
only,
economy.
by the way, the only Islamic countries that actually do interact with the West, like they have some sort of relationship with the West. The rest of them are literally chanting death to the West. So let's talk about Syria, let's talk about Lebanon, let's talk about Iran.
Name more than two.
Walmart makes more money than Iran, and Iran is sitting on top of $25 trillion worth of oil alone. So in terms of natural resources, like Iran should be almost on superpower level, alongside China and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? But they're not because of because it's run by Islamic extremists.
Yes,
You know?
dude, and they are brutal to each other.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
To each other.
But here's the thing: the vast majority of people, they want, like I said, they want America. I could show you videos of Iranian youth in the colleges. They put the government puts American flags on the ground because they want the college students to walk all over the American flag. And the college students make a point of not even putting a single foot on the flag. That's how much respect they have for the American principle. This idea of a secular nation built around individual liberty against the tyranny of the majority. Because everyone's because he does bring up a point in terms of democracy. Democracy is flawed because gang rape is technically democratic. You know what I mean? That's why they say democracy ain't it. We need to find a better way. Do you know what I mean? Democracy is a step in the right direction, but we need to find a better way.
Well,
You know what I
that's
mean?
why we have the representative republic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any
the founding principle
absolute's
that
gonna
how would you protect against the tyranny of the majority? You know what I mean? Be it religion, be it communism, be it any of these ideologies, these collectivistic ideologies. Because really, when it comes down to it, it's the 20% of the people are responsible for 80% of the work.
Yep.
And if
More
you
selective criteria on who can vote.
exactly, and even just look at the socialist main idea or the communist main principle, we need to seize the means of production. We need to seize this human labor. So we need to seize someone else's labor. What right do you have to seize their labor? That's their own labor. It's theirs. They get to choose what they want to do with it. You know what I mean? And yeah, it could be they can make bad decisions, but we're giving them agency. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's just the way. And then
Well, see,
at that stage you're not human.
And that's one of the reasons why communism was so detrimental to human lives back in the 20th century, was because if someone just wanted to live on their own land and grow food for themselves and their families, well, here comes the military to take literally everything that you've harvested this year. Don't have anything? Well, too bad. Sorry. This has to go back to Moscow. This has to go
Mm-hmm.
back to one of the major cities because we need to build our industry there.
Did you say your land? I think you meant our land.
Right, yeah,
Our
yeah.
land. Coming out, our land.
Yeah, 100%. Imagine no possessions, boys.
Yeah.
Fucking John Lennon's communist.
I think any ideology in its absolute form ends up being catastrophic. It's kind of like at which one has the lowest threshold for getting to that point. Some ideologies reach that catastrophic state faster than others, but if any of them taken to their extreme, they're not going to be the best possible system. And it's kind of like you were saying with the Hegelian dialectic. It's, you want that synthesis that takes the best ideas from each one. And just absolutes always don't turn out great.
Well, see, and that's the thing with America, right? So we have gone down the path of being like totally free market, letting people become like the richest that they've ever been in history here. And what we got from that was an education system that literally breeds you to be a worker, and they teach you how to consume. Like, that's corporatocracy at its extreme, And then we see what the extreme of communism is, which is, if you don't live in a big city, even if you live in a big city, like your best bet is a breadline, Get out there and work because you owe everyone else something.
Would you say, lower class, that we live in a capitalist system at the moment?
Not a free market capitalist system, no, not anymore.
Yeah,
pseudo-capitalist maybe.
Like I'd even say it's like we're basically living in socialism at the moment. It's just like not spoken about enough. It's like when you think about the average, if you earn the average wage across the West, you're paying on average about 30% in tax. And then there's the hidden tax as well, which is like it's almost like over 60% of like your take home pay. You're basically like that's basically what you have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you look at like that dynamic, and then like you mentioned there, it's like in terms of the markets aren't really free. Like they're heavily regulated. Like government steps in. You even seen with the crypto market, it's like they tried to, but then they realized they can't really stop Bitcoin because China banned Bitcoin and didn't put a dent in it. You know what I mean? Like Biden came into office, done all this shit like with the SEC and all this kind of shit, launched his cases, and Bitcoin still set new all-time highs. You cannot stop Bitcoin, and that's like Bitcoin is basically the digital representation of capitalism in its like most pure or most accurate form.
Right.
And that's why it's like, because capitalism is a decentralized thing, it cannot be corrupted unless it's a man controlling it. So the whole idea of anarcho-capitalism is reduce the amount of power that man can have over that decentralized system. Reduce the power of government. I wipe my ass with the government. Afuera. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the core mentality, where I think if we can go there, then like I said, this whole like dynamic to housing is too expensive, healthcare is too expensive. It's like, yes, you've taken away all the regulation and you've let the wheels go, but you still need to make sure there's some sort of judiciary or some sort of like legal oversight to make sure that these scientists don't go Auschwitz and start like doing all this fucked up shit. Like one bitch actually walked in, like she was suffering from depression, and this cunt is like, it's like, okay, yeah, don't worry, I'm going to give you an injection. Gave her an injection of insulin, kept her in a coma for 2 months. Woke up afterwards saying that it felt like her soul was detached from her body.
Good lord.
Scary shit.
And the reason why they were doing this is like the goal between both what the Nazis were doing and the CIA is mind control, behavior control. Can we control your behavior? Because if I can control you, then I don't need to go to war. I've quote unquote solved the problem of good and evil. There's no more war. There's no more conflict. And that's when you have like pure Apollonian like law and order, and there's no creativity. Dionysus is dead. And that's basically where you see like communism and all these ideologies, when they take over, it's a stagnation. There's no creativity, there's no art, there's no nothing.
Right, because there's no incentive structure for people to actually grow. Rude, good to see you, man. Thanks for coming by, bro. Always a pleasure, my dude. But yeah, there's and that's the thing, right? Like as we've kind of gone on, we used to not have regulations on the markets, and we just let those things kind of go. And then as time has gone on, these corporations have like heavily invested money into lobbying and getting regulations passed that small businesses that could potentially compete with them on like, a national scale, they didn't have the capital, like the nest egg, if you will, behind them, so they could navigate those regulations. So that's why we see like this whole EV thing and ESG coming from BlackRock and Vanguard and stuff. BlackRock itself manages over $11 trillion in assets. So anything that they're going to push forward, especially when it comes to like investment into companies and trying to grow an industry, is going to be along the lines of a safe investment. So they know if they design the way that they invest in these massive corporations around these companies that we have stock in, if we invest this money into them, they're going to be able to navigate the regulations that we're trying to push. So we know that they're still going to make a profit at the end of the year versus all of these like small 5-people businesses, sometimes 3-people businesses that don't have the capital backed up. They're going to fall by the wayside because they can't navigate the regulations that are being levied on them, and then we have politicians in our Congress who are essentially like in that betting market of stocks, and they're the ones passing the fucking regulations.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
How is Nancy Pelosi only earning
Yep.
$200,000
Yep.
a year, but is worth $200 million?
Oh, dude, yeah, because
It's so obvious. It's
she's been in Congress.
Because she put all her money in Roblox, and Roblox was a hit.
Even look at
GameStop.
Because anybody who's played GTA, the story, the main mission through GTA will know, like the Franklin thing. If you know which company is going to go bust or is going to go get an increase in sales, you just throw all your money in, guaranteed. You know it's going to happen. Because you're the one
you're about,
basically.
if you know you're about to pass something that's favorable to them, then throw some money in there. But even look at AOC. Well, look at AOC. She's already gotten rich. She went from being a martyr
Look
to
at
being
any
a
of
millionaire.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's so many of them that participate. In it.
I'd say Massey probably hasn't gotten that much money from.
Probably not.
Everybody hates him.
Well, but plus I know he's an engineer, and he'd be designing stuff around his farm. Like he just seems like he's got a purpose outside of being a politician. That kind of.
Yeah. What would you say to that? Like, oh no, that wouldn't work. I'd say you have to already have a certain amount of wealth before you even go into politics, to where there's less incentive for you to.
Not if you're AOC. If AOC, bartending's all you need. Just do a little bartender thing, collect a few glasses behind the thing, and you just know how to do geopolitics.
Yep.
Hey, dude, I'm almost there. I'm a bartender now.
Hey, like I said, man, a couple more years, you'll be running the country. You know what I'm saying?
He's gonna be running in 2032.
2032,
I'm
baby.
a bald white guy, dude, so they're not gonna let me in the squad, bro. I can't hang. You know what I mean?
What are you talking about, bro? You'd be like the Andrew Tate kind of thing, do you know what I mean? But the political version of Andrew Tate. You do it right, do you know what I mean?
Me and Ilhan Omar, dude. I'm gonna be standing up in front of them Somalians going, "What up?"
Start your own squad. Call it the mob.
Yeah, the mob. Yeah. No fedoras, bro. Banned.
And like that's one kind of dynamic that the left just does not seem to. And it's funny watching Andrew Wilson just do it, where it's like he just kind of says, "Okay, yeah, we're a force doctrine," and they're like, "You can't do it." I was like, "Yes, I can. I got my gun. What's going to stop me?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like this whole thing. It's like, yeah, but Human Manifesto. It's like, you just said that morality is all subjective, and my morality is force doctrine. What you gonna do?
Yeah, 100%. And that's dude. So I saw this meme the other day, and it was fantastic, dude. It said, and it was just like a black with white text, and it said, "How do you think they'd treat us if we didn't own 98% of the guns?"
Yeah,
exactly. Every single socialist or communist takeover, what's the first thing to do? They take away everyone's guns.
Yep.
So you can't rebel, and then it's okay. We've got you for like decades now.
I hate the argument too. We're like, oh, well, you can't fight against F-16. It's like, I don't know. Guerrilla warfare has been shown to be pretty effective. Look at Vietnam. Look at how Afghanistan. We had a lot of trouble fighting people that didn't have much weaponry.
When was the F-16? Was that in the 60s?
Is it that late? I figured it was like 80s, 90s.
Oh, it was 72. Sorry, that was the F-16.
Okay.
72.
Damn, we've had them for a while. I know we just upgraded to, I think, what is it, the F-36 or F-32s or something like that.
Yeah. And I mean, they're just the X-32 or the F-35 was developed in the late 90s. See, but here's the thing, bro. We don't even fucking know what they have. Okay, they're like,
oh, do you remember when like the stealth bombers were finally revealed and everybody lost their shit?
Yeah.
They've been working on those for decades.
Right.
That was all the Area 51 stuff. Where people thought they were UFOs.
Yeah.
And, go ahead.
They have shit that's like what's called 0 point energy. Look up like the power that you can have if you've got 0 point energy, which means that you've cracked gravity. That's the only thing that can explain, like theoretically at least, that can explain why like you see these videos, these crafts that are like doing like loop the loops around like these airplanes, like making such like weird aerodynamic things. It's like that's military tech.
Yeah, the pulse.
Like, there was one I saw it in over New Jersey. It's the same thing. I think like just before the election last year. It's like that's military tech. That's basically them kind of saying, "Don't fuck with us."
You either admit to it or not.
Yeah, and the drones that we have today. I mean, like I have a drone that I can fly it 6 miles away, still be able to control it, get 4K vision, and then you can't even see it.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it's like this big.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
A lot of people don't realize we have like the balloon from China that floated over us. That was a few years ago. Well, we have balloons like that over everywhere in the world. We can just whoever we want to listen in or look into, we can.
Do we have satellites that could do that? I wouldn't doubt that at all, bro.
Yeah,
I mean,
both. Yeah, both.
Yeah. Like they just type into a computer and go, okay, I want to see, what's Xi Jinping doing today?
Yeah.
Oh, there he
What's
is.
Kim Jong doing? Yeah, man.
Yeah. Are we gonna bomb him today? No. All right.
No.
Well, like this is what I'm saying in terms of like what you're fighting against, like that quote unquote system. It's like it's that level of like technology that they'd have, like the whole kind of there's even videos of this where it's like there was like a supersonic device or some shit, like it basically blasts like a frequency at this crowd and it literally feels like you sick. So like if like any rioters, they just hit you with that, and it's like almost like one of those evangelist kind of churches where it's like the pastor swings the jacket and everybody falls down. It's like that level of like technology. It's like okay, that's what we're dealing against. But the same way that they try to use social engine to manipulate us into National Socialism, we have the power ourselves. Because if everybody just turn around and says we're not going to work tomorrow,
right? It's done.
Like that's how you could effectively. But like everybody needs to be on the same page. You know what I mean?
And we're not, are we? No, we hate each other. We're burning down cities over dumb shit.
Men hate women. Men and women hate each other. Like gay and straight people hate each other. Republican Democrats hate each other.
White,
Socialists
black.
That they all, yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like I said, but it's only true like the conversation, because to go back to the whole Andrew Wilson thing with the Force doctrine, the reply or the answer to that, it's like the only reason why you'd be willing to even have this debate, that you showed up today to have this debate, is that you believe that through reason we can come to some sort of compromise.
Well,
Force doctrine is not necessarily the one and only. There is also reason. Reason will prevail. You know what I mean? When Always Sunny, because Always Sunny in Philadelphia, the episode where it's like Mac and Charlie going, reason will prevail. That's all about politics. What does Dennis do? Dennis gets them fighting over like the crucifix in the bar and how graphic is going to be. Meanwhile, he's in the back office with Frank talking about the money.
Yeah. And
so anytime a politician talks about money, like think about it, it's like Trump ran on Doge. And then Doge went to shit now, and then there was a big beautiful bill.
I don't know about that though, man. I don't know about Doge going to shit. I really don't.
I think wasn't your theory lower class that they're holding on to stuff till right before the midterms.
I'm dead, dude. I'm dead set on that. All right, so here I'll pull this up.
I will say it's like I really think that we saw something in the early 2000s. Where the biggest threat to the consolidation of power for those type of people is unification in the general populace. And we started seeing this division just being injected into society in the mid to late 2000s because they realized people were getting a little too unified in their beliefs.
Yeah. So this is the Doge find here, right? So what it was, I can summarize it for you. We can read through the whole thing if you want. I already read through it, but this guy, Roderick Watson, he was the guy at USAID who he was essentially in charge of like designating who was awarded contracts from USAID.
He was the gatekeeper.
Yes. So Vistant, Aprio, and then it doesn't. It's funny. It doesn't show this last company's name in here, but if you look up Paul Young, he was president of E4 Logics, who is a DoD contractor as well. So they probably didn't throw their company name out there because they're already entrenched with the DoD. But these three guys, Walter Barnes, Daryl Britt, and Paul Young, these guys, they bought him 2 houses. They paid him over $1 million in cash. They bought him cars. They sent him on trips overseas, like all this different stuff. And what he essentially did for all of that was award Vistant and Aprio. It doesn't really go into how E4 Logics is tied into here, but he awarded them like hundreds of millions of dollars in these contracts. And the way it worked was it was on like a 5-year thing. So once it ran out to where they couldn't award it, I think it was Vistant had Aprio as their subcontractor. So Vistant was getting awarded the contracts, and then instead of just like washing it, they just put Aprio as the main contractor and Vistant as the subcontractor, so they could continue for another 5 years. So they got $500 million in taxpayers' money. This was a Doge find. They all pled guilty, right? Like they pled guilty to this shit. What I'm thinking is Doge is still out there doing stuff. We're just not hearing about what they're doing because they're not all over social media. There's not a bunch of libs crying about Elon Musk being in the government or being the real president or whatever the fuck they were saying before. And, you know, I think we can all agree here, you as well, Trump is a vengeful, vindictive motherfucker, right? So what did they do to him? They held him down with a bunch of legal issues. He wasn't allowed to leave the state of New York. He wasn't allowed to leave New York City. He had a gag order on him. They were trying to fucking like seize his assets and shit. All this that they levied against him right before the election, he still fucking won. I do not think that he would not go full board, because here's the thing. So he ran big on putting Hillary in jail back in 2016, right? Or at least said that.
Yeah.
And when he got into office, he never did. And I feel like that was a big mistake for him not to really pursue that, because
I think it was the right call at the time, because it would have
set a bad precedent.
Exactly. Yeah. But he didn't take into account, well, they don't give a shit for precedent. They're just going to do it anyway.
They did what he gave them grace, at least some element of it, mercy, and they went full board against him. I mean, like, they tried to lock him up. They tried to impeach him twice. They tried to seize his assets. They tried to kill him. I mean, like, they went full board against the guy. I do not believe that he is not going to go full board against them in the midterms. I don't. That's why I'm saying, like, dude, we're still over a year away from the midterms.
No, it feels like it's been 10 years already.
Dude, and this is why, Teriak, I've actually given you shout-outs about this take that you've given on the Epstein files on the channel before. Corey, you remember me saying this?
Yep.
Your take is they're holding the Epstein files because it's giving them power over other people. That makes total sense. Why would you release it? Because then you relinquish all the power that, like, keeping those things hidden holds. What I think they're doing right now is they're going to Ghislaine Maxwell and they're telling her, hey, we're not going to tell you what to say. We're just going to tell you what not to say. And they're going to have her come out and give her deposed, or they're going to have her deposed in front of Congress. Stammy, what's going on, dude? Good to see you. Chambers of Logic, Steel Man, what's going on, dude? Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. But they're going to get her deposition, and then come before the midterms, they're going to release the Epstein files, and they're going to say, well, she was his right-hand man. So anything that she did not say in these files isn't true, but everything else is. And we're going to start seeing handcuffs and legal issues for a bunch of these politicians that are running in the midterms. I genuinely, like, I'm really starting to lean that way, especially with the way they're going after Obama and shit right now.
Yeah.
You're muted, Derek.
Oh shit! Sorry. Thank you. One thing I would say as well is like, if you look at what's been going on with South Park, yeah, and the way if I don't know, did you watch the first episode, or did you watch any of the South Park?
I haven't. I've only seen clips. I don't have cable.
Yes. So in the first episode, Jesus comes back down and he basically he gives a sermon on the mount. But essentially what he's saying is, you guys need to shut the fuck up. Trump's able to basically wipe out anybody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you're starting to see all these cancellations that are going through or planned to go through on the left. And essentially what this is part of the legal cases that then gets sealed up is that it's like they can't do, like, basically Trump is telling what, like, these shows what they can and can't say, which I thought he was supposed to be a free speech guy. You know what I mean? But this is what I'm trying to say in terms of like the stuff with Trump. It's very hard to determine what it is right now because like the whole kind of dynamic that he's doing, he could just be playing ball to, like you're saying, at a later point, just like Indiana Jones saw just before he leaves office, pass a bunch of this shit that basically throws a spanner in the works for this big system that's at play, or he's got his balls in the vice grip and they actually have him like dead to rights kind of thing, and that's why he just basically has to play ball. Because like this whole dynamic that he went with South Park, if what they say is true, part of the agreement on this Paramount is he has to bring back. That's why Jesus has to show up in the schools and Jesus has to come back as a figure.
Yeah, well, but that's the thing though, dude. Like his recent executive order fights directly against the banks.
Yeah.
Like so the whole thing behind it is he's not letting banks, like he's forcing banks to make decisions based solely off of the individual financial risk assessment versus this person has a view we don't like, so we're not going to give them banking. Like it's fighting against them directly. So and that's the thing, like with the whole Elon Musk like coming out and saying Trump's in the Epstein files. Like we already knew that. That's already public information. You know what I mean? He's on the flight logs, of course. Like that's, you know, no one's even like trying to deny that anymore, right? But that's why it was such a vague word where like Trump's in the Epstein files, you know, mark this and come back to it later, you know, and all the while they're fighting, he's scoring government contracts left and right. Now, if Trump had an issue with him and they actually had issues, Trump could easily tell the DOD, like especially with the $200 million contract that XAI got from the DOD, like, dude, Pete Hegseth is walking lockstep with Trump. So if Trump didn't want him to get those contracts, he could have went to Hegseth and went, hey, Musk is out. But he still got the contracts.
Yeah,
he's still getting his business bolstered. You know what I mean? So, and now, just recently, when Trump started talking about federalizing D.C., which I'm all for, by the way, Elon Musk retweeted it and was like, yes, it's time to federalize D.C. So what federalizing D.C. means is stripping the local power away so they wouldn't be necessarily like correct. Like it would be owned by the federal government. Yeah. Which I mean, they should be, dude. Like DC is such a fucking shithole right now. And it's the capital of our country. Like if the people who are running it are failing at their job, take their job from them. That's just where I'm at with it, you know? And I think
100%. And like, I don't disagree that Trump is going to do like a lot of right things as well. But what I'm saying is that it's like, take note of the stuff that like, that technically would be wrong, because like I said, the whole stuff like that's just what like South Park is saying. It's like that we're forced to do quote unquote pro Trump propaganda. Essentially, it's like basically this is how like this is the reason why all these media companies are being controlled, or they're all saying the same script essentially.
But didn't they
like
the
thing he said?
Didn't they show him in a gay relationship with Satan?
Yeah.
You know,
but it's like, but like this is the beauty of like Trey Stone and Matt Parker, is because like they're able to go around the guidelines. It's like Trump has to, like the guidelines could be like Trump has to be part of this thing and has to be, you know, certain message, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So they could do the message, but like they're doing it sarcastically. So technically, in terms of a court transcript, it's pro messaging, but when you hear it in that goofy voice, it's like no, they're taking the piss out of him. Do you know what I mean? So it's like. That's the, like, what I'm saying is that, like, for example, like, this whole thing of, like, free speech, it's important, but, like, technically they can ban words and all this kind of shit, but we'll find a new word. It once was known as cooming, now it's gooning. You know what I mean? Like, if I want to talk about, like, you know, make dick jokes, I can talk about my masculinity. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And shit like that. I just basically use a different word. You know what I mean? And we can still facilitate the same conversation.
Yeah.
Have you seen the newest episode?
Yes.
The Charlie Kirk one. That's I like that one. I thought that one was really good.
But that's the important dynamic, that it's like the people that are able to laugh at that it's like, because like there are like certain people that are like, oh, like that, like, you know, South Park's making fun of you guys, like what are you talking about? But like the fact like Charlie Kirk like gets the joke,
Mm-hmm.
that's
Somebody
like, it's
did-
okay, he's chill, he's not one, because like think about it, it's like in terms of like a tyrannical regime, if Trump is a tyrant, he would not want to, he would cancel this after the second
Yep.
episode or so.
Well,
Like, you're basically going to see, but that's what South Park is doing. South Park's saying, we are putting our show on the line here to show you what system you're in.
Yeah, but
So if this show goes, that is the trigger that something's rotten in the state of Denmark.
you talk about the shared narrative though too, and like Trump putting his finger down on the scale of what can be said and what cannot. Like the argument for that I see is I don't think South Park, did they ever do a Biden episode? Like there was so much material there for them to do it. And if anybody was putting their thumb on the scale of what could and couldn't be said, then, you know, why didn't they ever do a Biden episode? I mean, it could be their own political bias, but
Well, I would say because Biden wasn't at the forefront of the culture. I mean, I guess if you want to argue why they didn't, it's like, yeah, Biden's kind of important to politics, but is he that important to culture? The same way that Trump is important to culture?
Well,
I mean, he has been. That's unequivocally true.
With Trump or Biden?
Trump has been.
Yeah. He was saying Biden wasn't as much of an impact on culture. I'm just saying there was plenty of material there for them to make fun of. They could have done some hilarious shit.
No, I agree, 100%. Yeah, but I mean, they're liberals, bro.
Yeah, I know. That's why I say it's their own political bias.
But I
Also,
think it's. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll say you said earlier about whether somebody else has Trump by the balls or if he's controlling things. And my intuition is that they did have Trump, if they had reins on Trump, he would just burn it all down. That's kind of he would take them down with him, is my intuition.
Well, like
the
counter to the Biden thing, I think, is like you hit the nail on the head where it's like he just wasn't really relevant, because it's like even seen with the whole Democratic Party, it's like he's sharpest attack, and then literally like the next week it's like Kamala is now our candidate. Wait, are we not going to hold another vote? No, we're just going to go with Kamala. You know what I mean? That's how like little of a fuck the Democrats gave about him. So South Park literally attacked the straight ideologies. Remember, like the Randy Savage like male in sports. That was all under the Biden campaign. Do you know what I mean?
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
So it's like that's their whole shtick, that like they attack everybody. But like I just want to kind of go back to, because like someone was saying is like they put Trump in the gay relationship with Satan. Satan basically represents the CIA, like this whole kind of like system. Because remember, who was the last person that was in a relationship with Satan? Saddam Hussein.
Yep.
Who was basically a
That's
CIA
interesting.
asset. He was a puppet for the CIA. So that's basically, like I said, like South Park is trying to tell you this is basically what's going on from like the upper class, or from the elite group that controls everything. I mean, like that 1 million, 2 million people that basically stick together as a community, and they basically try to dictate what the Rockefellers, the Henry Fords, all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean?
Well, so wait. So Saddam was like against Israel.
He was a CIA puppet.
Yeah, we put him in.
Yeah. We put him in, but he went rogue.
Which is why we took him.
Yeah.
Same with
Yeah.
Osama bin Laden. Same with who else did we do that with? Nicaragua.
Who didn't we do that with? Is the
No
But
shit.
here's the thing. Like a lot of people like get confused, like they do the whole like Israel's our greatest ally, but it's like imagine that as like two women. I don't know if you want to ask your girl Elsie about this, but it's like from a woman's perspective, if there's two girls in a group and like they're overly complimentary of each other, they're going out of their way to be as like as quote unquote best those as possible, and it's like we are our greatest friends, but you like deep down everyone knows in the group these bitches fucking hate each other, correct?
Right. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
So that's the whole.
If you're being too nice to somebody, no matter whether it's two girls or a guy and a girl, it doesn't matter. I don't like you. If I am overdoing it, I'll always be nice to you. But
Exactly,
know.
and that's the whole like kill 'em with kindness kind of approach. Like that's why you hear the whole Israel is our greatest ally, because Israel is basically fucking up America's plan. Because America wants the Middle East, whereas Israel wants to restore the Greco-Persian Empire. Because remember, like when all these attacks were going down in Iran, Bibi was going to Cyprus and to go into Greece to communicate with those leaders. You know what I mean? So
Well,
it's like
and-
that's what's potentially on the table for the Middle East, which would literally be another like imagine like America's ideals, original ideals in terms of constitution, all this kind of shit, like that spirit of like individual liberty. That's basically what the Middle East would become.
Yeah.
And then you could paint in the aspects of the intelligence agency. I don't know how friendly the CIA and Mossad actually are, because it seems like when you get to a lot of American scandals, or I guess certain American scandals, you start to see that Israel wasn't really an ally to us. Like they were revealing secrets to the Soviet Union.
Greatest ally, but we're spying on you too.
Yep,
You know what I mean? I fully trust my wife, but I also check every single message that she sends.
Yeah, they're using each other. It's just they they vie for who's leading who.
Yep. I mean, they were. I think in the '80s there was a Promise software, but without the E, and they were the Mossad was trying to get that to spy on the American intelligence and other intelligence across the world, and then America took that and then started using it in their own capacity. And it's just this tit for tat that they're trying to get the upper hand on each other.
Well, and that's what's really fucking sad was, you know, how did the Soviet Union get nuclear weapons when that was developed in America in secrecy?
Mm-hmm.
I guess the same way Israel got it. They were able to either spy or trade information to our opposition to then learn secrets and get, I guess, rocket scientists or certain type of scientists out of the Soviet Union.
Or somebody deep within our government gave it to them because they were sympathetic.
What's that guy's name? Oh, there's a guy's name who actually was a CIA agent who was caught giving U.S. files to Israel, and then Israel was then giving those files to the Soviet Union. I forget his name though.
Yeah, we went over that in the deep dive.
Does Russia or Putin gets a bad rap or whatever, but when you look at some of the Putin interviews and when he's talking about America, like there's one famous one where again, like not a lot of people like know about this in the West, where he says, "I've been through 3 U.S. presidents, and each one of them they will have a conversation and they'll say this is what we want and all this kind of shit, and then they'll get up on the legs of the room, and then the men in the suits step in, and we have the actual conversation."
Yep.
And who are the men in black? The MIB, 3-letter agencies. You know what I mean? Like that's Putin telling you it's like this is what's going on, and this is why in Russian, like they like the whole European Union, they say the Nazis are back.
And that's, I mean, I've known that for a long time. Pretty much everything we see is just smoke and mirrors.
Well, so what it does is when the president goes in and talks to a foreign leader, they can talk about what the president talked to him about. That's what gets plastered all over the news. That's the propaganda that everyone's told, you know. But then the real conversations that happen after that, we don't know anything about that. Nope. Like what do they talk about at Bilderberg?
Buildings.
You know what I'm saying? That's, dude. That's the thing. Like, so I'm not a big Q guy, okay, but back like during like the 2020 kind of era when that started to get bigger, there was one thing that was brought up, and I don't know if it's necessarily true, but it was like a really kind of scary concept where, you know, in the Q circles, they were talking about how, you know, kids are bred into this. They don't have social security numbers. No one ever even knows they exist except the people selling them and the people paying for them, right? Mm-hmm. And that's like that could be going on, and we have no fucking idea, you know. So it's terrifying to say the least, but we don't know the gravity of what goes on when it comes to human trafficking in the world. You know what I'm saying?
Well, to be fair, I think like people who believe in the Illuminati, Q, and all these other secret societies, they're kind of scratching at the surface of something that's probably there. And they may not have all the details right, but I think there's enough evidence to at least suggest that they're scratching at something.
Here's Putin in an interview, right? And it's like he's speaking Russian, but like I can read the subtitles for you as well. But he's basically describing, I've already spoken to 3 U.S. presidents.
Понимаете, я уже общался и с одним президентом США, и с другим, и с третьим.
They come and go, but politics stays the same all the times. You know why? Because the powerful bureaucracy, when a person is elected, they may have some ideas. Then the people with the briefcases arrive, well dressed, wearing dark suits, just like mine, except for the red tie, since they wear black or dark blue ones.
И в темных, как у меня, костюмах, но только не с красным галстуком, а с черным или с темно-синим. И начинают.
The people start explaining how things are done to Putin.
Объяснять, как нужно делать. И все сразу
And
меняется.
instantly everything changes. This is what happens with every administration. So now we think back to think back to Trump, like in like 2000s, 2022 or whatever, saying we need to release the list. And think of now, what list? What are we talking about? Are we starting with a list?
There's a list.
It's literally the Dave Chappelle. It's like oil, bitch, you cooking, and then like knocks the container over and legs it out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and I think too is just his first term, he got an inkling of what was going on behind the scenes. And this term, he's like, okay, I'm going to do something about it. And now he sees how deep the rabbit hole goes. And he's just like, oh, fuck, I can't do shit. Like, you take down, in order to take them down, you'd be taking down the entire country, essentially.
Yep. And that's kind of their safeguard.
Yeah.
They're kind of like, well, you take us down.
And
I forget what comedian said this, but it was a comedian that says, they talk about all the things they want to do, and then, or the president talks about all the things he wants to do. Then they sit him down in the room, they roll in this old school TV, put a VHS in, and it's the JFK assassination, or it's insert, said thing that's supposed to scare the president into not being so aggressive in his own policies.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, gentlemen, because like I said, I do appeal against, like, I fight against these black pillars and the nihilists and all this kind of shit. And it's like, basically, it's like, Teriak, you're hitting me with a lot of like harsh truths. These truths are not nice. All this kind of shit. It's like, we're basically in the system being led by like these nameless men in suits. You know what I mean? Like, how do we fight back against this? And it's like, the election's rigged, all this kind of shit. It's like, yes. But my friends, you vote every day with your wallet.
Yep.
Right, and that goes over so many people's heads. But think about your savings or like your bank accounts or your wage. What is that? That is a numerical value to represent your human labor. The whole thing, the socialists, when you say seize the means of production, that means they're coming after your wealth, motherfuckers. I mean, because what else do we symbolize? This is the reason why we have money. Is that we need some way to keep track of like what labor you've earned and like all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And that's how we keep track and all this kind of shit. So when you think about that from that aspect, it's like don't put your money into like this shit, and it's like fight for lower taxes. You know what I mean? Like I said, the anarcho-capitalism like that, like Bitcoin in its essence. If you ever like hear Michael Saylor, who's like the Mr. Bitcoin kind of thing in the community, he says that like Bitcoin is like Prometheus's flame. You know what I mean? It's that fire, it's that technology that's going to break this whole corrupt banking system. When you look at the inflation, like put all this shit aside with all these control systems, all this shit in place, even just the money system we currently have in place, it's a 5 to 7% inflation year over year. It means if you just leave your money in your bank account, it's losing 5 to 7% of its value year on year with the amount of inflation we're going through.
Yeah.
This is why Bitcoin keeps spiking up every 4 years when there's a new president. Because it's they're getting the money printers out.
And like you said, somebody said earlier, they're trying to counteract that too. They feel that threat. And almost, this is conspiracy minded, but BlackRock, they bought up so much Bitcoin. They have I don't know if they have the largest share of Bitcoin, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're working with the government to try to corner the market somehow and exert their influence over it.
Oh, dude, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street are all like through climate change trying to push for them to be able to have more of a say in the IMF and in the central bank, in the World Bank. Like, these Wall Street psychopaths, they want to control fucking everything.
Yeah. But they're working with the government at the same time, too.
Yeah.
Well, or it could be a safeguard to be if they can simulate an erraticness inside of Bitcoin to where it presents itself as unstable, then the government can come out and be like, "Look, we're going to give you a safer, opportunity. Prior digital banking currency. Try insert cryptocurrency. We can make it stable." And if they buy large portions of Bitcoin, they can then simulate the dump and buy that can fluctuate the price. Then they can be like, hey, but this one's pegged to the dollar, so it's more safer. So just trust us and come our way.
Yeah, they've already played around with that idea of government crypto.
All right, boys, we got 10 minutes until the Bible study. This has been a fantastic open discussion so far.
That's been great.
Thanks for jumping in, Teriak. And you're more than welcome to stay for the Bible study. I know you do Theology Thursday, so you're more than welcome to stick around for that. But we got about 10 minutes, and then we're going to get into Deuteronomy. Kat, Caroline says you're pretty. Welcome back, by the way. Hope you had a good nap. I saw you said it was terrible, but I hope it was good. Hey.
I accidentally took a nap. I was supposed to go to Costco.
Accidental naps are pretty awesome.
I'm gonna be honest, they're the best. You just wake up and it's like a couple hours later, you're like, oh man, pass out.
Better.
What the hell?
Yeah. I guess my body said, fuck you, you're going to sleep.
Out. Yeah, that happens.
Not to change the subject too much, but you got time to look up a Bible verse very quick?
Yeah, man.
Okay, I wrote the.
Oh, you cut out, Corey.
Yeah, hold on. Give me probably 10 seconds. I'm gonna go look at my notes and pull up the actual verse.
Yeah, find it. I'll pull it up on Bible.com.
It's Malachi 3:3.
All right, one sec.
I love this verse. I have it on my mirror in my bathroom.
This verse, it's a little insane to me because it's. I was watching this person explain it to me, and it begins. I think all you have to read is just the verse 3.
Yep. So he will sit as a smelter and purifier of silver, and he will purify the sons of Levi and refine them like gold and silver, so that they may present to the Lord offerings in righteousness.
Okay, so the reason this Bible verse stuck out at me is I was watching kind of a man or a preacher and a smelter kind of explain this. So when he's sitting down and he's purifying the silver, he's getting all the aspects of impurities out of it.
Right.
And he has to sit down for a long time to do this, and he has to physically watch the silver, because if he's not watching the silver, it can mess up really bad. And the way the refiner figures out when the silver has been purified is he can see his own image in it. And so the way this is describing it is, it's like Jesus is sitting down and he's working through your impurities, and he has to constantly watch you and kind of be aware of you, because the moment he starts seeing, I guess, his own reflection inside of you, that is when you become a complete product.
I love that so much. I totally agree. I wanted to comment also where it says he will purify the sons of Levi. Well, that's us now. If you go back to the book of Numbers, which I know you guys had been reading previously, it talks about what all the different tribes are given as an inheritance. Well, the sons of Levi, they were the caretakers of the temple, and they were the priests, so they continued to do that. Well, if you go back, go forward into the New Testament, Paul says we're the temple. So not only are we the sons of Levi, we're now the temple, and we have to keep the temple purified, but he also purifies us in the process. So yes, that's all I want.
No, you don't have to.
That was fantastic. When I read it, it was like, man, that's deep. Because it's like, when you're thinking about the time this was written, and you think about, wow, like someone really knew the process of smelting, and then recognized the analogy inside of it and how it relates back to Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well, let's say there's the was it from Galatians? I no longer live, but Christ lives within me. Or, just saying like you become a reflection of Christ. It's no longer you.
We are the tabernacle, gentlemen. We are the tabernacle.
Yeah. I also really like the analogy too with a sword being forged in fire, where it glows white hot as it burns away all the impurities.
And it is interesting, like thinking about it from that perspective, because back in Exodus and Leviticus and Numbers, when they talk about how you would make sacrifices at the altar of the tabernacle in front of at the door of the tent of meeting, and that concept of like we are the temple and Jesus lives within us, that means God sacrificed himself for us to be the temple, right? He sacrificed Christ on the cross that was his sacrifice to us to make us the temple. That's what I get from that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, there was a verse I read earlier today speaking of that.
But would it not be that, like, in terms of the what we gain from the aspect of story Jesus, that like even when you're doing the truth, when you're walking the path of truth, it's like you're not gonna be like praised as some sort of like king or whatever. It's like they're going to come after you.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
But no, this was 1 Corinthians 3:16. Do you not know that you are the temple of God and that the Spirit of God dwells in you? If anyone defiles the temple of God, God will destroy him. For the temple of God is holy, which temple you are.
Yeah, but like that aspect of like the self-sacrifice.
Oh,
you know
yeah. Oh, but yeah, to create the temple in the first place. Yeah.
That's great.
And then I've got one more after this one.
Yeah, dude.
It's a good segue.
Now I don't know. I may be saying this wrong. Is it Ephesians?
Ephesians, yeah.
Yep. 6:14.
Stand firm, therefore, having girded your loins with truth, and having put on the breastplate of righteousness, and having shod your feet with the preparation of the gospel of peace. In addition to all, taking up the shield of faith, in which you will be able to extinguish all flaming arrows of the evil one, and take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. With all prayer and petition, pray at all times in the Spirit, and with this in view, be on alert with all perseverance and petition to all the saints, and pray on my behalf that utterance may be given to me in the opening of my mouth to make known with boldness the mystery of the gospel, for which I am an ambassador in chains, that in proclaiming it I may speak boldly as I ought to speak.
Yeah, that one kind of hypes you up.
It does. Yeah.
That's some harsh words. I was put here for the defense of the gospel, meaning who cares if you get into petty arguments? If we're here for the defense of it. So if we have something good to say and it's in defense of it, Buddy was telling me that the guy that was on here earlier was a troll, and I was like, well, I'm pretty good at trolling myself, but the reason I clap back at him, not because I feel like he's going to change his mind, but because I am put here for the defense of the gospel. So no matter if somebody speaks out and is cursing my Jesus, I'm sorry, I'm speaking up, and I'm going to speak wisdom into your life, whether you hear me or not is not my deal. My deal is to speak, and God does the rest on that part.
Oh, it's also for the other people that are listening too.
Yep. Well, it also describes, you've got the armor of righteousness that will protect you in anything. You have the sandals of peace, which means, where you travel, you're spreading peace. But that doesn't mean that you just roll over and allow other people to destroy your beliefs, because you're protected by the breastplate of righteousness. I was just like, man, I love this one.
The sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
that's
so,
what I was looking at. Right, I was looking at that right as you said that, Amagad.
because you're armed. It's like you have something to defend yourself with, and that's the word. And then you're also
The
defended
logos.
with the breastplate of righteousness. But you're traveling, or what's moving you is your orientation toward peace through Jesus Christ.
Well, you think about the belt of truth. It says girding our loins, so that means that the belt must go down below also to protect our, nether regions in
Yep.
order to keep us from. So if we have truth blocking that part of us, then they don't have a weapon to get in there. That's our most sensitive parts of us.
Yep.
Well, unless it's your heel, but then that was
Fair.
I just thought that one was a powerful one. I was like, damn.
yeah. That's a good one.
All right, guys, you ready to get into Are you gonna stick around, Teriak?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude! Awesome. All right. Cool.
I'm probably gonna have to hop off just because I gotta get some sleep before work. I'd love to stay, but I'll watch it later.
Amagad, dude, always a pleasure having you up, man. Thanks for jumping in, bro.
I did want to say one thing. How old are you, lower class?
I'm 32.
32. Okay. I couldn't remember. There was somebody else that was talking to. They were 41, and I'll be 41 in October. But it was interesting. I had a sermon today in church, and the priest was talking about how the 41st year has meaning. Because about 40 years in the Bible or 40 days, that's the trial period, that's the struggle. And the 41st year is coming out of the desert. And that's what it's interesting that I'm starting to get back into religion in my 41st year. So a lot of people, they're still in that 40-year period. And it's important to go through that as well.
Yeah, man, and from what you've said, at least in chat, is like you've had kind of your own issues with anxiety and getting out and talking to people and stuff online. It seems, bro, you're doing great, man. Like you're getting up, you're camming up, you're in here with us, dude. You know what I mean? You're spitting your piece, man. I love it, dude.
Well, thank you for having me, dude. Y'all have a good time.
You too, brother.
You too, bro.
Right.
Nice to meet you.
Yep.
Peace. All right, guys. Deuteronomy time.
How old are you,
Kat, Caroline asked you, so.
How old are you, ma'am? I know it's rude to ask females that, but I'm a female, so I'm asking.
That's what I was about to say.
I'm 32. I'll be 33 in a couple weeks.
Damn, I'm the baby. I just turned 30.
Shit. She's 37. Have you gotten your walker yet, Kat? I'm just playing. 39 in September. See, look. We're all young here, man. None of us are pushing 70,
Yeah, but for like EOD, because he's a ginger, he's like 39 pushing 40. It's like he's basically pushing 60.
Yeah, that's true too. And Abe's like 200.
That true?
Hey, Scott's coming in. He's like, y'all are pups. He's a good old Bama boy, dude. You're what, 62, Scott? I think 61, 62, 216 based.
Yep.
Yeah, buddy. You got to slay them vampires, Abe. All right, let's get into Deuteronomy. So you guys just want to go chapter by chapter? Each of us read a chapter?
I'm fine with that.
All right, I'll read one. Caroline, you can read the next one. Teriak and Corey, or Corey and Teriak, it doesn't matter.
You can do me than Teriak. That's fine.
All right, cool. All right, Deuteronomy 1, Israel's history after the Exodus. These are the words which Moses spoke to all Israel across the Jordan and the wilderness, in the Arabah opposite Suf, between Paran and Tophel and Laban and Hazeroth and Dizahab, It is 11 days journey from Horeb, the way of Mount Seir to Kadesh Barnea. In the 40th year, on the first day of the 11th month, Moses spoke to the children of Israel according to all that the Lord had commanded him to give them. After he had defeated Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, who lived in Ashtaroth and Edrei. Across the Jordan in the land of Moab, Moses undertook to expound this law, saying, "The Lord our God spoke to us at Horeb, saying, you have stayed long enough at this mountain. Turn and set your journey and go to the hill country of the Amorites and to all their neighbors in the Arabah, in the hill country, and in the lowland, and in the Negev by the sea coast, and the land of the Canaanites, and Lebanon, as far as the great river, the river Euphrates. See, I have placed the land before you. Go in and possess the land in which the Lord swore to give to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to them and their descendants after them. I spoke to you at that time, saying, I am not able to bear the burden of you alone. The Lord your God has multiplied you, and behold, you are this day like the stars of heaven in number. May the Lord, the God of your fathers, increase you 1,000-fold more than you are, and bless you just as he has promised you. How can I alone bear the load and burden of you and your strife? Choose wise and discerning the experienced men from your tribes, and I will appoint them as your heads. You answered me and said, the thing which you have said to do is good. So I took the heads of your tribes, wise and experienced men, and appointed them heads over you, leaders of thousands and of hundreds, of 50s and of 10s, and officers for your tribes. Then I charged your judges at that time, saying, hear the cases between your fellow countrymen, and judge righteously between a man and his fellow countrymen, or the alien who is with him. You shall not show partiality in judgment. You shall hear the small and the great alike. You shall not fear man, for your judgment is God's. The case that is too hard for you, you shall bring to me, and I will hear it. I commanded you at the time all the things that you should do. Then we set out from Horeb and went through all that great and terrible wilderness which you saw on the way to the hill country of the Amorites, just as the Lord our God has commanded us. And we came to Kadesh Barnea. I said to you, you have come to the hill country of the Amorites, which the Lord our God is about to give us. See, the Lord your God has placed the land before you. Go up, take possession, as the Lord, the God of your fathers, has spoken to you. Do not fear or be dismayed. Then all of you approached me and said, let us send men before us, that they may search out the land for us, and bring back to us word of the way by which we should go up, and the cities which we shall enter. The thing pleased me, and I took 12 of your men, 1 man for each tribe. They turned and went up into the hill country, and came to the valley of Eshcol, and spied it out. Then they took some of the fruit of the land in their hands, and brought it down to us. And they brought us back a report, and said, it is a good land which the Lord our God is about to give us. Yet you were not willing to go up, but rebelled against the command of the Lord your God. And you grumbled in your tents and said, because the Lord hates us, he has brought us out of the land of Egypt to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites to destroy us. Where can we go up? Our brethren have made our hearts melt, saying, the people are bigger and taller than we. The cities are large and fortified to heaven. And besides, we saw the sons of Anakim there. Then I said to you, do not be shocked, nor fear them. The Lord your God who goes before you will himself fight on your behalf, just as he did for you in Egypt before your eyes, and in the wilderness where you saw how the Lord your God carried you, just as a man carries his son, in all the way which you have walked until you came into this place. But for all this, you did not trust the Lord your God, who goes before you in your way, to seek out a place for you to encamp, in fire by night and cloud by day, to show you the way in which you go. Then the Lord heard the sound of your words, and he was angry and took an oath, saying, not one of these men, this evil generation, shall see the good land which I swore to give to your fathers. Except Caleb the son of Jephunneh, he shall see it, and to him and to his sons I will give the land on which he has set foot, because he has followed the Lord fully. The Lord was angry with me also on your account, saying, not even you shall enter there. Joshua the son of Nun, who stands before you, he shall enter there. Encourage him, for he will cause Israel to inherit it. Moreover, your little ones, who you said would become a prey, and your sons, who this day have no knowledge of good or evil, shall enter there, but I will give it to them, and they shall possess it. But as for you, turn around and set out for the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. Then you said to me, we have sinned against the Lord. We will indeed go up and fight, just as the Lord our God commanded us. And every man of you girded on his weapons of war, and regarded it as easy to go up into the hill country. And the Lord said to me, say to them, do not go up nor fight, for I am not among you. Otherwise you will be defeated before your enemies. So I spoke to you, but you would not listen. Instead, you rebelled against the command of the Lord and acted presumptuously and went up into the hill country. The Amorites who lived in that hill country came out against you and chased you as bees do and crushed you from Seir to Hormah. Then you returned and wept before the Lord, and the Lord did not listen to your voice nor give ear to you. So you remained in Kadesh many days, the days that you spent there. By the way, Amagad came in clutch with $50. Amagad, thank you, bro. I really appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much. What a fucking legend, Amagad.
Good Lord.
Thank you so much, man. Dude, I really appreciate that, bro. You're such a legend, dude. That has us at 100 out of $500 for the monthly goal, gentlemen. Thank you, Amagad. What a ledge. I appreciate it, bro. Really means a lot, dude. Thank you, dude. Thank you. All right. You want to read the next chapter? All right. Deuteronomy 2.
Then we turned and set out for the wilderness by the way to the Red Sea. Sorry, y'all. As the Lord spoke to me, and circled Mount Seir for many days. And the Lord spoke to me, saying, you have circled this mountain long enough. Now turn north and command the people, saying, you will pass through the territory of your brothers, the sons of Esau, who live in Seir, and they will be afraid of you. So be very careful. Do not provoke them, for I will not give you any of their land, even as little as a footstep, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau as a possession. You shall buy food from them with money, so that you may eat, and you shall also purchase water from them with money, so that you may drink. For the Lord your God has blessed you in all that you have done. He has known your wanderings through this great wilderness. These 40 years the Lord your God has been with you. You have not lacked a thing. Amen. So we passed beyond our brothers, the sons of Esau, who live in Seir, away from the Arabah road, away from Elath and from Ezion Geber. And we turned and passed through by the way of the wilderness of Moab.
By the way, if you run into a problem with pronunciations,
and I'm just gonna
burn right through
butcher it.
Yeah.
Then the Lord said to me, do not harass Moab, nor provoke them to war, for I will not give you any of their land as a possession, because I have given Ar to the sons of Lot as a possession. The Amim lived there formerly, a people as great, numerous, and tall as the Anakim, who are related to the Nephilim, by the way, if y'all didn't know that. Okay. Like the Anakim, they are also regarded, they were a type of giant. They are also regarded as Rephaim, but the Moabites call them Amim, which is, Rephaim sounds like a type of angel, some sort of fallen. Im usually means, The Horites formerly lived in Seir, but the sons of Esau dispossessed them and destroyed them from before them, and settled in their place, just as Israel did to the land of their possession, which the Lord gave to them. Now arise and cross over the brook Zered yourselves. So we crossed over the brook Zered. Now the time that it took for us to come from Kadesh Barnea until we crossed over the brook Zered was 38 years, until all the generations of the men of war perished from within the camp, as the Lord had sworn to them. Moreover, the hand of the Lord was against them to destroy them from within the camp until they had all perished. So it came about, when all the men of war had finally perished from among the people, that the Lord spoke to me, saying, today you shall cross over Ar, the border of Moab. When you come opposite the sons of Ammon, do not harass them, nor provoke them, for I will not give you any of the land of the sons of Ammon as a possession, because I have given it to the sons of Lot as a possession. It is also regarded as the land of the Rephaim, for Rephaim formerly lived in it, but the Ammonites called them Zamzummim, a people as great, numerous, and tall as the Anakim, but the Lord destroyed them before them. And they dispossessed them and settled in their place, just as he did for the sons of Esau who lived in Seir. When he destroyed the Horites from before them, they dispossessed them and settled in their place even to this day. And the Avim, who lived in in villages as far as Gaza, the Caphtorim, who came from Caphtor, destroyed them and lived in their place. Arise, set out, and pass through the valley of Arnon. Look, I have given Sihon the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and his land into your hand. Begin to take possession and contend with him in battle. This day I will begin to put the dread and fear of you upon the peoples everywhere under the heavens, who, when they hear the report of you, will tremble and be in anguish because of you. So I sent messengers from the wilderness of Kedemoth to Sihon, king of Heshbon, with words of peace, saying, Let me pass through your land. I will travel only on the highway. I will not turn aside to the right or the left. You will sell me food for money, so that I may eat, and give me water for money, so that I may drink. Only let me pass through on foot, just as the sons of Esau who live in Seir and the Moabites who live in Ar did for me, until I cross over the Jordan into the land which the Lord our God is giving to us. But Sihon, king of Heshbon, was not willing for us to pass through his land. For the Lord your God hardened his spirit and made his heart obstinate, in order to deliver him into your hand, as he is today. The Lord said to me, See, I have begun to deliver Sihon and his land over to you. Begin to occupy, that you may possess his land. Then Sihon with all his people came out to meet us in battle at Jahaz. The Lord our God delivered him over to us, and we defeated him with his sons and all his people. So we captured all his cities at that time and utterly destroyed the men, women, and children of every city. We left no survivor. We took only the animals as our booty and the spoil of the cities which we had captured. From Aroer, which is on the edge of the valley of Arnon, and from the city which is in the valley, even to Gilead, there was no city that was too high for us. The Lord our God delivered all over to us. Only you did not go near to the land of the sons of Ammon, all along the river Jabbok, and the cities of the hill country, and wherever the Lord our God had commanded us.
Clear it out there, Corey.
It says, conquest recounted. Then we turned and went up to the road of Bashan, and Og, king of Bashan, with all his people came out to meet us in the battle of Edrei. But the Lord said to me, Do not fear him, for I have delivered him and all his people and his land into your hand. And you shall do to him just as you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who lived at Heshbon. So the Lord our God delivered Og, also king of Bashan, with all his people into our hand, and we smote them until no survivor was left. We captured all his cities at that time. There was not a city which we did not take from them. 60 cities, all the region of Argob, the kingdom of Og and Bashan. All these were cities fortified with high walls, gates, and bars, besides a great many unwalled towns. We utterly destroyed them as we did to the Sihon, king of Heshbon, utterly destroyed the men, women, and children of every city. But all the animals and the spoil of the cities we took as our booty. Thus we took the land at that time, from the hand of the two kings of the Amorites, who were beyond the Jordan, from the valley of Arnon to Mount Hermon. Sidonians call Hermon Sirion, and the Amorites call it Senir. All the cities of the plateau and all the Gilead and all Bashan, as far as Salkith and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og and Bashan. For only Og, king of Bashan, was left of the remnants of the Rephaim. Behold, his bedstead was an iron cast bedstead. It is in Rabbah of the sons of Ammon. Its length was 9 cubits, and its width 4 cubits by ordinary cubit. So we took possession of the land at that time from area, which is by the valley of Arnon, and half the hill country of Gilead and its cities I gave to the Reubenites and to the Gadites, the rest of the Gilead and all Bashan, the kingdom of Og, I gave to the half tribe of Manasseh, all the region of Argob, concerning all Bashan, it is called the land of the Rephaim. Jair, the son of Manasseh, took all the region of Argob as far as the border of the Geshurites and the Machanites, and called it, that is Bashan, after his own name. Havoth, Jair, as it is to this day. To Machir I gave Gilead, to the Reubenites and to the Gadites I gave from Gilead even as far as the valley of Arnon, the middle of the valley as a border, and as far as the river of Gabak, the border of the sons of Ammon. The Arabah also with the Jordan as a border, from Chinnerith even as far as the sea of Arabah, the sea salt at the foot of the slopes of Pisgah on the east. Then I commanded you at the time, saying, the Lord your God has given you this land to possess it. All your valiant men shall cross over armed before your brothers, the sons of Israel. But your wives and your little ones and your livestock, I know that you have much livestock, shall remain in the cities which I have given you, until the Lord gives rest to your fellow countrymen as to you, and they also possess the land which the Lord your God will give them beyond the Jordan. Then you may return every man to his possessions which I had given you. I commanded Joshua at that time, saying, your eyes have seen all that the Lord your God has done to these two kings. So the Lord shall do to all the kingdoms into which you are about to cross. Do not fear them, for the Lord your God is the one fighting for you. I also pleaded with the Lord at the time, saying, O Lord God, you have begun to show your servant your greatness and your strong hand. For what God is there in heaven or on earth who can do such works and mighty act as yours? Let me, I pray, cross over and see the fair land that is beyond the Jordan, that good hill country in Lebanon. But the Lord was angry with me on your account and would not listen to me. And the Lord said to me, enough, speak to me no more of this matter. Go up to the top of Pisgah and lift up your eyes to the west and the north and south and east, and see it with your own eyes. For you shall not cross over this Jordan, but charge Joshua and encourage him and strengthen him, for he shall go across at the head of his people, and he will give them as an inheritance the land which you will see. So we remain in the valley opposite Beth Peah.
All right. Deuteronomy 4. You ready, Tariak?
Yeah, let's go, baby. Israel urged to obey God's law. Now, O Israel, listen to the statutes and the judgments which I am teaching you to perform, so that you may live and go in take possession of the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, is giving you. You shall not add to the word which I am commanding you, nor take away from it, that you may keep the commandments of the Lord your God which I commanded you. Your eyes have seen what the Lord has done in the case of Baal-Peor, and for the men who followed Baal-Peor, the Lord your God has destroyed them from among you. But you who held fast to the Lord, your God are alive today, every one of you. See, I have taught you statutes and judgments, just as the Lord my God commanded me, that you should do thus in the land where you are entering to possess it. So keep and do them, for that is your for that is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the peoples who will hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise nation. Is there that has a God so near it to it as the Lord our God whenever we call on him? Or what great nation is there that has statutes and judgments as righteous as the whole law which I'm setting before you today? Only give heed to yourself and keep your soul diligently, so that you do not forget the things which your eyes have seen, and they do not depart from your heart all the days of your life, but make them known to your sons and your grandsons. Remember the day you stood before the Lord your God at Horeb, where the Lord said to me, assemble the people to me, that I may let them hear my words and hear my words, so they may learn to fear me all the days they live on earth, and that they may teach their children. You came near and stood at the foot of the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire to the very heart of the heavens, darkness, cloud, and thick gloom. Then the Lord spoke to you from the midst of the fire. You heard the sounds of words, but you saw no form, only a voice. So he declared to you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, that is, the 10 Commandments. And he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone. The Lord commanded me that at that time to teach you the statutes and judgments, so that you might perform them in a land where you were going to possess it. So watch yourselves carefully, since you do not see any form of the day the Lord spoke to you at Horeb from the midst of the fire, so that you do not act corruptly and make them graven images for yourself in the form of any figure, like the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any animal that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged bird that flies in the sky, the likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, the likeness of any fish in the water below the earth. And beware not to lift up your eyes to the heaven and see the sun and the moon and the stars and all the hosts of the heaven, and be drawn away and worship them and serve them, those which your Lord God has allotted to all the peoples under the whole heaven. But the Lord has taken you and brought you out of the iron furnace from Egypt to the people for his own possession, as today. Now the Lord was angry with me on your account, and swore that I would not cross the Jordan, and that I would not enter the good land which which the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. For I will die in this land. I shall not cross the Jordan, but you shall cross and take possession of this good land. So watch yourselves, take that you do not forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make for yourselves a graven image in the form of anything against which the Lord your God has commanded you. For the Lord your God is a consuming fire, a jealous God. When you become the father of children and children's children, and have remained long in the land, and act corruptly, and make an idol in the form of anything, and do that which is evil in the sight of the Lord your God, as to provoke him to anger, I call heaven and earth to witness against you today, that you will surely perish quickly from the land which you are going to over the Jordan to possess it. You shall not live long on it. You will be utterly destroyed. The Lord will scatter you among the peoples, and you will be left in few number among the nations where the Lord drives you. There you will serve gods, the work of man's hands, wood and stone, which neither hear nor eat nor smell. But from there you will speak the Lord your God, and you will find him if you search for him with all your heart and soul. When you are in the distress and all these things have come upon you in the latter days, you will return to the Lord your God and listen to his voice. For the Lord your God is a compassionate God. He will not fail you, nor destroy you, nor forget the covenant with your fathers, which he swore to them. Indeed, ask how concerning the former days which were before you, since the day that God created man on earth, and inquire from one of the ends of inquire from one end of the heavens to the other. Has anything been done like this in the great thing, or has anything been heard like it? Has any people heard the voice of God speaking from the midst of the fire, as you have heard it, and survived? Or has God tried to go to take for himself a nation from within another nation by trials, by signs, and wonders, and by war, and by mighty hand, and by an outstretched arm, and by great terrors, as your Lord God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? To put to you, it was shown that you might know that the Lord, He is God. There is no other besides Him. One of the heavens He let you hear His voice to discipline you, and on earth He let you see His great fire, and you heard His words from the midst of the fire. Because He loved your fathers, therefore He chose their descendants after them, and He personally brought you from Egypt by His great power, driving out from before your nations, greater, mightier, than you, to bring you in and give you their land for an inheritance as it is today. Know therefore today, and take it to your hearts, that the Lord, He is God in heaven above and on earth below. There is no other. So you shall keep His statutes and His commandments, which I am giving you today, that it may go well with you and with your children after you, that you may live long on the land which your Lord God is giving you for all time. Then Moses set apart 3 cities across the Jordan to the east, that a manslayer might flee there, who unintentionally slew his neighbor without having an enmity across toward him in the time past, and by fleeing to one of the cities he might live. Bezer in the wilderness on the plateau of the Reubenites, and the Ramoth in the Gilead for the Gadites, and the Golan in the Bashan for the Manassites. Now this is the law which Moses set before the sons of Israel. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the ordinance which Moses spoke to the sons of Israel when they came out from Egypt, across the Jordan, in the valley opposite Beth-Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon, whom Moses and the sons of Israel defeated when they came from Egypt. He took the possession of his land and the land of Og, king of Bashan, the 2 kings of the Amorites who were across the Jordan to the east, from Ar, which is on the edge of the valley of Arnon, which is as far as the Mount Sion, that is Hermon, with all the Arabah across the Jordan to the east, even as far as the sea is the Arabah, as at the foot of the slopes of the Pisgah.
You have something you wanted to? Cool. There you go.
All right. Real quick, I just wanted to say something. So, several times in the last couple chapters, we've read verses where Moses talks about how he doesn't get to go into the promised land on account of the Israelites. But if you go back, I guess, a few books, God commands Moses to speak to the rock and command water to come out of it. But because Moses is angry at the Israelites, he decides to strike the rock with his staff. So, from what I understand and have learned over reading these books, is that even though Moses, asked God, please let me go into this land, I've seen your righteousness, I honor you, I know you're God. The problem wasn't because he struck the rock in anger, it's because he kept blaming the Israelites for his wrongdoing. Because he kept saying over and over again, it's because of you I'm not going into this land. It's because of you I'm not going into this land. Like we just read, furthermore, the Lord was angry with me because of you. And he swore that I should not cross the Jordan. Well, he kept blaming them. He never was humble enough to repent of his own. I just wanted to point that out because it's
I think that's good.
Important theme here. Yeah.
See, that's the kind of stuff that
hell yeah.
That input's great, because I like while I'm reading through, especially through these first 5 books, it's just been a big story, and so some of the little kind of intricacies, I don't catch them, where it's like, oh wait, actually, here's where this person saying this is actually like they've contradicted themselves to this degree. Yeah. All right. You guys got anything you want to add in, Teriak, Corey?
No, just like in terms of to kind of like add on to that previous point, like the whole kind of aspect of accountability. You know what I mean?
Yeah. based.
And like how it's a key thing, and that like it's you got to be accountable, because if you're not accountable to yourself, then that's how you fly off the rails. You know.
Right. Right. Absolutely.
So it still has consequences as a result of that.
All right. Now you're good. Deuteronomy 5, the 10 Commandments repeated. Then Moses summoned all Israel and said to them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and the ordinances which I am speaking today in your hearing, that you may learn them and observe them carefully. The Lord our God made a covenant with us at Horeb. The Lord did not make this covenant with our fathers. Sorry about that, guys. So the Lord did not make this covenant with our fathers, but with us, with all those of us alive here today. The Lord spoke to you face to face at the mountain of the midst of the fire, while I was standing between the Lord and you at that time, to declare to you the word of the Lord. For you were afraid because of the fire and did not go up the mountain. He said, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make You shall not make for yourself an idol or any likeness of what is in heaven above, or on the earth beneath, or in the water under the earth. You shall not worship them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children, and on the third and the fourth generations of those who hate me, but showing loving kindness to thousands, to those who love me and to keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord will not leave him unpunished who takes his name in vain. Observe the Sabbath day to keep it holy, as the Lord your God commanded you. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath of the Lord your God. In it you shall not do any work, you or your son or your daughter or your male servant or your female servant or your ox or your donkey or any of your cattle or your sojourner who stays with you, so that your male servant and your female servant may rest as well as you. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God brought you out of there by mighty hand and by an outstretched arm. Therefore the Lord your God commanded you to observe the Sabbath day. Honor your father and your mother, as the Lord your God has commanded you, that your days may be prolonged and that it may go well with you on the land which the Lord your God gives you. You shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, and you shall not desire your neighbor's house, his field, or his male servant, or his female servant, his ox, or his donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. Moses interceded. These words the Lord spoke to all your assembly at the mountain from the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick gloom, with a great voice, and he added no more. He wrote them on 2 tablets of stone and gave them to me. When you heard the voice from the midst of the darkness, while the mountain was burning with fire, you came near to me, all the heads of your tribes and your elders. You said, Behold, the Lord our God has shown us his glory and his greatness. We have heard his voice from the midst of the fire. We have seen today that God speaks with man, yet he lives. Now then, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear the voice of the Lord our God any longer, then we will die. For who is there of all flesh who has heard the voice of the living God lived? Go near and hear all that the Lord our God says. Then speak to us that the Lord our God speaks to you, and we will hear and do it. The Lord heard the voice of your words when you spoke to me, and the Lord has said to me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken to you. They have done well in all that they have spoken. Oh, that they had such a heart in them, that they would fear me and keep my commandments always, that it may well be with them and their sons forever. Go, say to them, return to your tents. But as for you, stay here by me, that I may speak to you all the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which you shall teach them, that they may observe them in the land which I give them to possess. So you shall observe to do just as the Lord your God has commanded you. You shall not turn aside to the right or to the left. You shall walk in all the way which the Lord your God has commanded you, that you may live and that it may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days in the land which you will possess. All right. Well, it was good hanging out with you. Thanks for jumping on stream.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Yeah. Oh, come here.
Bye, you guys.
Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you.
Take it easy.
All right.
It says, obey God and prosper. Now this is the commandment, the statutes and the judgments which the Lord your God has commanded me to teach you, that you might do them in the land where you are going over to possess it, so that you and your sons and your grandsons might fear the Lord your God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments which I command you all the days of your life, and that your days may be prolonged. O Israel, you should listen and be careful to do it, that it may be well with you, and that you may multiply greatly, just as the Lord, the God of your father, has promised you, and a land flowing with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your might. These words which I am commanding you today shall be on your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your sons, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and shall be as frontals on your forehead. You shall write them on the doorpost of your house and on your gates. Then it shall come about, when the Lord your God brings you into the land which he swore to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give you, great and splendid cities which you did not build, and houses full of all the good things which you did not fill, and hewn cisterns which you did not dig, vineyards and olive trees which you did not plant, and you eat and are satisfied. Then watch yourself, that you do not forget the Lord who brought you from the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall fear only the Lord your God. You shall worship him and swear by his name. You shall not follow other gods, any of the gods of the people who surround you. For the Lord your God is in the midst of you, is a jealous God. Otherwise, the anger of the Lord your God will be kindled against you, and he will wipe you off the face of the earth. You shall not put the Lord your God to the test, as you tested him at Massa. You should diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God and his. I'm gonna scroll down a little bit. Lower class. And his testimonies and his statutes which he has commanded you. You shall do what is right and good in the sight of the Lord, that it may be well with you, and that you may go in and possess the good land which the Lord swore to give your fathers, by driving out all your enemies from before you, as the Lord has spoken. When your son asks you in time to come, saying, what do the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments mean which the Lord our God commanded you? Then you shall say to your son, we were slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt, and the Lord brought us from Egypt with a mighty hand. Moreover, the Lord showed great and distressing signals and wonders before our eyes against Egypt, Pharaoh, and all his household. He brought us out from there in order to bring us in, to give us the land which he had sworn to our fathers. So the Lord commanded us to observe all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God for our good always, and for our survival as it is today. It will be righteous for us if we are careful to observe all these commandments before the Lord of our God, just as he commanded us.
Warnings. When the Lord your God brings you into the land where you are entering to possess it and clears away many nations before you, the Hittites and the Girgashites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and stronger than you. And when the Lord your God delivers them before you and defeat them, you shall orderly destroy them. You shall make no covenant with them and show no favor to them. Furthermore, you shall not intermarry with them, and you shall not give them your daughters to their sons, nor shall you take their daughters for your sons, for they will turn your sons away from following me to serve other gods. Then the anger of the Lord will be kindled against you, and he will quickly destroy you. But thus you shall do to them: you shall tear down their altars and smash their sacred pillars, and hoe down their asherim, and burn their graven images with fire. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for his own possession out of all the peoples who are on the face of the earth. The Lord did not set his love on you, nor chose you because you were more in number than any of the peoples. You were the fewest of peoples, but because the Lord loved you, and kept the oath which he swore to your forefathers, the Lord brought out by a mighty hand, redeemed you from the house of slavery, from the hand of the Pharaoh king of Egypt. Know therefore that the Lord your God, he is God, the faithful God, who keeps his covenant and his loving kindness to 1,000 generations with those who love him and keep his commandments, who repays those who hate him to their faces to destroy them. He will not delay with him who hates him. He will repay him to his face. Therefore, you shall keep the commandment and the statutes, the judgments which I am commanding you today to do them. Promises of God. Then it shall come about, because you listen to these judgments and keep and do them, that the Lord your God will keep you his covenant and his loving kindness which he swore to your forefathers. He will love you and bless you and multiply you. He will also bless the fruit of your womb and the fruit of your ground and your grain and your new wine and your oil, and increase your herd and the young of your flock in the land which he swore to your forefathers to give to you. You shall be blessed above all peoples. There will be no male or female barren among you among your cattle. The Lord will remove all the Lord will remove all sickness, and he will not put on you any of the harmful diseases of Egypt which you have known. But he will lay them on all who hate you. You shall consume all the peoples whom the Lord your God will deliver to you. Your eye shall not pity them, nor shall you serve their gods, for that would be a snare to you. If you should say in your heart, these nations are greater than I, how can I dispossess them? You shall not be afraid of them. You shall well remember that the Lord your God did to Pharaoh and to all Egypt, great trials which your eyes saw, and the signs and the wonders and the mighty hand of and the outstretched arm by which the Lord your God brought you out. Who shall the Lord your God do to all the peoples whom you are afraid? Moreover, the Lord your God will send the hornet against them, until those who are left and hide themselves from you perish. You shall not dread them, for the Lord your God is in your midst, a great and awesome God. The Lord your God will clear away these nations before you little by little. You will not be able to put an end to them quickly, for the wild beasts would grow numerous for you. But the Lord your God will deliver them before you, and will throw them into the great confusion until they are destroyed. He will deliver their kings into your hand, so that you will make their name perish from under heaven. No man will be able to stand before you until you have destroyed them. The graven images of their gods you are to burn with fire. You shall not covet the silver or gold that is on them, nor take it for yourselves, or you will be snared by it, for it is an abomination to the Lord your God. You shall not bring an abomination into your house, and like it come under the ban. You shall utterly detest it, and you shall utterly abhor it, for it is something banned.
Yeah, that was pretty. That 25 right there was actually a really cool verse because he's saying the graven images of their gods you are to burn with fire. You shall not covet the silver or the gold that's on them, or take it for yourselves, or you'll be snared by it, for it's an abomination to the Lord your God.
Because
And
like
it's
this
just
is
crazy.
all
Go ahead.
this is whole concept where it's like people get capitalism a bit mixed up because it's like they say it's like, well, no, it's like in the capitalist, like you should be taking the silver and gold because that's like that's wealth and you can use that for like more power and all. It's like yeah, but like the whole kind of dynamic here is it's supposed to be voluntary and like the whole aspect to it's like you're choosing not to even accept the goal from these people. You know what I mean? That you have
Yeah.
like you're moving at that level. It's like that whole kind of like video that was going around recently of this English dude like was in Italy in an Italian restaurant and he was trying to say, can I get this but without the bacon, or can I get that with extra chicken, or and all this kind of shit. And they were like, not possible. No, not possible, not possible. Because like when you go to an Italian thing, you're going there for their experience, and it's like it's basically kind of like you're coming into their home as a quote unquote business. So it's like if you're not happy with the menu, why are you here? You know what I mean? They're looking at you as if you're kind of like the illogical ones. Like, why are you even here if you're trying to get us to change our menu and cook us different things and all this kind of shit? But whereas like the other, there's another other side to that where like there's a restaurant where it's like they'll cook you anything. But I mean, they're just aimed to please and all this kind of shit. So it's like that whole kind of dynamic where it's like you have like the voluntary choice here. You know what I mean? Like this whole thing of you don't have to accept the money. That's the whole like dynamic, the capitalism and even this whole thing of like even throw away their gold. Do you know what I mean? Just it like this isn't like a business decision. This is like so pure out. We're on a mission here. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that's amazing. All right. We'll get on to Deuteronomy 8. God's gracious dealings. Oh wait, no. Corey, is that you?
I think I'm the next one.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
God's gracious dealings. All the commandments that I am commanding you today, you shall be careful to do, that you may live and multiply, and go in and possess the land which the Lord swore to give you to your forefathers. You shall remember all the way which the Lord your God has led you in the wilderness these 40 years, that he might humble you, testing you to know what was in your heart, whether you would keep his commandments or not. He humbled you and let you be hungry, and fed you with manna which you did not know, nor did your fathers know, that he might make you understand that man does not live by bread alone, but man lives by everything that proceeds out of the mouth of the Lord. Ooh, that's a banger, dude. He doesn't live by bread alone, but he lives by everything that proceeds out of the mouth of the Lord, bro.
Not only do you nourish your stomach, but you need to nourish your brain. You need to engage in philosophy or theology, like any kind of like dynamic to like this whole aspect of like morality or like what is right from wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, what you notice a lot is people that feed like their intellect without feeding their spirit or their soul, they become very dark and kind of depressed, and they get all these, I guess, weird personality defects by just feeding their intellect the same way you would just feed your body and become kind of overweight, unhealthy, and stuff like that. If you're just feeding your brain, it seems to have a similar effect.
And to go back to what you were saying about the schooling system earlier on, LC, the whole dynamic that like this thing is like they're feeding their brain. It's like they're able to quote back all these facts. It's like a memory test, but they're not actually engaging in like the aspect of the spirituality or the soul, like what like because like you can't like these people like can't explain music to you. Like you can't. Like, or they would even say like music is subjective, but it's like you can't tell me that it's like seeing Jimi Hendrix live is not like an experience in itself. Like that in itself is almost like a mind altering drug almost. I mean, like they like to say gambling is addictive. You know what I mean? It has addictive behavior on the brain, all this shit. But all you're doing is just moving like plastic chips on the table. Like how is that a drug? But it's mind altering and in that kind of dynamic because of the experience. You know what I mean? So and like that's the whole kind of like the power of words, like what you would say the word of the God, like I would say the word of like the logos, like the power of like knowing what logic is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like you can't just go through life focusing on getting your bread or getting your cheese or getting your gold. You have to be able to focus on like growing like your mind and expanding out into this aspect of like truth or what you call God. You know what I mean? Or Jesus.
Yeah. Oof. Abe Dinkus says there are theological underpinnings throughout Scripture. If you just read things out of context, you can twist it up, but that doesn't make you right. That's
very
base.
true.
Absolutely, dude. See, and that's why, like, that's one of the reasons that I wanted to do this in the format of like reading line by line. You know, that way understanding what the context of these verses are, because, like, you know, I hear people they pull like little snippets out. Like I had one of those real Hebrew Israelite kind of folks on, Chris Terry. He believes that, like, you know, God's going to come back and enslave all white people to black folks, and you know, it's we're the descendants of Edom, and you know, the Edomites are just white people, and you know, God's going to make us the slaves to whatever, and you know, all that. And that was essentially the crux of his argument, where I mean, he bounced me all around the Bible, and like, you know, I engaged with it, right? But like he would go, well, here in Romans here's this, and here in, you know, in Leviticus here's this, and here in, you know,
no, you can't be doing that like that. That's why I noticed that a lot. Like, it's particularly Muslims like to do that as well. Like they'll do, you kind of like talk about, like, they'll bring up one thing, you're about to like prove like that it's wrong, their interpretation, because if you give the full quote, and then they shift to a different book. Whereas like the way I do it, I say we're only talking about Book of Job here. Here's what it says, and like you said, I go verse by verse, like read out the first couple of verses. Here's what it said. Here's the couple of notes we're going by. You know what I mean? That's why I call like the deceptive atheists as well. They like to do that as well. They're like, oh, like what about Elijah, and then what about Ezekiel, and like they're pulling it off from all these different things. And you're kind of saying, but you're not giving the context of like the actual people that they're going for. Like you're describing warfare and saying this is immoral, but it's like it's war. I mean, it's like the whole thing of like trying to say Winston Churchill was the chief villain of World War II. It's like, bro, pump the fucking brakes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely. All right, let's get
because
back
like
to,
people.
Go ahead.
But it's kind of a tangent, but like people like to kind of like oversimplify and say it's like it's because of the number. It's like I don't give a fuck if it was like 5.9, if it was 6.1, or even if it was only 1 million. It's like just look at the kind of experimentation. Like they were literally like giving these prisoners wounds and then just throwing them into the snow overnight. They die of hypothermia so they could track the rate of like decay on the wound and all this kind of like that level of like complete sheer disregard for like that this is a person at all. You know what I mean? That's the inhumane things that like, and like one could argue like would say led to scientific breakthroughs, but very twisted, sick, dark, demented kind of like scientific breakthroughs in terms of like mind control, behavior, all this kind of shit that you're seeing now. But that's what I'm saying, like this whole kind of dynamic too. Like even Plato was saying, you need to have some sort of religion. You need to have some sort of grounding. This is what the Christians keep pointing out. It's like, how are you grounding your morality? Because if you're telling me morality is subjective, it's all relative. What the fuck does that mean your scientists are doing?
Yeah.
Yep.
We can always point to some sort of greater good, and then we're doing horrific shit.
Yep.
We can talk World War II. So Abe says, but if you read Job and ignore the whole of the theology, it means nothing. Like we can talk of World War II, but know nothing before or after. You can change what the events mean.
Yeah, no, 100%, Abe. Like I said, like you can like I think you're trying to like point to like my interpretation of Job and like and all that kind of shit. And it's like I said, I can push that or couch that to a side because fundamentally I'm coming at that from the perspective I'm donning the title of Satan as an adversary. You know what I mean? And what I'm trying to point out, I'm more so like doing that interpretation for atheists rather than Christians. You know what I mean? But it is fun to get their kind of point of view of and all this kind of shit. But it's like I'm trying to point out the atheists that like even if you don and try to disprove this theory by donning the title of Satan, it turns out this story is actually even more genius, or it's like it elevates the writing just as an objective, like you were just to write this in modern day. But I mean, the same kind of principles that you're applying here, because like even if you are to be the villain, you're still coming up with like such a genius lesson, and effectively preventing this system from ever becoming a cult or like dogmatic in all its belief, because this is the key. You know what I mean? Like people like Nala Ray, for example, would get exposed with this, where like Andrew Wilson or let's say maybe like Jim Bob, whatever would say, like I guess I can kind of see that point of view. You know what I mean? In terms of like that theory, at least, it would still back up this whole kind of aspect that we see, where it's I think it was even mentioned in this earlier on, was like teaching your sons to know right from wrong. They'll come to me, and like I will teach them right from wrong. They will know right from wrong, and like this is the confidence that I'm putting down before you. Just this whole sense of morality, law, like differentiating one between zero. You know what I mean? Because like anytime you get an ideology where 1 equals 0, man equals woman, you know what I mean? That's where it's like they're cooked. Their rational faculties is gone. This is like this is a religion. This is dogmatic or cult essentially like behavior. Abe Dink says, no, I'm just calling out people to twist meanings of event, but making sure they keep out previous meaning and wisdom. No. Yeah, no, like I said, like you see it in media. It's all a spin or a twist. Like when Trump, the assassination attempt on Trump, what was the title of the newspaper? Trump fell down at rally.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. After
And
loud
that's supposed to be
bangs are
news?
heard. Right. I don't think Abe was like accusing you of anything there. I think he was just like kind of making the point that like there are people who read into things, and they'll read into things in the wrong way, and they'll twist words to like essentially like you're saying, go with a narrative they're trying to spin.
And it's like you even get it on like the quote unquote Christian side too, where it's like the people that read too much in Revelations, and like they're like it's end times, and they're swinging the bell and all this kind of shit, and like they're literally like, you know, selling their house over it and all this kind of shit. And it's like, bro, calm down. Do you know what I mean? Take a breath. We got this.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like I said, it's a dire situation. I get you, but still winnable. Do you know what I mean?
Earlier, I saw a comment in chat earlier. Let me see if I can find it. This is one of those things. A guy came in and he was like, "Rapture's on September 23rd." Let's see if I can find it. Should be up here somewhere. One sec. I wanted to engage with him, but we were like fucking chin deep in a conversation. I wasn't trying to derail the current conversation. Then I forgot about it, but oh well, whatever. It's
no worries. But like I said, it's. I often wonder. It's like actually kind of sit down those people like the day after post like prediction, and it's gonna be like, okay, like are we still believing the thing, or are they gonna like see the common sense then? Because like that's often the thing that I think about in terms of like, for example, like Waco, like those type characters, where it's or the Anton LaVey's. You know what I mean, like that kind of aspect to it.
Yeah.
Because like people would call me a Satanist, but it's like, and I fully agree that, because I literally like I'm saying that I'm donning that title of like Satan, like adversary. But like that doesn't mean that I'm like involved in that whole like sex cult shit that like Anton LaVey, like that was clearly just like a grifter so he could get laid. That was his, you know, pickup line or whatever. He was the bad boy, like kind of vibe. Same thing with Andrew Tate. You know, he's the Mr. International. He even looks like Pitbull. Like that's why I'm like, bro, like this, like he's low key. Like I genuinely think that motherfucker's the Fed. I mean, because it's like literally looks like Pitbull and everything. But like I said, it's because like fundamentally, like you have so much control over your own life, and like when you kind of like think about things, like I said, in terms of like financial, all this kind of shit, like capitalism, like these objective systems, like even like I said, like theology has its place where it's like you can like the way the Orthodox, like Andrew Wilson, Jay Dyer, Jimbo, the way they talk about God being truth, logic, like all these kind of like universal laws that govern the cosmos. That's where it's like, yeah, like that's what I mean by logos. So like we share that kind of thing. Even Platonists would agree, all this kind of shit. But unfortunately nowadays you have like all these people who are saying, yeah, no, morality is subjective.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Y'all need Jesus. That's what I say.
Yes.
Y'all need some truth.
Absolutely. Corey, you got anything to add?
Nah, I mean, he cooking, so I was just gonna let him cook.
Yeah, bro. Teriak, you were, bro. You're lighting it up.
It. But like I said, it's that whole kind of aspect to like, if people say if we all just become Christians, like, yeah, but Nala Ray is quote unquote Christian.
Yeah.
Like what are our thoughts about that? You know what I mean?
So here's my thing. Like if she's truly repented and is changing her life and doing things in a godly way, I don't have an issue with someone who was living a bad way before and changed their life. Like that's me, bro. You know, like now granted there's a big time difference there. Like, you know, she was whoring it up last year, and you know, I've been off of hard drugs for, it'll be 7 years in October. So, you know, it's a big difference in time there. And like that's why, like, even now, you know, I when I do this stream, I really do my best to not act like I'm like a scholar, or, you know, I'm not some like super incredibly godly person. Like, this is something that I'm striving for, you know. And I think to portray yourself as, well, I've changed and I found Jesus, and you know, everything's different. Like, that's kind of a pink cloud mindset where, you know, there's a lot of discipline and a lot of like personal work that has to be done inside before, to me, being able to claim really any change that happens in your life, you know. But I don't know how God works in other people. So, you know, if she actually has found Christ and she actually is, like, you know, living in a good way, I hope she is, you know. But from the videos that she puts online where she's like making cake batter and, you know, suggestively licking like the spatulas and stuff, and like the videos that she puts out, it doesn't seem like, it seems like she just found a new demographic to grift to, man. Like, that's all it seems to me. You know what I'm saying? That's, you know, but she's a it's trad wife porn, right?
Yeah.
You know, so.
But like, do you like, here's one thing to the question. And like I said, if we're going too tangential, let me know and we'll hone it back in. But you ever notice the music that like for food commercials?
Like fast
You ever
food,
notice
or
that?
just
Like kind of like that supermarket kind of like ads that come up, and like they show you like the cake, and like the cream is slowly falling from the cake, and it's all in kind of like that slow motion, kind of like, you know, very that's the
Provocative.
same music that they use for porno or corno.
Interesting.
It's like the same. It's like the same kind of tricks are being used.
You think it's
You know
like
what
a psychological play to try and reach a similar market subconsciously?
Yeah, generally, like there's kind of like some songs that are just like so seductive that you can't help but like just like sway to them, or like, you know, like tap your foot to them, all this kind of shit. It's like that's kind of like the shit that I'm talking about, in terms of like, that's why Greeks, like 1/3 of their curriculum was like music. I mean, it's like you had to learn an instrument, you had to understand music to understand what's going on, because there are rules to music, even though music is subjective. So you might find one song better than the other or whatever. But like, there are these like rules. There's like this harmony that's in place that, quote unquote, makes sense to us.
Yeah.
I mean, it is objective. I mean,
Absolutely.
and sometimes you got to break the rules. I get that, all that kind of shit. But it's like, there is that, like, and that's what people point towards when it's like there is some sort of like objective law at play here that governs the cosmos. You know what I mean? And that's where like tying it back to like this thing where it's like you have like it's the Nala rays that end up leading the Salem witch trials, and then men get blamed for it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, that was
And it's that, like, but that's what I'm trying to point towards in terms of like that's what like you need to watch out for in terms of your side. Because like I said, I'm not Christian, because like you'll see with this debate that I've got coming up, I think it's potentially against First Amender 2v2, where like I'm literally going to go like full Satan mode, and like the previous Sarah debates will suddenly make sense. You know what I mean? Because if like a lot of criticism that I have gotten from like multiple people, like not just like here, but like also like like even Jess was calling me. I was like, you sound like a fucking liberal. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you and all this shit? It's like, trust me, this is building towards something. But like I basically, if you look at the first one with Aphrodite, I was basically taking on the role of Satan in terms of Horror Babylon. I'm like, this is what Horror Babylon looks like. These prostitutes that you see online now will start selling their kids, which is akin to slavery. They're selling their kids into slavery. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm like. I'm against this, but this is what it is. You know what I mean? And then again in the second debate with the National Socialism, I'm not for National Socialism, but this is what it is. You know what I mean?
Now,
So it's like you can't get an is from an ought kind of thing. It's like I'm not saying this is what my ought is. I'm not saying this is what my observation is. This is my description. You know what I mean? And I'm going to be doing this thing because the title of the debate is trans ideology is homophobic. I'm reversing the ideology in and on itself, and like I said, I'm going to don the title of Satan in terms of what they would view Satan as, and I'm going to like take their weapons and so they can't use their weapons.
So are you going to be taking the affirmative?
Yes, that it is homophobic. Yes, but I'm going to do it in a way.
I can't wait to see this. Holy shit!
Yeah, when is this debate?
Hopefully in the next couple of days. Jake is it's going to be over on Jake's VO pod. I'll be streaming it as well, but like it'll he's basically trying to set it up with a First Amendment as well. So it's like I said, like because I'm going to be donning the title of Satan, like I'm going to be like Loki, and my debate partner is going to be Thor. He's British, so he's going to be Thor, right? But like I'm going to be coming at it from the point of view of like this is homophobic, and I'm your homophobe. You know what I mean, I'm your evil genius.
Yeah,
you know what I mean,
yeah.
So anytime they try to like use any ad homs, it's like, yeah, we've already addressed that. Yeah, I am, and I still support this trans ideology. You know what I mean? I'm going to be calling First Amendment Mein Führer like the whole debate.
Oh, that's amazing, dude! I can't wait, bro. I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Now you had mentioned the Tower of Babylon. Could you think it'd be a good representation to say the parents that support their children doing like OF and certain content like that would be kind of a representation of selling your child?
Pretty much. It's like this whole aspect to because like the reason why like a lot of these parents support this is it's because it's just so much money, and it's like well, like at least like she's safe or whatever. You know what I mean, but you're like abdicating your responsibility as a parent. You're supposed to be the one that like intervenes and has that difficult situation. That sit down, that talk, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
By the way, guys, I'm spamming Teriak's channel in chat. Please go by, give him a sub. He's a good friend of the channel.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, man, of course, bro. Of course. Love having you on. Agrilepolis, good to see you, my man. Welcome back in, dude. Always a pleasure seeing you in chat, bro. Always a pleasure. Hope you're doing well today, man. Just past Sallisaw, Oklahoma. All right, bro. Nice, dude. All right. Let's jump back into the scripture. We're on Deuteronomy 8:4. So, your clothing did not wear out on you, nor did your foot swell these 40 years. Thus, you are to know in your heart that the Lord your God was disciplining you just as a man disciplines his son. Therefore, you shall keep the commandments of the Lord your God to walk in his ways and to fear him. For the Lord your God is bringing you into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and springs, flowing forth in valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley, of figs and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive oil and honey, a land where you will eat food without scarcity, in which you will not lack anything, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills you can dig copper. When you have eaten and are satisfied, you shall bless the Lord your God for the good land which he has given you. Beware that you do not forget the Lord your God by not keeping his commandments and his ordinances and his statutes which I am commanding you today. Otherwise, when you have eaten and are satisfied, and have built good houses and lived in them, and when your herds and your flocks multiply, and your silver and gold multiply, and all that you have multiplies, then your heart will become proud, and you will forget the Lord your God, who brought you out from the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. He led you through the great and terrible wilderness with its fiery serpents and scorpions and thirsty ground where there was no water. He brought water for you out of the rock of flint. In the wilderness, he fed you manna, which your fathers did not know. Hold on, bub. Hey, wait, hold on. Charlie needs some water. Give me just a second. Be right back. All right. Watch out, bub. You thirsty, buddy? when he needs water, he goes over to his bowl and he paws at it, and it makes this clinging sound that it's like cling, 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 cling. And it distracts the fuck out of me. In the wilderness, he fed you manna, which your fathers did not know, that he might humble you, and that he might test you to do good for you in the end. Otherwise, you might say in your heart, my power and the strength of my hand made me this wealth. But you shall remember the Lord your God, for it is he who is giving you power to make wealth, that he may confirm his covenant which he swore to your fathers, as it is this day. It shall come about, if you ever forget the Lord your God and go after other gods and serve them and worship them, I testify against you today that you will surely perish. Like the nations that the Lord makes to perish before you, so you shall perish, because you would not listen to the voice of the Lord your God. Dude, all I could think of reading through this was Joel Osteen. Like, all I could think was, these prosperity pastors that they collect money from people, and they do that with the idea that God is going to bring you great wealth. God is going to bring you all these things, everything you want, And what this passage, the way this speaks to me is that, if you follow in this path, you're going to get everything you need, and you're going to get more than you could ever dream of, right? And not necessarily in the way of wealth, but in the way of like having a spiritual grounding, and that's going to lead you to make decisions that are going to be better for yourself, right? That's how it was for me.
Yeah.
I can say that for my own experience, where finding God and getting a grounding in reality has really guided me to make the best decisions I possibly could for my life,
Well, I think the subtleties there between lines 17 and 18, otherwise you may say in your heart, my power and strength of my own hand made me this wealth. But you shall remember the Lord your God, for it is he who giving the power of the wealth that may confirm his covenant. But like this whole kind of dynamic that it's very easy, it's particularly like red pill and all this kind of shit. It's like, yeah, you got to make that bag, you're making that money, but it's like technically no, like you're tapping into and like noticing these objective laws that we see, or universal laws that we see. You're tapping into capitalism's potential, and that's how you stay grounded, and you don't inflate your ego and all this kind of stuff. It's like, oh, I can just like predict the future. It's like, no, this is capitalism at work. You can understand capitalism, but it's capitalism that's making you that money. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This has been good. Thanks for jumping in, Terry. I appreciate it.
My pleasure, man. My pleasure.
All right.
Hey, well, cooler with the anti-Semitic remarks. The title, Israel before Gaza. Hey, well, hey. Sorry.
Isn't that what Israel means? Israel means against God, doesn't it?
Struggle
with God. That's it. Yeah.
But it's interesting though. I think that's a beautiful name, because it's kind of like, to be fair, we're kind of a weird, not a resistive creature, but we're kind of easy to push against stuff, and so it's kind of like to say that humans struggle with God and their path toward God. It seems like the most accurate definition of like one's journey to becoming a Christian or a believer in God.
Yeah. Hold on. I want to bring up Steelman's comment here. He says God's a capitalist. Yes, God is a capitalist. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any hungry people.
Because like the Christians would point to the laws of logic and say like that is off God. Like those laws are like, they are eternal. They are just like God. Like they are part of God's like what we call truth kind of thing. Capitalism again is a decentralized system where completely different nations, completely different beliefs, religiously, politically, all this kind of shit, they can interact.
Yeah. Yeah. I
for
mean,
the benefit of the society as a whole.
If God was a communist, we wouldn't have will.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Everyone would have the exact same thing. We'd all work in lockstep like the ants, right? But we have will. We have the ability to make choices for ourselves. They might be determined by things in the past, but we still have the will to make choices.
And it would be easier that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. Israel provoked God, not the first time and not the last time.
Yeah.
Hear, O Israel, you are crossing over the Jordan today to go into the dispossessed nations greater and mightier than you. Great cities fortified to heaven, a people great and tall, the sons of the Anakim, whom you know and of whom you have heard it said, who can stand before the sons of Anak. Is that how you say it? Anak?
Anak, yeah.
Yeah,
I think you said it right the
Anak.
first time.
Know therefore today that it is the Lord your God who is crossing over before you as a consuming fire. He will destroy them and he will subdue them before you so that you may drive them out and destroy them quickly, just as the Lord has spoken to you. Do not say in your heart when the Lord your God has driven them out before you, because of my righteousness, the Lord has brought me in to possess this land. And it is because of the wickedness of those nations that the Lord is dispossessing them before you. It is not for your righteousness or for the uprightness of your heart that you are going to possess their land, but it is because of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord your God is driving them out before you in order to confirm the oath which the Lord has sworn to your fathers and to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Give me one sec, guys.
You good, man? Take your time, bro.
But yeah, just to go back to that kind of interesting dynamic of like we wrestle with God. It's like a lot of people say it's like, oh no, like of course you just like take God on faith because he's all powerful, he's all knowing, etc. etc. Do you know what I mean? But it's like no, like realistically, if you are to be like that, like objective believer, it's like you will have to have like wrestled with the concept of God. Like you will have to have, like consider the other point of view, because when you hear a story, like the saying is there's always two sides to the story. You know what I mean? So it's like, have you heard out both sides and then weighed it up and then like tried to eliminate any contradictions or all this kind of shit? Do you know what I mean? And then try to deduce who's the more accurate or what's the actual objective thing here, and then go forward. Do you know what I mean? From there.
I'm sorry, I had to tell my kids good night.
No, you're good, bro.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, let's see. You may have to remind me which spot. Is it 6?
It's right at the very top, bro.
Okay. Know then, it is not because of your righteousness that the Lord your God is giving you this good land to possess, for you are a stubborn people. Remember, do not forget how you provoked the Lord your God to wrath in the wilderness, from the day that you left the land of Egypt until you arrived at this place. You have been rebellious against the Lord. Even at Horeb, you provoked the Lord to wrath, and the Lord was so angry with you that he would have destroyed you. When I went up to the mountain to receive the tablets of stone, the tablets of the covenant which the Lord had made with you, then I remained on the mountain 40 days and nights. You scroll up just a little bit lower class.
Oh, my bad, dude. I
No,
apologize.
you good. I never ate bread nor drank water. The Lord gave me the 2 tablets of stone written by the finger of God, and on them were all the words which the Lord had spoken with you at the mountain from the midst of the fire on the day of the assembly. It came about at the end of the 40 days and nights that the Lord gave me the 2 tablets of stone, the tablets of the covenant. Then the Lord said to me, Arise, go down from here quickly, for your people whom you brought out of Egypt have acted corruptly. They have quickly turned aside from the way which I commanded them. They have made a molten image for themselves. The Lord spoke further to me, saying, I have seen this people, and indeed it is a stubborn people. Let me alone that I may destroy them and blot out their names from under heaven. And I will make of you a nation mightier and greater than they. So I turned and came down from the mountain while the mountain was burning with fire, and the 2 tablets of the covenant were in my 2 hands. And I saw that you had indeed sinned against the Lord your God. You had made for yourself a molten calf. You had turned aside quickly from the way which the Lord had commanded you. I took hold of the 2 tablets and threw them from my hands and smashed them before your eyes. I fell down before the Lord as at the first 40 days and nights. I neither ate bread nor drank water because of all your sin which you had committed in doing what was evil in the sight of the Lord to provoke him to anger. For I was afraid of the anger and hot displeasure with which the Lord was wrathful against you in order to destroy you. But the Lord listened to me that time also. The Lord was angry enough with Aaron to destroy him. So I also prayed for Aaron at the same time. I took your sinful thing, the calf which you had made, and burned it with fire and crushed it, grinding it very small until it was as fine as dust. I threw its dust into the brook that came down from the mountain. Again at Tebereth and at Manasseh and at Kibroth Adavoth, you provoked the Lord to wrath. When the Lord sent you to Kadesh Barnea, saying, "Go up and possess the land which I have given you," then you rebelled against the command of the Lord your God. You neither believed him nor listened to his voice. You were so rebellious against the Lord from the day I knew you. So I fell down before the Lord the 40 days and nights which I did because the Lord had said he would destroy you. I prayed to the Lord and said, "O Lord God, do not destroy your people, even your inheritance, whom you have redeemed through your greatness, whom you have brought out of Egypt with a mighty hand. Remember your servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Do not look at the stubbornness of this people, or at their wickedness or their sin. Otherwise, the land from which you brought us may say, because the Lord was not able to bring them into the land which he had promised them, and because he hated them, he has brought them out to slay them in the wilderness. Yet they are your people, even your inheritance, whom you have brought out by your great power and your outstretched arm."
It's actually giving gratitude there.
I'm gonna be honest. It's kind of like it. It kind of paints this image of us humans are kind of prone to screw things up,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and I guess it just shows our inferiorness to God.
That's why when you find these like objective or universal laws, these like decentralized systems, that is like that's the logos talking.
Yeah.
These chapters aren't that bad.
No, these are good, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm liking these.
It's not as much of a slog as Numbers was.
I was
Numbers,
gonna say
there was some cool stuff in Numbers, but a lot of it was like a grind, dude.
Because it's pointing out, like, because a lot of people say it's like there's a lot of fucked up shit happening in the Old Testament. Like New Testament, they don't really seem to attack. Like anytime you see like these atheists attack like Christianity, they're always pulling out like Old Testament. But it's like the reason why all that stuff is in there. It's like I always give the examples. Like is Quentin Tarantino racist because he has like the N word in his films? He even has like black like white people saying it to black people and all this kind of shit, and like actual like black slaves in the film. Is he racist? In
No.
those films, no, because that's what it was like. You know what I mean? Like the whole kind of like message, at least I'd take from the Old Testament, is like, this is how bad things can get.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, let us not forget how bad things can get. It's like, yeah, the message of like making that sacrifice, all the stuff, but it's like, it's to prevent it going back to how bad things were. That's the whole kind of thing that often gets like overlooked, and like Abe was trying to point out in terms of the context, big picture here. Like I'm all about the big picture as well. I mean, let's point out the because you have to factor in the big picture, the puzzle that we're trying to solve. But anyway, enough tangential. Back to the thing. The tablets rewritten. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was laughing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. The tablets rewritten. At the time, the Lord said to me, "Cut out for yourself 2 tablets of stone like the former ones, and come up to me on the mountain and make an ark of wood for yourself. I will write on the tablets the words that you were on the former tablets which you shattered, and you shall put them in the ark." So I made an ark of acacia wood and cut 2 tablets of stone like the former ones. I went up the mountain to the 2 tablets at hand. By the way, just a little hint of what's going on right here. Think Indiana Jones, right? Little hint of what's going on. Yeah. He gets it. He wrote on the tablets like the former writing the 10 commandments which the Lord has spoken to on the mountain from the midst of the fire on the day of the assembly, and the Lord gave them to me. Then I turned and came down from the mountain and put the tablets in the ark of the covenant which I had made, and they are as the Lord commanded me. Now the sons of Israel set out from Beeroth Bene Yakin to Mosra. There, Aaron died. I was about to say Aaron died, and there was buried, and Eleazar, his son, misinserted as priest in his place. From there, they set out to Good God, and from Good God to Jotbath, and a land from brooks of water. At the time, the Lord set apart the tribe of the Levi to carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord, to stand before the Lord, to serve him and bless in his name until his day. Therefore, Levi does not have a portion or inheritance with his brothers. The Lord in his inheritance, just as the Lord your God spoke to him. I, moreover, stayed on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights like the first time, and the Lord listened to me that time also. The Lord was not willing to destroy you. The Lord said to me, "Arise, proceed on your journey ahead of the people, that they may go in and possess the land which I swore to their fathers to give to them." Now, Israel, what does the Lord your God require from you but to fear the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways and love him, and to serve the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul, and to keep the Lord's commandments and his statutes which I am commanding you today for your good? Behold, to the Lord your God belong heaven and the highest heavens, and the earth and all that is in it. Yet on your fathers did the Lord set his affection on them, and he chose their descendants after them, even you above all peoples, as it is to this day. So circumcise your hearts. What? Yeah, circumcise your heart and stiffen your neck no longer. For the Lord your God is the God of gods and the Lords of lords, the great and mighty, the awesome God, who does not show partiality nor take a bribe. He executes justice for the orphan and the widow, and shows his love for the alien by giving him food and clothing. So show your love for the alien, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. You shall fear the Lord your God. You shall serve him and cling to him. You shall swear by his name. He is your praise, and he is your God. For who has done these great, awesome things for which your eyes have seen? Your fathers went down to Egypt, 70 persons in all. And now the Lord your God has made you numerous as the stars of heaven.
Oh, boys, we've done it. What you got to say about that one, bro?
Well, yeah, like the whole kind of aspect of like God being truth, and this aspect of like keeping the faith, like in these dark times. Because like think about it, the whole dynamic of like Israel, even in modern days, is that like genocide and all this kind of shit. It's like, bro, Muslims are like over 1 billion, Jews 15 million.
Yeah.
Who's colonizing? Who's the real colonial power here? You know what I mean? But like, if we're to believe the typical narrative that you see not only on the left wing and right wing, it's like everybody doesn't like them. But like to use kind of like another kind of typical example, it's like they're like the straight A student in class, teacher's pet. They always get picked after the bullies. But when you look at it from their perspective, that like they, for example, might have just been in the right in all these situations, even though people came after them. Holy shit, man! You know what I mean? Shit that went down in Egypt, they managed to escape that. the shit that went down in Germany. They managed to escape that. Like every single time they go after them, they still manage to survive. Do you know what I mean? It is a very attractive story to have. This whole aspect that like we're still here, motherfuckers.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Well, it kind of also teaches you the lesson of like I guess it's a big lesson, but it's like no matter what bad comes our way and what other people do to us, we should always have the thought in mind to reflect on what did we do to cause this? Like self-responsibility, like tied inside of it.
You know what I mean? And a shalom to Coco as well. But like that is the thing to it. Do you know what I mean? Where it's like fundamentally, like we often find like that there's a lot of kind of like being that's put on situations where I can accept that like Israel is not above criticism. There's certain situations that were fucked up where they went wrong or whatever. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, we got to hold them to that standard. But we also then have to hold the other side to the standard as well. And oftentimes what we don't hear is statistics like 40% of the marriages in Gaza are cousin marriages. And that seems to be like a thing that echoes across a lot of these Middle Eastern countries. You know what I mean? That are under this oppressive Islamic regime. And even like I said, I can pull up videos of like Iranian people that like they chant for America. They believe in the America, like the liberty, like individual liberty, like that secular kind of like ideal. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like I said, like pulling from like back in the day, it's like things like that's basically the picture in Israel at the moment. It's like we seeing all the shit that happened in Tel Aviv, like all the shit that the rockets were hitting ground and all this kind of stuff. So it's it's one of those things where it's like I always kind of point out there's always two sides to the story. I mean, it's never just this one kind of overarching thing. Even like my whole thing of trying to explain this situation going down with CIA, there's probably shit that like I'm not able to explain or kind of like aspects of that. Like, but it's one of these things where we can all agree on certain aspects to it. It seems to be that there's a lot of things at play. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I 100% agree. You know, and a lot of these arguments when you go down that kind of path with them. Some people, they'll say, well, they did this back in 1948. Well, then they did this back in 1949. And, you know, they're still holding the citizens of whatever country it may be to account for what the government did at one point in time with the military.
Yep.
Right. And like, I completely agree with what you're saying there. But yeah, there's the issue that I really find, and this is what makes me anti-war, is the fact that yes, the soldiers do become collateral damage themselves, but it's the citizens that are the true collateral damage. People who have nothing to do with it, people who are even against it. When a foreign military invades your country, you know, like just look at what the people in Germany, on the east side of Germany, would recount from back when the Soviets stormed into Berlin. I mean, that was a lot of those people were just regular people who were living their lives. You know, they weren't Yahtzees. They weren't like necessarily like super supportive of Hitler or whatever. They were just regular German citizens. And when they got stormed in by the Soviets, the atrocities that happened in East Germany it was awful, you know? So, it's the citizens of our countries are the collateral damage. No one's going after the politicians.
But
You know,
politicians.
Go ahead.
To go back to that thing of like you being anti-war, like that's why I kind of say to you, it's like there is like that is an actual like plausibility, but that's where we go back to. It's like if I can control your mind and I control your behavior, like we can get rid of war. But if we do that, then like we don't have like there's only the one way, and like we lose our free will, we lose agency. There's just like there is no choice anymore. There's only do you know the way.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. I'm pro-military. I'm anti-war, if that makes sense. You know, so I'm pro our military being funded and trained and all the things that encompass us having a solid defense. But you know, what's that? How's that old rhyme go? I polish my gun and I shine my shoes to fight this war for the goddamn Jews. That was that. It's that kind of thing where like there are people who are dragging us into battles that we don't need to be in, and there's blood being spilt in other countries for people that don't even fucking live here. You know what I mean? But that's not me saying Israel big bad man, right? All I'm saying is for American sovereignty, we shouldn't be getting involved in a lot of these foreign conflicts. That's really what it comes down to for me. But I understand the necessity for a strong military for sure.
Well, as a Zionist, I would just point out in terms of like the narrative like of Israel dragging you in. It's like Israel would rather America step back and because of what they're trying to do with Iran. Because like remember like there was that whole kind of conference and meeting with all these nations with the former crown prince Pahlavi or Pahlavi. Like he's trying to basically do it democratically, and if you are able to do that, particularly with Trump being able to sign between Azerbaijan and Albania, like peace agreements between those two as well.
Yeah, that was
Like I
huge.
said, this aspect of the Greco-Persian Empire, if you look at that as a Greco-Persian Empire project they're trying to do democratically, then all of a sudden, like I said, this like needless war that you're getting dragged into in the Middle East is basically being sorted because you have all these alliances now like aiming towards that one goal.
Yeah. I mean, I can see that. By definition, I am a Zionist, right? Like, I believe that Israel should have their own country, and I hope they prosper and everything. There's just a lot of ties there that are very suspicious to me, right? Like, and that's a governmental thing that has nothing to do with Jews. It doesn't have anything to do with anything like that. But that's my biggest hang up is how much power a foreign country has in our government.
Well, I mean, it's just kind of I don't necessarily know that I blame them as well because my government does the same thing that they do. That's because I would say their intelligence seems to be they have quite fishy elements to it. But then I have to say, well, so does my own intelligence company. So, to me, it seems like when there is a little push for war, and I guess my evidence I would say is like Netanyahu coming before Congress with Iraq and saying that if we do intervene, then it'll bring democracy to the region and stuff like that. And it just in some instances I feel like there is a little push to kind of straighten out this region so it is a lot cleaner of a place or a lot healthier of a place. But the problem with that is my government's so inefficient that I've got stuff going on at home that I can't even get my politicians to fix, but yet they're I guess quick to fix those type of problems around the world.
Yeah,
and that would be my pushback to it.
This is the cops and robbers problem. If there's no robbers, then you don't need cops. So like if you don't have problems, then you won't need to vote for the politician.
Right.
See how it works.
Yeah.
There's a reason why all these Democrat-run cities have been Democrat-run cities for years, but like these problems just never get back, never get fixed. They just get worse.
Yep.
And you end up paying more in taxes.
And then you start paying for programs like Sesame Street in Afghanistan. You're like, well, that sounds cool, but I kind of got some problems in South Carolina I need to spend some money on and fix.
Right.
Like getting Lindsey Graham out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, here. Sorry, what?
No, you go first, man. It's fine.
Like a lot of people say it's like, oh, they're taking money from like this country or whatever, but it's like realistically, if you do genuinely believe that, it's like why wouldn't you take the money? You know what I mean? Like that. That's the way I look at it. That's the other thing that's kind of layered on this, where it's like there's a lot of people that just genuinely believe that message, and if you convince them, then they'll actually kind of like walk to your side. But then there's the other people that are like, no, they're literally just doing it for the money, and like no matter what you say, they're just sticking to the message because that's where their paycheck is.
Well, so my big thing, right, especially when it comes to America giving money out the way that we do, is so this is what like, and I just witnessed this in Afghanistan, right? Like I have friends who went over there and died that I went to high school with, And one of the things with that whole like absolute fuck up was we went in and we established a framework, and like we were the pillars that were holding everything up, right? And we did that with money, with funding, with military, all of that. And the second we left, it fell apart. And the thing that worries me is that's what we're doing with a lot of these countries that we're sending all this money to, is that we're sending this money to them and we're bolstering them to a certain degree, but then you take that money away and they immediately fail. And that's not how you build up the rest of the world, right? Especially not at the dime of the people who work in this country. And what I'm not a fan of, I'm more of a fan of like, if we were to assist another country, to do it through consultation versus giving them like essentially a support system for them to fall back on. And then eventually someone's going to come around and they're going to get fucking tired of it. And they're going to take that support system from them. That country's going to fail. Right. Instead, show them how to do it. This is what you need to do. Boom, 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 boom. If they don't, they fail anyway. And that's like, that's the game. You know what I mean? Like, don't hate the player, hate the game. But, you know, for the citizens of this country to be shelling out so much money to another country and falsely bolstering them up just for someone to come around and pull the rug out from under them. You know, I'm not saying poor those countries, but, you know, to me, it's more along the lines of like, that's how the world works in a very like simplified way. You know, you either make it or you don't, bottom line. And
this is the thing. Like, it's important for that to take place because then I have that control of you. I can just pull the rug out whenever I want. And this is what you're starting to see with like the likes of Ireland, because like our president was getting very chirpy, and I was just like sitting here kind of going, "Why are you talking against this? Or why are you even getting involved with the whole Israel shit?" You know what I mean? Because like I knew all this kind of shit that Trump was going to come back, because like I said, whatever way you look at it, it's like the wheels are being squeezed on Ireland, because a lot of the like I know that with the whole tax thing, it's like they basically do the whole intellectual property was done in Ireland, so they can just do the tax thing. But it's like, even just in terms of like the jobs that's been offered to the economy and all this kind of shit from all these like American corporations, the fact that Ireland like should be like falling lock and steed and doesn't seem to be, like that's just like bad for like our citizens as well. And that's why, like I said, like we need to be able to kind of like talk this shit through and say, listen, like I understand completely as an Irish citizen Trump doing what he's doing, because like Ireland like getting chirpy and all that kind of shit. It's like basically a bar fight's about to ensue and you're cheering it on. What the fuck are you doing?
Right.
Get back in line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like that whole kind of dynamic to it. So like I said, like for me, it's like you got to be able to kind of dig back into your core. And like I said, in terms of like the orthodoxy, Andrew Wilson, and stuff, that's why they do God. It's like that's how you ground truth. And if you start with truth, then you have a 1 and a 0. You have true and false. You know what I mean, this like without this, computers wouldn't even work. You know what I mean?
Right.
So there is, like I said, objectiveness to it, all this kind of shit. And like what you're starting to see across this whole spectrum of like the left wing and like a lot of these atheists and all this shit, it's like they actually can't ground that shit. And that's, they start saying stupid shit like morality's relative, you know, it's all like beauty subjective, Lizzo is just as attractive as Sydney Sweeney, all this kind of bollocks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like truth is subjective.
Yeah, and that's basically Kronos being defeated. You know what I mean? And like I said, in terms of the opposite dynamic, that's why you got to be able to push back against where things get too crazy, and all of a sudden you got like Nala Ray leading like Salem witch trials and all this kind of shit. It's like, how the fuck do we get to here? It's like, what can I say, man? It's like you said, they just change one grift to another, and they're just like mobilizing Sims or the mob essentially. And that's why like might is right is the thing. It's like you cannot forget the mob, because the mob will just like wipe all this shit out.
Yeah.
You know? The burning of Alexandria is just one example. All that knowledge gone.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy to think what would have been in there.
Yep.
Like, because it's arguably that at that time that was probably the most or the biggest empire on the world, and it's like what they probably collected through their conquest and all the other stuff they did. It's There's no telling what we lost in there.
Yeah.
Like imagine like burning like the vaults in the Vatican.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing? Like, no
Yep.
matter how much you hate Christianity or Catholicism in particular, or whatever, you know what I mean? It's like the knowledge that they're preserving there. That's like, you have to separate the two. Like you were saying with the citizens. It's like there's the regime and what the Secret Service and all this kind of shit's doing, and there's the actual citizens. And oftentimes it's the citizens that get the short end of the stick.
Yep.
Yeah.
You
There's
know?
no accountability. You know, I mean, that's a perfect case in point is like what happened to Mussolini. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like the people in Italy were like, fuck this, we're not going down for this crazy motherfucker, and they strung him and his wife up in the street.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like,
But then you have the opposite effect of look what happened in Germany. Like a lot of people were willing to get behind this one man's message. And I mean, I don't know how much your average citizen knew about the Holocaust and stuff like that, but I mean, they're the ones that helped got the ball rolling through the mob mentality.
But this is what I keep saying. That, like, imagine if you were a German in 1920s Germany. You're not going to be shown clips of like them saying like the Jews are the bad and all this kind of stuff, and we're actually doing this at the camps. What you're going to hear is we need to rehabilitate these people. These people are sick, and we need to take care of them. You know, like they can't take care of themselves, so we're going to put them in these camps and like make it everything's fun and nice and all this stuff. Same way that I'll be pointing out with this whole trans ideology. Oh, these people have gender dysphoria. These what would be homosexuals. Would like these boys and girls that would just grow up to be homosexuals, or even just tomboy girls or just effeminate men that like do all like this like fashion shit and all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like still straight, but like just like, you know, like just confused or whatever, just like puberty fucks with your hormones, all this kind of shit. We're going to basically get them to not only like castrate themselves but cut off their genitalia, and then we're also going to get them to pay us to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Just think about like welcome to 1920s Germany. The final solution for homosexuals is trans ideology.
Yeah.
See, so if I'm not mistaken, the propaganda that they were utilizing was we're trying to like kick them out of the country, right?
No, but like in terms of like what they were showing, like the worldwide audience. Like what
that was
thought,
yeah,
like,
and to the German people themselves, because you know, like the whole idea of the final solution and all that, like he never talked about any of that stuff in any of his speeches. And I know at first they didn't even like try to put them in camps. They were just trying to send them to other countries, and other countries didn't want them. So, you know, what I was under the impression is that they didn't necessarily like start putting Jewish people in camps so they could just wipe them out initially. They were putting them all into camps because people didn't want them in society, right? Like nobody wanted them around. There was a lot of anti-Semitism at the time. And, you know, the way that Hitler kind of ran his propaganda machine back then was he was saying that, you know, it's their fault that our economy is the way it is because, you know, I mean, it was like 5 million marks for a loaf of bread. You know what I mean? Their money was fucking worthless. There were kids playing with them in the streets because of how worthless they were. And that was the rhetoric that he ran off of. So nobody wanted him in society. And what he ended up having to do when no other country would take them was throw them into these camps. And what I always was under the impression of is that it was less of like we need to eliminate these people and more of they're just taking resources in these camps. We can't do anything with them. So, you know, we'll start sending less food. We'll start, you know, sending less medicine. We'll start doing less of this. And there's also a lot.
Yeah, it was what I'm trying to get at is like they dehumanize and they're like, oh, these are unhygienic. These are basically like monkeys and all this kind of stuff. But it was under the guise of empathy. It's like, but we're going to be, you know, because we're such great, you know, German people. We're going to like clean them up. We're going to take them to camp and teach them like how to actually be hygienic and like actually like be humans and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? But it's because that dehumanization that you see it like with the experimentation that was done on them, like such disregard for like the human life and all this shit. Like that's a travesty. Like I don't like obviously like in terms of the numbers, was it exactly 6 million or whatever? Like I don't really care about that. I care about the like what the fuck were you doing like with this experimentation? You know what I mean?
No, right. Yeah.
But on top of that, there was like we're saying, like a virulent, and like there were plenty of people who was like, no, they just hate this particular group. They just channeled all the rage, everything wrong in their life. It's the same thing that you see with like general socialists, like all the hatred towards every thing done in their life was because of the billionaires or whatever. Same thing with like the black community. It's always the white man. Same, even in Ireland, it's like up the north. It's like anything bad that happens is because of the British. It was always the British, all this kind of shit. It's like every single like, culture has that kind of mentality, but that's like a slave mentality. Like to get back to your kind of main point, it's like this aspect of responsibility. You need to take responsibility for your own fuck ups, because then you are your own master. You know what I mean? You make the choices, because you suffer the consequences, but you also bask in the rewards.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Cooking. He's cooking.
Steelman says, "Fuck the Brits."
But like realistically, that they're all like our brethren. You know what I mean? It's like Aaron, like are like the Irish word for Ireland is Aaron, right? And when to go back to our boy Adolf, when he was talking about like the German people, he was talking about like the Aryan race, which is like what we now call Indo-European, because basically like everything that Germany touched essentially during that time period just like painted it for life. But like the Aryan, and then even like Iranians, what they call themselves is Aryans. So it's like it's the same word. It's the same thing. It's like Aryan. It's like that Caucasian, Caucasus Mountains in Asia, North Iran at the moment, and it's like basically that's why. And if the globe was to flood again, the one country where you'd be safe in is Iran, because it's so high.
Really?
You know what I mean?
Is that where?
Wow.
Now, I think that's the same reason why. Is it Abraham, the one with the ark, or was it Isaac? Who had the ark? Noah. That's like why when it flooded, he landed on Mount Sinai. I know that's in Turkey, but it's, I guess, a very high region.
That would still be part of like what would have been ancient Persia,
That's true.
like the Greco-Persian Empire. Do you know what I mean?
True.
Hey, I'll be right back, boys. I got to piss.
But like that's like an often dynamic, because like even like the relationship between like ancient Greece and like ancient Persia, like it was like similar kind of cultural kind of like mythologies and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then even kind of like I said, the reason why the ancient Greeks were so sophisticated is because it came from like that ancient kind of like Persian kind of spirit, I guess is probably the best word to describe it. But like when you're to look at it kind of like globally, even just like with the geography and the countries lying out, it's like it just makes sense that like Iran or like Persia, because it's like basically I think it's like 70% of the terrain of Iran is mountainous.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they keep saying it's like putting boots on ground in Iran is a mistake. The same way that like America is protected with ocean, Iran is protected with mountains.
I think Afghanistan's also got an element of that, because I know like if you look back at their like history against like world empires, like they do fairly better than your average size country.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were nicknamed the graveyard of empires, because they had a good battle success, and it's because what's the best way to say it? Like what mountain range is around that area? Do you know?
Yeah, I'll pull up Google Maps actually.
Like, what's the name of the?
Who does Abel represent? Oh, hold on. It's not letting me pull it up. Oh, there it is. Got it. Okay.
It's like that's Iran, like that's Afghanistan. It's like right beside each other.
Okay.
But even if I do like, if I do terrain, yeah, like look at the region. It's like all mountain. It's like the green is like where it's like it's a bit of all this kind of shit. But it's like that's all mountain, baby.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like the city's kind of here and all that kind of shit. But like you see, like Azerbaijan or Armenia are like, you know, doing peace things. So like all that, like basically, what I think Trump's move is to go back to this so we can see the outline of countries. To basically like restore Persia all the way back up from like Greece, like Cyprus, and all this kind of shit. And like that, basically the only problem left is Turkey, because then Turkey's like heavily Muslim. That's the only kind of hiccup there. But if you were to get all that area, that'd be like basically the new America of the Middle East, where it's like individual liberty. You know,
right now you got Egypt, and Saudi Arabia on, I guess, decent terms.
Mm-hmm.
If you got Armenia and Azerbaijan at the top here in good terms. Turkey's always been kind of a wild card, because I know they have problems inside NATO, where NATO has to defend a certain country, but I'm not sure where they're located. I know they've always had problems with Turkey in war.
But if
the
that plan
only
can come
oddball
off,
would be Iran, because
like Iran's the big player here between because like Iran has like significant influence over Turkey, all that stuff. But if like Iran falls and it becomes secular, then all of a sudden you're going to see a sweep between like Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, because that's just like basically like cartels.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Do you
like the
think it's a
influence in
risk?
Turkey goes down. And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I said, do you think there's a big risk in that? Because the only
massive
thing
risk.
I would say is we don't have the best history of overthrowing countries,
Mm-hmm.
and so I guess the better argument would be if Israel can show their dominance against Iran, then maybe we can get Iran just to be kind of not necessarily an ally, but I guess to strike some type of caution with Iran to play ball.
But why not? Like I said, the aspect is like you ever watch Breaking Bad?
Yeah.
Remember when Hank is talking about the half measure versus full measure? He should have went full measure.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole kind of aspect with Iran. It's like if this shit does not get toppled now, like, and again, they're trying to use the carrot. They're trying to do the democratic process here with Pahlavi, right? Like leaving that conference, and we're going to like facilitate an actual democratic process, and they'll elect like a secular government, hopefully, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? If that fails and it remains Islamic Republic, essentially, like, it's basically kind of like getting a call to a domestic disturbance, not being able to find evidence that this dude like was quote unquote beating his missus, and then like what do you think is going to happen when the police fall? He's going to punish her even harder because she aroused suspicion or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's going to be the same thing where it's like anybody who like was even like had a whisker of like helping or facilitating like the shit that went down with the bombing campaign, all shit, they're all going to be taken out and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? And a message will be sent to the people like, don't fuck with the regime, all this kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. The thing that I'm hopeful for though is that we get America 2.0. We get Greco-Persian Empire back, baby. And when you think about like what ancient Greece like had produced and all this kind of shit in terms of that environment, golly, the conversations they were having. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
That's what's on the cards, you know.
That's yeah. And then I guess you do quell a lot of regional conflicts, because we've got Syria, and we're waiting to see if Syria improves. I don't think there's been a lot of evidence they have.
But like even with the certain dynamic, because like I'd say it's like you get Iran all the way from Greece, right? Greece can be, you know, your California and all this kind of shit, and then like Iran could be your Texas.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, that's a good analogy.
I heard someone told me that people in Iran are like converting to Christianity in record numbers.
Yep. Anything to get away from Islam. Islam is like on the sharp decline. Like 85% don't attend the mosque. I think like more than once a week or something like that. They're done.
Yeah.
With it.
Yeah.
The last time there was like an uprising from the people, which was like a couple of years back, like they were like burning mosques, burning Qurans on the streets, and they were like death to this regime.
Yeah, the IRGC it's on its way out, man.
And see, but imagine this. Imagine if Iran were to become more of a secular nation, the influence they would have with oil and energy and their ability to pump it into Europe would be an insane prospect for them and could drastically improve their country. But their dogmas are getting in the way of that.
But like, look at Saudi Arabia, where it's like you actually have that kind of moderate interpretation of the Quran, where it's like we don't accept any hadith. We just take the Quran itself, and it's more of a metaphorical kind of aspect. You get what I'm saying? They're able to do business with the West, no problem. And like, look at Dubai.
Yeah.
Look at the stuff they were able to achieve, and look at all the Formula One and the FIFA World Cup and all the stuff that's being hosted there. But when you look at Iran, who just went straight ultra religious on it, this is what you get. You get constant war, conflict, needless conflict, war and conflict. Well, meanwhile, they're sitting on $25 trillion worth of oil and natural resources on the shit, and they're currently making less than Walmart.
Yeah, that's insane, bro.
I didn't realize Libya was as big as it was. Holy cow!
Yeah, Libya's huge. They have literally an active slave market going on in Libya.
Yeah. Libya. It's seen better days.
That's like the ultra fucked up thing from like a lot of these left wing government. Like they're trying to shame like the West for their history with slavery. It's like, yeah, but we outlawed it. It's still legal in places across the East.
Yeah.
And
to be fair,
Africa.
we had a war over it. And it's like, I know that's kind of, I guess a bad thing, but like we had a big problem in America, and it took, us going to war with our brethren to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that if you don't respect it, that's fine. But I mean, to me, that seems like an insane accomplishment, and it's sad we had to come to fighting our brethren over it. But I'm glad we had it, or we had the war, because it was a real issue.
It's gonna be a hot take, but I see both sides of that. Not that I'm in favor of slavery, but there was a massive overstepping of government bounds, which, at the time, unfortunately, this is how it is, but unfortunately, people were labeled as property, and in one fell swoop, the government made a law where people's property were taken. So like, I understand where the Confederacy came from with that, but at the same time, like, I'm anti-slavery, so it's that's sorry if you have people as property, bro, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, like you can agree with a principle, but disagree with the execution of said principle.
Right.
Yeah, because it wasn't applied fair because they were converted to property, and kind of like one of those things to where, but your system pretty much guarantees that everyone is not property and does have their free will and human rights, and so you're kind of playing a weird game here, where you're not true to your principle. And there were a lot of people who were, and they were willing to do some radical stuff to change that.
Yeah. It was never about slavery. I mean, that was a really, really big part of it, though, man. Maybe not about the slavery itself, but just like the concept of the government being able to take your property from you.
I mean, I think they were trying to make their best legal case for owning, I guess, slave production. And so I would say that slavery was a huge part, if it's not the main part. Because what it looked like is the North was going to cripple the South through slave labor. And then the North could claim that, hey, all the infrastructure, like train rails, are ours.
Damn, dude. The highest point in Afghanistan is almost 7,500 7.5 kilometers high. That's fucking crazy.
So if there's ever going to be a global flood, Iran's the perfect place to go. I'll see you all in Tehran. We'll be partying up in the clubs.
Yeah. There we go.
I've
Not a
heard-
Muslim in sight.
I've heard a weird theory that there's a period of time, like a couple thousand years, that the poles of Earth, causing like dramatic, like water phenomenons all over and mass flooding, stuff like that. And it makes me wonder if that's tied into it.
100%.
It's kind of like one of those, I guess, ways to explain why there was mass flooding. Because I don't think they're the only ones to report it when it comes to, I guess, a historical fact that it happened just there.
All these former global civilizations, like in antiquity, like they all have the same myth where it's like a flood, except for the Iranians. The Iranians say that their homeland froze over.
That's
the point to Antarctica.
Yeah. But the
Then
geography kind of makes, I guess, reason to that.
Yeah, but here's the thing to tie it back into the Yazis. Why were the Yazis down in Antarctica just before the World War II broke out?
That's a big one. There's a lot of people who talk about that, man. There's a lot of people.
See, I don't
who
know
wanna
much
why they
about
were
that.
down there.
I don't think I've heard this.
Because the whole like aspect to like Iran or like with their whole thing of like where they came from is like they would say it would be Antarctica. Their myth is not a flood; it froze over.
Interesting.
When you talk about the polar shifts and where the water would have hit, that area like instantly getting pulled down the south, like what that climate would have been like Argentina's climate, where South America is right now. Would have been very beautiful, great wine, great agriculture, great weather. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, a polar shift happens, that gets pulled down, and like South America would turn into Antarctica.
Yeah.
Then Antarctica would turn into like Australia.
That's crazy.
And what turns into Antarctica?
I guess it would just heat up a little bit, wouldn't it? Like it would be more of a kind of half snow, half green area.
See, the thing that's always I've always been very curious about when it comes to Antarctica, especially on like Google Maps on satellite, is how obviously edited a lot of this stuff is on here.
True.
I mean, like you go in and you'll be scrolling through it, and there's like big rectangles and patches taken out that look completely different from the thing that's right next to it. You know, it's and it's not like that where anywhere else on Google Maps.
Well, it's like obviously like military installations.
Yeah. Or science
Stuff like that.
bases or stuff like that, to where they just have agreement with the other countries, so they don't they're not able to obtain that.
Like that's Antarctica, but like that's South America. So it's like it is not hard to get it to Antarctica from South America.
Well, I mean, I guess it would make sense if all this land connected. It would explain a lot of reasons why we have a lot of people on this, like I guess Native Americans on the South American side.
Well, everything does connect under the water. You know,
That's true. And if there's certain periods of time where that water isn't quite as high, or like where the land bridge between Russia and America, and so it'd be easy for people to travel, I guess, from wherever they originate all the way till the other side of the continents.
The only place that like you're not getting near is probably Australia.
Yeah.
But even then, like I said, right? Okay, one sec. Fuck, right. I'm all over the place, gentlemen. Sorry.
You good?
Good, dude.
Okay, that's yeah. So we're on Antarctica. We go into South America, right? we go up to America, we go across into Russia, and then like we can go down into Asia, and then through Asia we can even get down to Australia, and we can go back from Asia, and then go across Russia into Europe, and either down into Africa if we wanted to, and then like I said, even with that we can hop with the Vikings over back to America, back down to South America, back down to Antarctica. So like you don't really need to fly a plane to be able to get down to Antarctica.
Huh.
Or to get anywhere in the world. So this whole idea that these civilizations had no interaction with themselves, with themselves, each other whatsoever, I ain't buying it.
Yeah. I mean, but it's like this weird aspects of like, especially like so many of these cultures have a weird, like dragon imagery, or like especially when we're talking like super ancient cultures. Like I noticed South America and China both have similar dragons in their mythology, and it's just weird stuff like that where you're like, that's interesting. Two people with no contact to each other coming up with the same idea.
Yeah, like a same myth, as in a same like a made up thing.
Yep.
Both the same thing.
Yep.
See, this is one of those things that's just it's outside of my wheelhouse. I love that concept of like Pangea, because like I mean I believe that's how everything was. My thing is just, what was the thing that broke everything up? Was it just like years of earthquakes and stuff?
Well, probably like a polar shift or something like that would explain a lot in terms of like the whole like global flood and broke everything apart and having to rebuild all this kind of stuff. The fact that like to explain why it seemed like Egypt regressed with each kind of like next civilization for like a good while towards the end.
Because it's like, imagine like, I don't know, after so many years, the Earth does something to just shift, a couple degrees every time, like it does this shift, and then which throws the Earth into chaos, causing massive floods and like changing of Earth and stuff like that. And so that could set in motion that these continents would slowly break apart and drift away from each other. And it's just, I don't know. I've heard a couple people explain it to me, and I'm just like, wow, that does sound weirdly like it lines up with a lot of stuff.
Guys, we need to take Greenland.
I agree, and Canada, and treat them like Puerto Rico.
No, dude, Puerto Rico's a floating island of garbage. What'd you say, Terry?
For the wink democracy, or
yeah, for the resources. I mean, like, give them the benefits of everything.
Good price.
That should be
good price.
Yeah.
What the CIA needs to do, and I'm not advocating for this, but set up some type of false flag event where Greenland shoots down one of our boats, and then we go to war, and then invade them, and then spread democracy to the region.
Dude, we have more troops at one base than they have in their entire country. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do we automatically win if like war was declared? Since
they're not going to go to war with us. What is the population of Greenland? Yeah, bro, there's not even 60,000 people in Greenland.
But should we also do that to Alaska too? We need to like commandeer Alaska for like the executive branch so we can pump some oil.
Well, it's already the 50th state.
Yeah, I know we need.
State, one of the two.
We need to like. I don't know, because it's just like I understand the natural beauty of it, but there's some element we have to keep our country going with petroleum, and Alaska's. It seems like a shiny beacon that can be somewhat exploited, but not not too severe. But we need some oil. And then with Greenland,
Aren't we already pumping oil out of Alaska?
But is it a lot?
There's a ton of oil in Alaska.
Hey, I mean, I could be misspeaking. I thought they were ran by more of a, I guess, Democratic leadership, or it like, I guess, left-leaning Republican, and so they were like more the energy-friendly type of, or the green energy type of philosophy.
Yeah, so their oil reserves alone is 3.4 billion barrels.
Jesus. Okay.
It says while the state ranks 5th in oil production, its output has declined in recent years due to the maturation of existing oil fields and the high cost of exploration and drilling in the region.
Yeah, we need to make sure those numbers are going the opposite direction.
Yeah, for real.
But I understand Alaska's it's probably more dangerous just because it doesn't have the same infrastructure as the rest of America. So it probably does cost a lot of money to go out there. But I imagine Greenland would be pretty bad too.
Yeah, it's saying that the central north slope of Alaska, not in the state itself, but just in the central north slope, there's 3.6 billion barrels recoverable underneath. And that's just an estimation. It's not even.
That's a lot of cheese.
That is a lot of cheese.
Yep. For sure, bro. It's a lot of money. All right. What's next, boys? What's next on the docket?
Let's see. I'm enjoying looking at Google Maps.
Oh, dude, yeah, Google Maps is cool. You know, if you go north of Russia, I forget the name of the island, but you can see the island where they detonated. It's that long finger one right there on the left.
This one?
You see it? No, down one? That one. Yeah. Zoom in. All right. If you look to the left side, scroll over just a little bit. Do you see that patch that looks kind of out of the ordinary at the top right there? Right there at the top of your screen. That's where the Tsar Bomba was detonated.
Oh shit.
Yeah, dude. That thing's like 100 miles wide.
Yeah, see what I mean about the Google thing? It's like, bro, what the fuck is this? Like, this is like grayscale versus like, the actual picture.
I think I've seen that. Don't they? Do they have video? I wouldn't say. Do they have video of that, like it blowing down the forest, or?
No. So
Okay.
the video they have of Tsar Bomba, because that's just a big ice rock out in the water, that long island. But they do have video of Tsar Bomba. But it is that was a wild fucking, I mean, insanely powerful bomb, dude. Here, hold on. I'll pull this up real quick. Here, I'm gonna pull yours down real quick, Tariak.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna end it. I'm just gonna pull it down. What's up, Adam Price? Welcome in, dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Zooming in on stuff like the pyramids and the Great Wall of China. Absolutely, bro. You can really see some cool shit with Google Maps these days, bro. It's incredible.
And we can see the flat Earth.
Экипаж одевает защитные очки. Приближается к точке взрыва. Высота 4000 метров. 3 секунды. 1, 0. Взрыв сопровождался световой вспышкой необычной силы. В этот момент самолет-носитель находился в 40 и последующие свечения, несмотря на сплошную облачность, были видны в радиусе до... Полевой столб, поднимающийся с земли, быстро увеличился в объеме. Через несколько секунд после взрыва диаметр полевого столба составлял около 10 километров. Увеличиваясь в размерах, облако медленно поднималось вверх. В своем конечном развитии оно достигло высоты 60
They're above the clouds right now.
километров.
Yeah, because they have to fly so high to give themselves time to fly out of the zone. I mean, but you notice the way he was changing colors. That's how you notice something like that. That's a nuclear bomb, because you're gonna still have like fusion reaction happening in the air. That's why it doesn't really like that. Was you can kind of see it the way it was kind of changing colors on the screen. But that's how you're able to know it's a nuclear bomb. If you ever see kind of like fireworks happening in the area, but like it was a big massive explosion and cloud in the air, that's a nuclear bomb. Get the fuck away from that as soon as possible.
If you can, you know what I mean? Everything within, like, especially the ones they have now, dude, like the ones they have now, they were talking about if they were to drop it on Moscow, it would vaporize like 95% of the city. Just literally blank slate. And then everything within like 6 miles or something of that radius is going to be burned. It's just insane, dude. Like, it's crazy.
Physics.
Well,
this
ain't really nuclear. This ain't really nuclear, but I know that there's been talk of having like iron beams up in space and then have them drop from a satellite, and like that would seem like it'd be very devastating.
Yeah.
But like, look at the way like the rock is black versus like up here where it's like gray. Like it done that to a rock. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's insane, dude. Like the level of devastation, and they dialed that one back too. That's the crazy shit, man. Like they dialed the strength of the Tsar Bomba back before they released it, and I think they realized, like, all right, we did this. That's good. You know what I mean? Because what was there were people in like Finland who could see it.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's why it's like this whole thing of like like we're going to like destroy the West and all this kind of stuff. It's like, Habibi, you don't understand like what you provoke. Like that's why I keep calling England the lion. It's like if you really want England to wake up, and like it's going to be like the Christopher Walken speech where it's like he's not just going to get up and he's just going to sort it out. He's going to tear the shit out of everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hence why you had like Jesus on the mound saying it's like everybody needs to shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Things are getting it's squeaky bum time, as they would say. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Just it's insane to me, dude. Like the level of destruction that we've become capable of is out of this world, man.
Yeah. And it didn't take long either.
No, it didn't, bro. Less than 100 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like if we would look back to 1890, look at what we were doing, and then fast forward all the way to World War II, and then you're dropping bombs that do that devastation, and even after. But guys, I think I'm gonna have to call it a night.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea for me too, man. I gotta walk Charlie and stuff. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I appreciate y'all coming in today. Teriak, thanks for joining, man. It was a pleasure talking with you today.
Thanks for having me, bro.
Absolutely, bro. Big Soda Corey Barton, you already know, brother. It's a pleasure having you up every single time, my friend.
Hey, God bless. Y'all have a good night.
God bless, boys. Have a great night. Chat, thank you guys. Always a pleasure seeing you. Thank you very much. I always appreciate having you guys here. It's because of you we've gotten to where we've gotten. So let's keep it going, boys. Y'all have a great night. God bless. Peace.